Some paths are chosen. Others choose you. Welcome back, Grimoire Guardians. This is the Accidental Animagus by White Squirrel, Part 8, covering chapters 71 to 80. Things are heating up in ways even Harry couldn't have predicted. In this segment, alliances start to shift and shadows grow longer. As Harry delves deeper into the world of politics, magic, and the primal instincts of his animagus form, he finds that every decision ripples further than he could ever imagine. Can he keep his pack safe while holding on to his own identity? Disclaimer: this fan-made audiobook exists thanks to the incredible work of White Squirrel. We're just here to bring their words to life, one chapter at a time. Endless thanks to the Wizard Army and Wizard Kings. Your support helps keep the magic strong for all our Grimoire Guardians across the world. Let's dive in, because when power calls, you either rise or get burned. Chapter 71. He dove how far? In vat feather? I think this Harry Potter will be one to vatch. But he's only 14, Victor. But that will put him a year ahead of where I am now for the 1998 World Cup. Very impressive flying this weekend, Mr. Potter, Professor McGonagall said on Monday. I confess I was quite worried about you for a time, but you pulled it off wonderfully. Thanks, Professor, Harry said. But there's something I need to show you, and no, I didn't use it to cheat. He leaned closer to her and changed his eyes to cat's eyes. McGonagall sputtered in shock. Mr. Potter, she said, that is extremely difficult magic. It is, Harry said. Yes, of course it is. Any state between fully human and fully animal is naturally unstable. That's why it is so difficult to learn the transformation in the first place. When you perform a partial transformation, your magic is always trying to push you back to human form until you manage to go fully animal. How on earth did you manage to change just your eyes? I was hoping you could tell me, ma'am. I just focused really hard on wanting to be able to see in the rain. Do you think it could have anything to do with how I became an animagus with accidental magic, Professor? I don't see what else it could be, but I couldn't say for certain. Once again you have exceeded my expertise, Mr. Potter. Harry's and Hermione's sessions with Professor Dumbledore resumed the following weekend, and after some brief pleasantries, the headmaster got down to business and showed them the next memory in his collection. After graduating from Hogwarts and being turned down for a teaching job, it seemed the young Tom Riddle started working for Caractacus Burke, the very man who he must have blamed in part for his mother's death. But Voldemort wasn't above working with unsavory types to get what he wanted, so long as he could still hurt them later. I collected this memory from an old house elf named Hokey, who served a very wealthy old maid named Hepzibah Smith, aunt to Wizengamot member Micah Smith, he explained. I believe you are familiar with the Smiths. One of them, Zacharias, is in your year. While her nephew dealt with the political affairs of the family, Hepzibah devoted herself to the accumulation of wealth and valuable heirlooms of all sorts. This, as you will see, is what drew Tom Riddle to her. Let us begin. Hepzibah Smith, as it turned out, was an extremely fat and gaudily made-up old woman with a tiny and even older house elf. She had enough magical artifacts to run an antique shop, and she was an enormous flirt, which didn't suit her at all. And Voldemort brought her flowers. That's the most disturbing thing I've seen all year, Harry said. This isn't what I wanted to see right after supper, Hermione agreed. Things only got weirder as Riddle, the Dark Lord who had terrorized Britain, the arrogant boy Harry had seen in the Chamber of Secrets, played the part of the poor, subservient shopkeeper's assistant. He was quite an actor, but Harry and Hermione were still surprised he would stoop so low to get what he wanted. But get what he wanted he did. Hepzibah showed him 2 priceless artifacts of hers, one a gold cup belonging to her distant ancestor, Helga Hufflepuff, and the other Slytherin's locket, which Burke had bought from Merope for 10 galleons. Unsurprisingly, she died 2 days later, allegedly because Hokey had accidentally poisoned her cocoa, and the cup and the locket were both gone. And so, for that matter, was Tom Riddle. As Hokey had apparently poisoned her mistress only by accident, she was not imprisoned, Dumbledore said. However, she was of course dismissed. Most elves would simply lie down and die after such an accident, but I happened to hear of the case and took pity on her. I bound her to the castle where she was allowed to clean, though not cook, with the supervision of another elf. I took an interest in the incident with Riddle, and when she was strong enough, I extracted her memory. To my surprise, and at her age, it would have surprised me even if she had been healthy, she lived another 5 years and died in far better spirits than when she had entered the castle, one of the few happy endings of those touched by Voldemort. So he took the ring, the cup, and the locket, Hermione observed. It looks like he was starting a collection of his own. Excellent deduction, Hermione. He was, indeed, collecting artifacts of great magical power and historical value. Can you guess why? Well, if they were powerful, maybe he used them somehow, Harry said. Some kind of ritual, maybe. A good idea, Harry. I believe there was a ritual involved. However, contrary to what you may think, I believe it was the historical value of these artifacts that attracted Voldemort to them. But this you will see in good time. Professor, why don't you just tell us all of it now? He demanded. Because, Dumbledore sighed, I do not yet have all of the pieces myself. That is why I am waiting until closer to Christmas. If I cannot acquire the information I need by then, you may be able to help me do so. In the meantime, I ask that you simply remember what you've seen. Harry nodded reluctantly. He might have pressed the issue, but he admitted there was no hurry at the moment. Professor, Hermione asked a question that was troubling her. In the memory when Riddle got angry, I guess, his eyes glowed red. What was that? That, I suspect, was caused by excessive exposure to the dark arts. It has long been known that these practices can cause one to lose a certain degree of control over one's magic in a very different manner from the accidental magic of youth. The red eyes and the pale, sunken appearance are the first symptom of this malady. The truly unsettling thing is that Voldemort showed these symptoms so young. By the 1970s, Voldemort's eyes had acquired a permanent red glow, indicating a severe case. There is a reason those arts are not taught in most schools. I understand, sir. She and Harry both nodded. Does that little twit ever stop? Harry complained. Hermione sighed. Her brother had been testy ever since Halloween. She hoped his teenage years wouldn't all be like this. What is it, Harry? She asked. Malfoy. He's started writing letters to the editor now. Well, he has as much right to write letters to the editor as we have. Yeah, but just take a look. He laid out the editorial page of the Daily Prophet for his friends to see. Magical creatures should be taught by a professional. A letter from a concerned student. I began taking the Care of Magical Creatures course at Hogwarts this year, hoping to gain some useful hands-on experience. My family has raised various sorts of exotic magical and, if you do count magical creatures, no offense, Hagrid, that's fully half of the classes that have serious issues with their teaching. And we're supposed to be the best magical school in the world. Wow, you're right, Hermione said. Harry, are you starting to get the idea that maybe Professor Dumbledore isn't the best headmaster? Horse feathers. Hagrid roared. Now, I've had some differences with Dumbledore, but he's still a great man. Best headmaster Hogwarts has ever had. Sorry, Hagrid, Harry replied, but you can be a great man and even a great teacher and still not be a great headmaster. He was probably even a great headmaster once, but once the war started, I think he was trying to do too many things at once, Hermione said. Plus, you have to admit he's getting old. How else do you explain his lapses in judgment, like sending Harry to his aunt and uncle? And the less said about the Philosopher's Stone debacle, the better. Well, I admit he ain't gettin' no younger, Hagrid mused. D'you think he's always been like that? Harry asked. I mean, he still seems pretty smart. It's just that it's hard to get him to accept help or talk to anybody else about what he's doing. At least to hear Sirius tell it. Maybe. Of course, he's been on top for so long, maybe it took him a while to realize he's slipping a bit. You know, we really need to do something about Professor Binns, she continued. No one ever learns anything from his classes. Even if they don't sleep through it, she sent a sharp look at Ron and Neville. We don't get anything from them that we don't from the course book, and he doesn't change the assignments from year to year either. A lot of people cheat and copy off the older years. You'd think the board would have fired him ages ago. They tried, Hagrid informed them. Back when he died, but the Ghost Council protested. Said it were discriminatory to fire him just 'cause he was dead. But they wouldn't be firing him because he was dead. They'd be firing him because he's a terrible teacher. Oh, he was like that before. I had him when he was alive, and he was still boring as a flobberworm. Trouble is, he's been teachin' like the so long now there ain't anybody qualified to replace him. Wow, talk about job security, Neville quipped. Yeah. Ha. You know, funny thing about Binns. Yet think a ghost would be great at teachin' history. He's seen more o' it. You would think that, wouldn't you? Hermione said. If only he could remember it. I think he must have had some kind of magical memory loss when he died, Harry. She stopped when she saw her brother staring off into space, wide-eyed. Harry, are you all right? Hagrid, that's brilliant, he exclaimed. How? What? Ron and Neville said. Well, o' course it is, Hagrid chuckled. What did I say? Having a ghost teach history class. Hermione looked at him like he'd gone mad. Harry, we just established that's not working. It's not working with Binns, he countered. There's about 20 other ghosts in the castle. We could have one from every century. Hermione's eyes went wide. Hagrid, that's brilliant. Whoa, learn it from people who were actually there. Ron said. That'd be wicked. Even I'd pay attention to that. Hermione rolled her eyes at him. That could really work, she said. You'd probably need a live human to organize it, but they wouldn't have to be qualified in the subject. Neville, you should write your gran about it. And a letter to the editor, Harry suggested. That sounds like something you could work on. Yeah, I guess. And that'll get some of the attention off you two, Hagrid. Thanks, Harry. Thank ya for looking out for me. Blimey, ye've really been shaking up the school, haven't ya? Well, the way things are, someone's gotta do it. Tonight we will be observing another of my memories, Dumbledore said. 10 years separate this memory from the one you saw last week, 10 years in which no confirmed trace of Voldemort can be found even by my best efforts, 10 years in which he was presumably assembling his network of supporters and researching the darkest aspects of magic both here and abroad. This occurred not long after his first public appearance in Britain as Lord Voldemort. They dived into the memory and landed back in Dumbledore's office, but now it was his office of nearly 40 years ago. The 76-year-old Dumbledore's hair and beard were no longer auburn, but a lightning gray, and there not so many whirring instruments, but the rest of the office was the same. Fawkes was even sleeping on his perch. The younger Dumbledore seemed to be waiting for something. And then Voldemort walked into the office. Harry and Hermione had never seen Voldemort at his height, only as a face on the back of Quirrell's head, and as the boy Tom Riddle, but this man was clearly no longer Riddle but Voldemort. His eyes were not glowing but were permanently bloodshot. He'd grown thin and his skin pale and waxen, and he wore a long black cloak with a hood. "Oh my God, he looks like Emperor Palpatine," Harry said. "Holy cricket, he does," Hermione agreed. "If Lucius Malfoy ever says he's my father, I'll hex him into next week," Harry said. "Ah, Muggle art," Dumbledore said with a chuckle. "Charming, but please do pay attention." Voldemort, for he called himself that openly now, had a simple request, to be the defense against the dark arts professor, even though he clearly cared no more for teaching than Snape, and it was obvious Dumbledore would say no. That left his true purpose most unclear. Was that when he cursed the defense professor job? Hermione asked. "It was," the old wizard replied. "To most people the curse is a mere rumor, but I have seen it woven so deep into the wards that I could not remove it without leaving the castle vulnerable. Professor Langley, the defense professor at the time, died of a heart attack, an uncommon death for a wizard shortly before the end of that school year. The professor I hired the following year became seriously ill, the one the year after that assaulted several students, and so on. I have long wondered whether that was Voldemort's only purpose here that night. There is some evidence to suggest that it was." "There is," Harry said. "Yes. You will recall that Voldemort waited 13 years after that night to begin his campaign of terror. 13, a magically significant number, but also a practical one. 13 years is precisely long enough to graduate all 7 classes who had studied under Professor Langley and to pass an entire new class through the halls of Hogwarts. By 1970, a whole generation had been raised with an insufficient education in the art of defense, and that may well have been an end in itself. So he made all of Britain a softer target? Precisely, Harry. However, I do not believe that was his only motivation that night. Whether he succeeded in any other task he had set for himself, I do not know. I do know that he was not here for long. However, you will need to see the final memory I am still trying to collect before you can understand any more. There were advantages to being the titular head of a noble house, the Grangers thought. On the last Friday in November, Harry and Hermione were both permitted to leave the castle to spend the night at 12 Grimmauld Place and prepare for the Wisengamot the next day. After greeting their family enthusiastically, they got down to business. "All right, so where do we stand, Andy?" Harry asked. "Better than I would have expected after Halloween," said Andromeda Tonks. "The attack on the Robbins girl forced all of the neutrals to pick a side. Basically no one is content with the status quo anymore, so in that respect our proposal was perfectly timed. They all flocked to either our bill or Diggory's, which gave us some windfall votes. We almost look like a viable alternative now. Harry frowned. Almost? That's my fault, Remus said sadly from where he lay the sofa, and that wasn't because of the full moon, which was 2 nights away. From what Sirius had said, he'd been faithfully fulfilling his duties, managing his finances, going to visit Demelza, and so on, but he'd been moping around a lot more the rest of the time. It's not your fault, Moony, Sirius insisted. Unfortunately, since we associate with a known werewolf, some people take this as a sign that our bill is part of a secret plot for werewolves to gain power, so we need to tell them where to shove it. Politely, Andy emphasized. What she said. So what? We tell a heartfelt story about how wonderful Remus is. Harry asked. I'm afraid it's not that simple, Cub, Sirius said. That's going to be a harder sell with a werewolf than it was with muggles, and honestly, it also would have gone down better with a cute, innocent 11-year-old than a 13-year-old with a reputation for shows of power, and a voice that keeps breaking, no offense. Oh, that's nice, Harry grumbled. So what do we do then? Dan Granger asked. What Harry and I do is talk about James and Lily and how they befriended Remus when they were young. Most people still admire them as war heroes. Mention James's parents, too. They were well respected, and they knew about him and supported him, too. That's the first part, Andy confirmed. The second part is to remind everyone how we got neutral parties to help write the bill. Play on people's respect for Amelia Bones. Throw another bone to Adrian Greengrass, no offense, Sirius. Har har. The other good thing is that Sunday night is the full moon again. That's good because everyone's always wanting to wait and see what happens on the full moon with it being so soon afterwards. That'll be switched in January and then we'll be out from under it completely in April, Remus told them. January will be the dangerous one, Andy said. People will be reacting then and they might try to push ahead. Once April comes, we'll be in a better position to make our own move, so in that sense, the calendar works in our favor. So what do we actually have in our bill? Dan asked for clarification. There are a few things, Sirius said. One is deterrence. For legal purposes, being infected with lycanthropy is basically being equated with death, which isn't exactly fair, but it is what it is. Deliberately trying to infect someone gets a penalty of life in Azkaban. They're debating whether to bring back the death penalty for a repeat offender like Greyback. Accidentally infecting someone whilst taking wolfsbane is treated the same as involuntary manslaughter, 5 years unless there are mitigating circumstances. Another one is enforcement. We're trying very hard to make sure that werewolves have complete freedom of movement under normal circumstances. However, the DMLE will have the right to limit their movements for various minor offenses, work restrictions, residency restrictions, and so forth. Failure to register and any kind of close call on the full moon will be dealt with harshly. We think that's a good balance between maintaining public safety and not driving werewolves into hiding. Well, I think it is, Remus clarified, but then, I'm not the average werewolf. I wrote to a few others I know for their thoughts, but I haven't heard much back from them. Sirius nodded. The last part is the hardest sell. We want to provide greater services to werewolves. We're looking at maintaining 3 forested areas around Britain free of humans for transformed werewolves to roam on the full moon. Those who used them would get discounts on wolfsbane potion and other incentives. Also, there would be incentives for taking wolfsbane, like getting restrictions lifted, and we're trying to streamline the background check process for it. The problem is that all that costs money, Andy said. No one wants to spend that money on werewolves. We're trying to convince people that it'll be a net gain if we can get more werewolves buying and taking wolfsbane because most of those proceeds go to the ministry already, but then we're back to the problem of making the background check airtight. Is there a way to provide better access to wolfsbane directly? Hermione suggested. Like giving it out at a clinic so you can make more of it, but it all stays in ministry hands? That's clever, but that would also mean having large numbers of werewolves congregating in public, which would also make people uncomfortable. We are looking at ways to make it more available, since that's known to be the surest way to reduce attacks, but nobody can agree on how. The other thing we want to do is have employment protections, Sirius concluded. Sadly, there's no way we'll be able to stop people from refusing to hire werewolves, but we cut back Umbridge's schedule of jobs they're not allowed to do down to things where not being able to work on the full moon would directly prevent them from being able to do their jobs, things like aurors and emergency healers who have to be on call all the time, and even going that far is facing a lot of opposition. I'm sure you'll see the politics play out with every one of those provisions tomorrow, Andy said. Right now, we need to work on your speeches. I hereby call the November session of the 391st Wisengamot to order, Dumbledore told the assembled lords and ladies. I remind members that, as the final Saturday of the year falls on Christmas Day, the December session will be postponed to the 26th. I ask those bringing the regular reports to come forward. The uninteresting routine work of the Wisengamot began, but Harry was more interested in the whispers that were circling the gallery. Remus had not been missed when he entered the chamber, surrounded by friends and allies so that he could not be directly harassed. A lot of people were giving him a wide berth. He had suggested to stay home himself, but Sirius wanted him there to make a statement. It was definitely getting attention. Amos Diggory and several of the more conservative members like Lucius Malfoy were glaring at him. Harry's eyes zeroed in on Minister Fudge. There was a woman standing beside him, seemingly as an aide. He didn't like the look of her at all. She wore a hideous pink jumper, had a wide mouth like a toad, and a ridiculous black bow perched atop her head like a giant fly. She whispered something in Fudge's ear, and the minister immediately stopped the proceedings. "Chief Warlock," he said, "apologies for the interruption, but I must object to the presence of a known werewolf in the Wisengamot Hall. That is entirely inappropriate in such a public setting." Sirius quickly countered that, saying, "Chief Warlock, Mr. Lupin is here as a guest of the House of Black and of the House of Potter, and at the discretion of the chair, I believe. Mr. Lupin has also visited the Wisengamot before without incident, and most importantly, there is no rule against a werewolf being in the Wisengamot chamber. I checked. Now, if you'd like to put it to a vote." They didn't. No one ever suggested that unless they were certain how the vote would go. Remus would stay. Harry's speech, however, would wait till a little later, after they started discussing the bill. They were counting on one of the supporters of Umbridge's bill to start ranting about Remus, thus giving him an opening. In fact, it was Amos Diggory himself who made it an issue. The proponents of this bill, the Lycanthropy Regulation and Management Act, consider it a victory that a dangerous beast attended Hogwarts for 7 years, not only confined in the castle with hundreds of children, but even given power over them as a prefect. In fact, they have as good as said they want to revive the practice this coming fall. It seems to be one of Lord Black's infamous oh-so-amusing pranks to continue to keep this beast as a pet, and to attempt to train the boy who lived as a werewolf tamer at least. We can only hope that's what he's up to and not something more sinister. And again, the proponents of this bill think nothing of bringing this same beast into the Wisengamot chamber itself, only 24 hours before the full moon. I ask you, good lords and ladies, why we tolerate such rank cavalierness amongst our numbers, especially when it comes to the savior of the wizarding world. Harry sat patiently through this rant and then rose up to defend himself and his family. "Mr. Diggory," he said as calmly as he could, "my father, then heir to the House of Potter, and my godfather, then heir to the House of Black, deduced that Mr. Remus Lupin suffered from lycanthropy during their second year at Hogwarts. Instead of rejecting him, they befriended him. They did not see a dangerous beast, as you say. They saw a lonely boy who needed some friends, and they were happy to overlook the prejudice that pervades the wizarding world to help him. My grandparents, the Lord and Lady Potter, and I'll note that my grandmother was also a Black in good standing with her family, also knew that Mr. Lupin suffered this condition, and they not only approved of his friendship but also allowed him to stay at their house when he needed to. In all the years since, Mr. Lupin has been nothing but kind and considerate to my family. He is intelligent and trustworthy, as evidenced by the fact that he became a prefect at Hogwarts and later earned a mastery in defense. He has always been extremely careful about his transformations. During his 7 years at Hogwarts and before and afterwards, he has never hurt anyone during the full moon most of that time without the help of the wolfsbane potion. He is living proof that werewolves are not all bad, that they can make a better life for themselves, and I am proud to call him my friend." Harry sat down as scattered applause broke out around the hall, more than he was expecting at least, though that might have been because he was a celebrity and not because he had that much support. Remus was blushing as he spoke. Of course, Harry's reputation wasn't unassailable. It was Lucius Malfoy who stood next to speak in his usual unctuous tone. "I think we all know that Lord Potter can give an emotional speech. One might say he has a talent for it. However, we should also remember that he is young and idealistic, not to mention raised by Muggles and unfamiliar with the harsh realities of our world. Even leaving aside the current question, we can see this clearly in Lord Potter's frankly laughable claims in several of his open letters over the past year. To wit, Lord Potter has claimed that most Muggle-born witches and wizards likely have magical ancestors within a few generations, that all of them are likely descended from noble and most ancient houses in the 30th or 40th generation, even the House of Slytherin, which no longer has any confirmed descendants, that most pure-blooded witches and wizards have Muggle ancestry, and that even they may be descended from noble and most ancient houses through these Muggle ancestors. Now, I don't mean to give Lord Potter grief over the naivety of his views, nor do I mean to make this a discussion about blood or heritage. I merely mean to illustrate that his views are not as well thought out as they seem. I ask you, lords and ladies, is it any wonder that these letters were published in the Quibbler? Laughter broke out around the hall. Harry looked over to the press section, where he saw Xenophilius Lovegood roll his eyes. Angered more on behalf of Luna and her father than himself, Harry stood up again. "Lord Malfoy, on this matter my age and upbringing are irrelevant, as is the supposed quality of that publication. Everything you need is in the letters themselves, and I publicly challenge any qualified arithmancer to refute my claims." That was risky. A good arithmancer could probably disappear most of the mixed ancestries in the statistics with a careful study of intermarriage rates, but Harry had at least raised the bar, and that was enough to shut Lord Malfoy up for now. But he wasn't done yet. "And as for my Muggle family, attitudes towards werewolves in the Muggle world are similar to the magical world. There are very few sympathetic depictions of werewolves in Muggle literature. They are reviled and distrusted on general principle in fiction, and if Muggles knew that werewolves really existed, most of them would fear them just as most wizards do. So when I say that my adopted family never had a second thought about befriending Mr. Lupin, knowing he was a werewolf from the first, you will grasp my full meaning. We understand that it's a disease that he can't help having, and that it's perfectly safe for 29 days out of the month. To both wizards and Muggles, that should make it clear that the discrimination against werewolves is unfounded. that got another round of applause and undercut the strongest parts of Malfoy's argument, though it probably didn't win them much. After that, Sirius and Andy went through the provisions of the bill one by one, pointing out how respected neutral parties had given their advice on many of them and asking some of the people involved to speak personally. The debate continued for a while longer, but little seemed to be done. Typical politics, the Grangers thought. In the end, it was hard to tell how much progress had been made. The past month had done little besides polarize the Wisengamot into the two camps, and prejudices were hard to overcome, even with a speech like that, but the odds didn't seem insurmountable anymore, so they were pleased about that. On Sunday evening, the night of the full moon, Sirius was given permission to skip his hit wizard patrol in order to deal with another, more personal werewolf-related issue. Hogsmeade was on high alert in case Greyback should show again, especially to make a second pass at the Robbinses, which was where he was now with Remus to help the family through the night. "There's not much we can do about supper," Remus told Mr. and Mrs. Robbins. "It gets dark so early this time of year. With the stress of the transformation, I usually just sleep through the night under the potion, but Demelza's a lot younger than I am, so she might well be up all night. We brought some steaks for snacks if we need them. You can go get something for yourself if you want." Mr. and Mrs. Robbins nodded and looked around worriedly at their cellar. They had cleared out a large enough space for 2 wolves and a large dog and had laid blankets over the floor. Their daughter was sitting against the wall, her knees drawn up to her chest and not speaking. Demelza was a fighter, especially with encouragement from Harry Potter himself, but the prospect of facing her first full moon and being cursed to transform into a dangerous animal was enough to frighten anyone. She already looked paler and thinner than before. Sirius had paid for a course of wolfsbane potion for her which tasted so disgusting she could barely choke it down, but even with a human mind this night was a grim prospect. "It'll be fine," Sirius assured them. "I'll be here in dog form the whole time in case anything happens." Under the present circumstances, Sirius had decided it was time to come out and register as an animagus. "And if there's an emergency, I can change back and do the homorphous charm, but it's better to let it go through the night." "We understand," Mr. Robbins said. "Demelza, are you going to be okay with Lord Black and Mr. Lupin?" Mrs. Robbins asked. The girl looked up and nodded weakly. I think so, Mum." An enchanted timer chimed. "That's 5 minutes," Remus said. "We should get ready. As we mentioned before, we're going to have to ask you two to stay back the entire time, especially during the change. It takes time to get used to the wolf's body, and it's too dangerous to get careless with the teeth and claws." Mrs. Robbins had tears in her eyes as she and her husband nodded their understanding. Remus moved to sit in the middle of the blankets. "Demelza, you'll need to come out here, please." Demelza slowly staggered to her feet. She had mostly healed, but the bite out of her leg had been a bad one. She still walked with a limp, and the healers weren't sure it would ever go away. She hated it, along with the 2 thin scratch marks that stretched across her face. Mrs. Robbins took a few moments to hug her daughter tightly. "We'll be watching the whole time, Demelza," she said. "It's going to be okay." Soon afterwards, the timer chimed the 1-minute warning, and Remus motioned for the girl to lie face down on the blankets. That was the easiest position to transform in. Remus himself lay down a short distance away to give both of them space, and Sirius changed to Padfoot and nuzzled in beside her. It was a strange sight, her parents thought, but they didn't have time to ponder it as the timer chimed moonrise. They watched as Demelza went rigid. Her limbs began to shake, and she thrashed and screamed in pain. Mrs. Robbins instinctively stepped forward to help, but Padfoot barked at her and shook his head whilst laying his foreleg across Demelza's shoulders to hold her down. Remus was clearly going through similar trouble, but he was a lot less conspicuous about it. He was used to it by now. Demelza's head lengthened and her screams became a dog-like whine of pain. Her body stretched longer and her whining rose in pitch. Fur sprouted from her face and her hands curled into clawed paws. Then, in a few more seconds it was over, and before them was a large, bedraggled-looking wolf cub, looking almost like a normal wolf, except for the short snout and the tufted tail. Demelza pushed herself up partway and shook herself like a dog. Then, in what was probably the equivalent of a groan of relief, she opened her jaws and began to howl. "Ow-org!" Padfoot shoved her snout down with his paw. He turned his head and cocked one ear as if to say listen, and then a haunting sound echoed through Hogsmeade. Greyback was in the village again. Demelza shivered and nuzzled close to Padfoot like a frightened puppy. Moony got up from where he lay, looking a good deal more like an old arthritic wolf under the potion than his 33 years would suggest, and also lay close to her. Mr. and Mrs. Robbins watched the scene in silence, pained that they could not come closer and comfort their daughter, no matter what she looked like at the moment. It would have disturbed them greatly, seeing their 10-year-old daughter sleeping with 2 grown men, but nothing about this situation was normal anymore. It was a long night. They later learnt that Greyback had shown up somewhere around the Shrieking Shack again and had led the Aurors and Hit Wizards on a merry chase around the forest, which ended in a standoff when the werewolf regrouped with his pack. With the werewolves unable to advance across a de facto no-man's land without being bombarded by curses, and the wizards unable to approach them safely without being attacked with tooth and claw, they were stuck in a loose skirmish until reinforcements arrived, at which the werewolves fled into the mountains. Being faster on rough terrain, they quickly lost their pursuers there. A certain pair of seekers' positions were reversed for the next Quidditch match between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff as Harry Potter met Cho Chang on her way down to the pitch. "Hey Cho, good luck out there," Harry said. "Oh, hi." "Thanks, Harry," Cho replied, smiling. "At least the weather's good. I shouldn't get pummeled by a hailstorm." "Yeah, there's that," Harry agreed. "Listen, will you do me a favor?" Cho said, surprised that Harry Potter was asking her for a favor. "Go out there and beat Diggory for me. Show him who's boss." Harry knew he shouldn't blame Cedric for his father's politics, but it would be so satisfying to see, especially seeing him beaten by a pretty girl like Cho. Cho, who had only a passing knowledge of the political situation between them, just smiled again and said, "Don't worry, Harry, I will." Harry grinned as he watched her go. "Someone has a crush," a low, sing-song voice whispered behind him. Harry jumped about a foot in the air and spun around to see who had spoken. "Merlin, Hermione." "Don't do that to me," he said. Hermione giggled. "But it was just too easy. So what do you think? Cho's very pretty, isn't she?" Well, yes, she is. And hopefully a good Quidditch player, too." "Well, I think you've definitely got her attention," Hermione said. Harry stumbled. You think so?" he said, his voice breaking. "Harry, you got everyone's attention with your flying in the last match, and that's not even accounting for the fact that you're Harry freakin' Potter. Didn't you see how she smiled at you? If you want some sisterly advice, I think you should try talking to her." "Isn't that what I just did? I mean really talking to her. For more than half a minute." "Huh. Maybe. I'll think about it," Harry said, taken a little by surprise. He hadn't really expected Hermione to come in with that kind of advice. He must have been doing something right, though. Ravenclaw flattened Hufflepuff in the match. I have but one final memory for you to watch before you can fully understand what you have seen these past few months, Dumbledore said. Harry and Hermione were eager to get the answers they'd been waiting for. Whose memory is it, Professor? Hermione asked. My old friend Horace Slughorn's. You should recall that he was Professor Snape's predecessor as Potions Master and head of Slytherin House. His career at Hogwarts reached back many years, even to when Tom Riddle was a student here. It is to that time that we will be returning tonight, and it was for this very reason that I introduced Professor Slughorn to you last year at your godfather's party. Now let us observe. Even the young Horace Slughorn looked like a walrus. Actually, with his large stomach and thick mustache, Harry thought he looked disturbingly like a nicer version of his Uncle Vernon, with an even greater taste for luxury. Harry didn't think he liked him much. Riddle, however, seemed to think he was useful, buttering the man up with bribes and flattery, but there was something wrong with the memory. Sir, I wondered what you know about Horcruxes? And it happened all over again. The dense fog filled the room so that Harry could not see Slughorn or Voldemort at all, only Dumbledore smiling serenely beside him. Then Slughorn's voice boomed out again, just as it had done before. I don't know anything about Horcruxes and wouldn't tell you if I did. Now get out of here at once and don't let me catch you mentioning them again. Well, that's that, said Dumbledore placidly. Time to go. That didn't look right, Harry said. What was wrong with it? Simple, that memory has been tampered with. Tampered with? By whom? Why? By Professor Slughorn himself, for shame of what's said. But Professor, Hermione asked, what are Horcruxes? Ah, that is very dark magic, Hermione, and no, you will not find mention of them in the school library. I can explain it to you if need be, but that is not why I called you here tonight. It's not? Then why dash? My intent, Dumbledore said, if all goes well, is that the three of us should meet with Professor Slughorn again on New Year's Eve. This is very important. It may be the key to defeating Voldemort. It is vital that we find out precisely what Professor Slughorn told Tom Riddle about Horcruxes, and I was hoping that you could help me convince him to tell us. Us? Harry said incredulously. How are we going to convince him? My dear boy, Dumbledore smiled as he played Harry's trump card back on him. You're Harry Potter. Chapter 72. Like any time the kids were home, the holiday season was a busy one for the Grangers. But the first order of business for Harry and Hermione to watch the new Doctor whose special that their parents had recorded, Dimensions in Time. However, by the time it was over, they wished they hadn't. That was awful, Hermione said. What idiot decided to make it a crossover with EastEnders? Harry demanded. I don't know, but it's the 30th anniversary. That was just insulting. That was worse than the twin dilemma. No way. Nothing is worse than the twin dilemma, but that came pretty close. I hate to say it, Harry, but I think Doctor Who is dead. Well, if it is, that thing killed it, he griped. D'you think a dark wizard confounded the writers, Hermione? Normally I'd say no, but with something that bad, I'd believe anything. In the week before Christmas, they visited Grimmauld Place again so that Harry and Hermione could show their parents what they had learnt in school, and some of what they had learnt in the dueling club. Professor Williamson was less grumpy and more interesting there than he was in class, but more importantly, Hermione had another project that she was ready to complete. 2 years of work, and you're already set to try the Animagus transformation, Sirius said, impressed. You are truly the brightest witch of your generation. Dan and Emma didn't look as thrilled with the situation. They didn't much appreciate their daughter undertaking such a risky course of study, which was normally only supposed to be done as an adult, even if their son could already do it. "And you can fix it if anything goes wrong?" Emma asked. "Don't worry, Emma," Sirius said. "If we could work the rat through this, it'll be cake for Hermione." "It's really a good thing she's learning it now," Remus agreed. "If, Merlin forbid, she ever runs into Greyback, she'll be able to transform to avoid infection." "Yes, you see? It can be useful," Hermione said optimistically. "That's the spirit," Sirius said. He sat across from her and tried to lead her through the final meditation. He said it might take several tries, but from the way she could already make fur sprout from her skin and from her natural giftedness, he thought she might be able to do it on the first try. In the end, she didn't quite do it in one try, but she did do it in one session. Multiple times that afternoon, Hermione grew fur, and her body began to change shape, but each time she shifted back to human with a snap. Professor McGonagall was right. There was a lot of resistance that she had to push through. It seemed a Sisyphean endeavor, but just as Sirius was about to give up for the day, it happened. Her body shrank down to about 15 pounds, and before the Grangers stood a young female Eurasian river otter, looking disoriented for a moment and then very pleased with herself. The only difference from a regular otter was that instead of a cream-colored belly, her coat was solid brown. "Hermione," Emma said. The otter nodded her head and made a sound that was surprisingly like a meow, but squeakier. Then she began cavorting around the room. Harry immediately changed to Ratsbane and followed her, with Padfoot close behind. "Our daughter is an otter," Emma said. "Our son is a cat, and their godfather is a dog. Remind me again how we wound up in this situation." "Adopt a stray kitten, and you never know what'll happen, I guess," Dan said. Sirius changed back and corralled Hermione to get her to change as well. Changing back to human was supposed to be easier, but it could still need helping along. With his guidance, though, she made the change after a couple of tries. "Congratulations, Hermione," Dan said once she was back to normal. "How do you feel?" "Pretty good," she said with a smile. "Except I have a sudden craving for freshwater fish." Sirius and Harry both laughed at her expense. "Welcome to my world," Harry said. "Well, I'm so proud of you for learning it so fast, kitten," Sirius said. "We'll keep practicing it over the break, and then you should be safe to change at school with just Harry's supervision if you need to. And of course, McGonagall can fix it if something goes wrong. Have you thought of a marauder name, Hermione?" Remus asked. "Miss Fisher, I think. I looked for otter names in literature, but I didn't find anything good." "Fisher it is," Sirius said. He tapped his wand on her shoulders and said, "By the power vested in me as senior marauder, I, Mr. Padfoot, do hereby dub thee Miss Fisher. May you use your power only on those deserving of mischief." "We can do without the mischief, thank you," Emma said ineffectually. A few days later, it was Christmas Eve day, the Grangers were back at home, and Grandma and Grandpa had arrived. Hermione was making good progress with her transformation, although she couldn't do it with her grandparents around. They knew about magic, but it was safer if they didn't know about the animagus bit. "Did you know that otters were considered sacred to the ancient Persians, Harry?" she said as they lounged in Harry's room. "No, I didn't." "Well, I guess that makes us even, then," he said. "I'll take Egypt, and you'll take Persia." As he chuckled to himself, he was surprised to see Cousin Andy's owl flutter in and start pecking at the window. Harry opened it. "You got something for me, boy?" he asked. The owl stuck out its leg. A moment later, Harry grew pale as he read the note. Oh no, he said, and he ran down the stairs. Harry? Harry! Hermione ran after him. Harry, what's wrong? Dan asked when he hit the living room. Cousin Dora's in the hospital. What? Oh no. What happened? Harry calmed down enough to read the rest of the note and then relaxed. Training accident, I guess, he said. The letter says Madai's been running them through some live fire exercises, and she got hit with a bunch of jinxes that interfered with her metamorphic ability. She says she'll be fine, but she'll be in St. Mungo's for Christmas. Oh, that's too bad, Emma said. We should go visit her tomorrow. We should be able to work it in. The rest of the day was very busy between baking, other preparations, and Christmas Eve church. The next morning Sirius and Remus came over to open presents as usual, but the presents were suspiciously bigger this year. First, Sirius and Remus gave Harry a new communication mirror linked to theirs. Try not to get this one smashed, Sirius said half-jokingly. They're not easy to find. It was Hermione's gift, though, that really raised some eyebrows. Carefully stacked and folded inside a large box, which of course was bigger on the inside, were a bronze cauldron and an elaborate setup with many flasks, bottles, phials, and ingredients, including some rare ones. Oh my goodness, she said. This is a professional-grade portable potions lab. This is incredible, Sirius. A professional-grade lab? Dan and Emma thought. That had to have been expensive. They wondered why he would do that, but then they noticed the suspicious long, thin shape of Harry's last present. There were only a handful of things that could be, and they had a pretty good guess. Harry opened it and gasped. Merlin's pants, it's a firebolt. This is the fastest broom in the world. It's top of the line this year. I can't believe you got it. A firebolt? Dan said in surprise. Sirius, this is too much. Don't those cost hundreds of galleons? Harry still has a broom that can be fixed. Yes, he does, Sirius answered, but as much as I hate to be as materialistic as the Malfoys, they're right about one thing. The Nimbus 2000 isn't the best broom on the market anymore. I still have some degree of power over Creature, and from him I learnt that Draco Malfoy is also receiving a firebolt for Christmas. If Harry wants to keep beating him, he'll have the best chance if he's on an equal footing. And then, of course, I had to think, what could I spoil Hermione with? Hence the potions lab. This is amazing, Sirius, Harry said. Thank you so much. Only the best for my godkids. They cleaned up from unwrapping gifts and ate their Christmas dinner, after which everyone besides Grandma and Grandpa made a special trip to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries to visit the Tonkses. Dora was up on the 4th floor for spell damage, and according to the healers, she was being really cranky about it. When they got to her ward, they saw why. Nymphadora Tonks's preferred spiky pink hair was gone. Instead, her entire head was covered in little spines. She was also bright green. Everyone, even Dan and Emma, was trying not to snigger at her. Oh, right, laugh it up, she complained. That was some training accident, huh? Sirius asked. Oh my lord, she's a cactus, Harry whispered. Yeah, you think it's real funny, do you? Dora said. They're on my arms and legs too. I can't move without poking myself. Sorry, Harry said. Dare I ask what happened, Dora? Remus ventured cautiously. What does it look like? I got hit with a sea urchin jinx and a hair loss curse at the same time. Then there was a green color change charm that we used to simulate a killing curse in training. So you're dead, Sirius said. Not as dead as you'll be, Fuzzball. And that was enough to land you in the hospital? Emma interrupted before a fight could start. No, Emma, see, I also got hit with a jellylegs jinx, and jellylegs is well known to interfere with hexes that alter cosmetic appearances. The combination knocked out my metamorphic ability, so I can't change myself back. They say I should be back to normal by New Year's. Great, then you won't miss the party, Sirius quipped. Yeah, there's that. They sat and talked for a while about how Christmas was going. Dora was very excited to hear about Harry's new firebolt and declared that Harry was a shoo-in to lead Gryffindor to the Quidditch Cup this year. Of course, that was the same as the past 2 years. The Grangers also promised to come back later in the week and give highlights of the Diagonal Theatre's Christmas play. This year's show was a historical play about Merlin. As the afternoon wore on, they decided they needed to go and soon left the ward. And came face to face with Neville Longbottom. Neville? Hermione said in surprise. Neville jumped when he saw them, but he waved nervously and said, Hi, Harry." "Hi, Hermione. What are you doing here?" "Visiting our cousin, the cactus," Harry replied. "I heard that. Training accident at the Auror department," he clarified. At that moment, a formidable-looking witch in a green dress and a hat with a stuffed vulture on top came around the corner. "Oh, hello, Lord Potter, Miss Granger," Augusta Longbottom said, betraying only mild surprise. "What a coincidence. I was just bringing Neville in to visit his parents. You're welcome to come meet them if you like." We wouldn't want to impose," Madame Longbottom. Hermione started. "Oh, not at all, girl. I'm surprised Neville hasn't asked you to visit before now." Harry and Hermione exchanged a very uncomfortable look with Neville. In fact, he had invited them to visit his parents last year, but they had not wanted to intrude on what was clearly a painful subject for him. His grandmother didn't seem to share the same sensitivity. "It's fine," he said softly. "You can come. We'll just be in the tea room," Remus said, escorting Sirius away. Madame Longbottom led the children and Dan and Emma into a closed room labeled the Janus Thickey ward. It was soon obvious that this served as the long-term psychiatric ward of the hospital, since only victims of the most intractable mind-altering spells were to be found there. And slowly pacing the length of that room was a white-haired woman in a nightdress. Neville sighed and stepped forward to take her hand. Alice Longbottom had not uttered an intelligible word in 12 years, although she frequently hummed to herself and spent a lot of her time walking up and down the length of the ward. She was only 36 years old, but she looked at least 50. Her hair was wispy white and plastered to her forehead, and her face was thin and worn, with the slightly leathery appearance of a woman 2 decades older than her true age. There was a slight tremor to her movements, and she shuffled in unsteady steps. There was no spark of life in her eyes and no glimmer of recognition, although she seemed specially attracted to Neville and stayed close by his side while they visited. Alice's husband, Frank, could speak a few words, but what he said always came out as an incoherent babble. He was bedridden, unable to walk, and the healers had to work with him regularly to make sure his muscles didn't atrophy. His hands shook when he tried to use them, and he would sometimes smack the healers if they handled him too roughly. Frank didn't really give any acknowledgement to Neville either, but Neville patiently sat and talked to both of them about how his year was going, and he introduced Harry and Hermione to them. Dan and Emma watched the scene with admiration for Neville's love and devotion, but also a growing uneasiness about what was actually going on with his parents. "Madame Longbottom," Dan said hesitantly, "if you don't mind my asking, what happened to them?" "What? You don't know?" Madame Longbottom said. "Neville, haven't you told your friends about your parents?" "We never asked, ma'am," Hermione said quickly as she saw Neville become even more uncomfortable. Well, that's no excuse, she said imperiously. You should be proud, Neville. Proud. Your parents gave up their health and sanity to protect their son. There's no need for you to be ashamed of them. I'm not ashamed, Neville said. Harry and Hermione were also taking a closer look at Frank and Alice. A sense of something not being quite right started to tingle. A quick look told them their parents were thinking the same thing. My son and his wife, Madame Longbottom said, were tortured into insanity by you-know-whose followers. They were Aurors, highly gifted, both of them. The alarm bells started ringing louder. Tortured? Emma said in confusion, interrupting Augusta's praise for her family. Forgive me, but pain by itself doesn't do that. Well, the Cruciatus curse certainly does. Augusta clearly wasn't shy about discussing this in front of the two seemingly oblivious victims. But something doesn't sound right. Emma trailed off uncertainly. I can't see what the problem is. Who's the, healer in charge of this ward? Dan asked. Miriam Strout, sir. How can I help you? A fussy, motherly-looking woman came up to them. She sounded sweet but very busy from looking after all the patients. Well, my wife and I both have some, Muggle healers training, and we were just wondering if you could tell us what these two have been diagnosed with. Oh, the Longbottoms? Strout said. Poor dears. Extreme Cruciatus exposure. They're insane plumb out of their minds. We've been trying to help, of course, but there's not much that can be done for a case like that. But they do have such a nice family, visiting every week. That response confirmed something was wrong. What Harry and Hermione only vaguely understood, Dan and Emma knew well. Frank and Alice looked like textbook late-stage Alzheimer's patients with some symptoms of Parkinson's on the side. Yes, I'm afraid there's not really anything they can do, Augusta said. The important thing is that we uphold their legacy. Isn't that right, Neville? Neville didn't say anything. Madame Longbottom, Emma said, this may sound like a strange question, but have you ever had them examined by a Muggle doctor? Both of the other women stopped. What? Augusta said. The ones who cut people up? Why on earth would we do that? No, those are surgeons, Emma said, feeling rather offended as a dentist who did some of that herself. Doctors examine the body, try to understand illnesses, and prescribe medicines, much like your healers. Oh, but I can't imagine they could do any better than we could, dear, Strout said. You'd be surprised. I think they just might. I'm sorry, Mrs. Granger. Well, Mrs. Granger, Strout said, turning stern, I fail to see what Muggle healers could do that we can't. Well, they could get the diagnosis right, for one. Silence filled the ward, as silent as a psych ward ever is, anyway. A fur-faced woman in a nearby bed started barking. Neville stared at Emma with open mouth, shocked at the implication. The diagnosis? Augusta said suspiciously. Are you suggesting we have their diagnosis wrong? After 12 years? The Grangers hesitated, worried that they had gone too far, but slowly Dan responded. Madame Longbottom, we don't mean to cause any further pain for you or Neville. It's just that we're concerned about what we're seeing. In the Muggle world, insanity isn't a diagnosis, it's a symptom. Now, the Cruciatus curse may be the underlying cause here, but the fact remains. He looked to his wife for help. The fact remains, ma'am, Emma continued, that it should be obvious your son and his wife aren't suffering from insanity. They're suffering from dementia. Severe memory loss. There are several Muggle diseases that can cause it. Memory loss? Oh, Mrs. Granger, Strout said patronizingly. I understand if you're not that familiar with mind healing, but I've dealt with cases of accidental total obliviation before, and they were nothing like the Longbottoms. They could still walk and talk normally, for example. No, ma'am, I think my mum might be right. Hermione spoke up suddenly as her mind started working. That sounds like amnesia, but that's only one kind of memory. If that's how obliviation works, then we know there are other kinds of memory in the brain that obliviation never touches, like how to walk and talk, or in more severe cases, even how to eat and how to breathe. If the Longbottoms sustained brain damage from the curse, it could have affected those things too, but unless you have really good diagnostic charms for the brain, we'd need a Muggle MRI scan to be sure, right, Mum? Mother nodded. And MRI? Augusta said. What is that? Oh, it's a machine that can take pictures of your brain from outside your head, Harry said. Augusta and Strout were shocked. You can do that? Strout said. Is that safe, Mr. Potter? Augusta added. Sure, our doctors do it all the time. Maybe it could tell us something new. You know, kids, I think that's a very good idea, Dan agreed. Madame Longbottom, I think a Muggle MRI, it might be able to give you some valuable information. If Healer Strout was intimidated by seeing Harry Potter and his family, she didn't show it. As nice as she usually was, this was her domain. You mean to tell me, she said incredulously, that you want to take 2 of my patients to these Muggle doctors and put them in a machine that can somehow take pictures of their brains, and then you think they could help with their Muggle potions? Yes, pretty much, Harry replied. Neville looked at his 2 friends and their parents, still reeling and trying to figure out what was going on. They had come in here for the first time today, and within an hour had come up with an alternative explanation for what was wrong with his own parents, all whilst accusing the best healers in Britain of getting it wrong for the past 12 years. Ordinarily that screamed crackpot, and his Gran looked about to make that very remark, but he needed to know for sure. He jumped ahead of her and said, "Dee, do you really think they could help?" Hermione reached out and laid a comforting hand on his shoulder. He blushed and his eyes flicked to it once, then back to her face. I don't know, she said. It's hard to say. They probably can't do much, to be honest. Muggles don't know much about reversing brain damage, but there are medicines that are designed to fix abnormal brain function. They could probably at least fix the tremors, and, depending on what else is wrong with them, maybe they could do more. Augusta was surprised by this show of interest from her grandson. She'd been about to dismiss the Grangers' claims out of hand, but something in the back of her mind told her that maybe this was an unfair prejudice that she still held on to. And after all, Harry Potter had done the impossible more than once before. What are you thinking, Neville? She asked with genuine curiosity. Neville's voice was soft, but it came out firmly. I trust Harry and Hermione, Gran. He gave Hermione an awkward half-hug, somewhat to her surprise, and broke away and faced her. I think we should try it like they say. It can't hurt, can it? Well, Neville, Augusta said, unsure of where to go from here. I admire your interest in your parents' well-being, but I'm quite leery to trust these Muggle machines. Neville's face rapidly turned downcast. His grandmother was not an easy woman to convince. Harry wished he could do more for his friend when he got an idea. Madame Longbottom, he said. What if I did it first? Harry didn't realize how big of an impression he must have made on the healers. He, Harry Potter, volunteered to undergo what they saw as a strange new medical procedure on a whim in order to help out his friend's family whom he had just met. He didn't see it that way. The way he saw it, he was just getting a harmless medical scan as a favor to one of his best friends. He would be out a fair bit of money, but even that Neville was trying to convince his gran to pay for him. In any case, the word of Harry Potter could move mountains of paperwork. A few days later, he was at a Muggle hospital inside an MRI machine, which was comfortable enough but very loud, and Madame Longbottom had signed Frank and Alice out of St. Mungo's to bring them here for evaluation. They could be moved out of the ward for short periods at any time, but there had never really been any need before. To be honest, Harry wasn't sure what the doctors would find. Was there anything different about a magical brain? Maybe, but somehow he doubted it. Wizards and Muggles just thought too much alike. And besides, Muggleborns must occasionally get MRIs before they find out about magic, right? Anything weird would show up right away. So he didn't expect the scans to come out and the neurologist to say, "What the hell is that?" "Excuse me," Harry said. "What's wrong?" Dan and Emma said in unison. I've never seen anything." The doctor trailed off and had Harry pulled out of the machine. Once he was able to look at him directly, he said, "That scar on your forehead, how did you get it?" In a car crash?" Harry said worriedly. He didn't like where this was going at all. "Is there something wrong?" "Well, I don't know about wrong, but it does look odd." "Have you ever had your head x-rayed?" "No. I think maybe you should." 15 minutes later, the doctor had both an X-ray and an MRI scan for Harry. He showed his family the X-ray first. There, plain as day above the right eye socket, was a thin dark gray line in the shape of a lightning bolt. "My scar in my skull?" Harry said. "That's no ordinary cut on your forehead, Mr. Potter." "That's for sure," the doctor said. "This goes clean through the bone. I've never seen a car crash do that. It looks like it was cut with a jigsaw, but with the MRI." That was strange enough already. The Grangers had never had a reason to think Harry's scar was more than skin deep, but then they'd never bother to try to get it cosmetically altered or anything either. "What about it?" Emma pressed. "Well, it's his brain that's the really strange part." The doctor showed them a front view of Harry's brain and they gasped. The various grooves in the brain's surface varied from person to person, but they were usually pretty close to symmetrical. These weren't. Right there in the right frontal lobe was a groove that looked deeper than the rest, a groove in the shape of a lightning bolt. "It's in my brain?" Harry said worriedly, touching his forehead. "How is that possible?" Dan asked. "I have no idea," the doctor replied. "As near as I can tell, that sulcus goes all the way through his frontal lobe, the gray matter and the white matter, and it's lined up perfectly with the scar on his skin, but they can't possibly be from the same cause." "Why not?" "Because, Mr. Granger, the area around the scar in the skull looks like actual scar tissue. It was definitely cut by something. But this groove in his brain looks like healthy brain tissue. It looks like his brain grew that way." Well, is it a problem?" Emma asked. "I wouldn't think so. If it hasn't affected his development yet, I doubt it will in the future. I just don't see how it can be there in the first place." Emma sighed. "Thank you, doctor. We were actually here for our friends, the Longbottoms, though." "That's right." He switched files. "The terrorist victims," he said suspiciously. Without any Muggle records, it was hard to come up with a plausible story. "Well, I don't have any more to say on your son's scan. Just that you might want to get him another MRI every couple years. Let's go get your friends prepped." When the Grangers came out into the waiting room, Neville immediately jumped from his seat. "Harry," he said. "What took so long? Did something go wrong?" "No, Neville," he said. "I just found out my scar goes all the way into my brain." "What? How?" "No idea. I'll have to ask Professor Dumbledore about it. Anyway, they're ready for you parents." Frank and Alice Longbottom showed obvious discomfort at being placed in the loud and cramped MRI machine, but they otherwise suffered no ill effects. Afterwards, the doctor met with Augusta and Neville and explained the situation. "Just to look at it, I'd say this looks like severe seizure damage," he said. That wasn't surprising, since that's essentially how the Cruciatus curse worked. What was surprising was that these St. Mungo's healers had failed to articulate that finding for so long. Now, the good news is that there is surprisingly little atrophy of the brain tissue. The bad news is that there's really no way we know of to repair the damage. There are a few things we can try that might do something. We can give them L-Dopa for the tremors. That should almost certainly work, although the side effects can be a bit harsh. As for their memories, we can try putting them on Tacrin and Memantine. Those are the leading Alzheimer's drugs. They might help them clear their heads a bit. They might even help them form and retain new memories better, but it's frankly a long shot to get back anything that they've lost. I'm sorry, but that's the best I can do. Augusta talked the matter over with the Grangers and with Neville. Upon hearing the options, the Grangers were in favor of trying it, and Neville's answer remained the same as before. "I trust Harry and Hermione." The Grangers sincerely hoped the Muggle treatments would be able to help the Longbottoms, but it was a long shot. Still, they decided to make a courtesy visit to Longbottom Manor on New Year's Eve before Sirius's party in order to see how things were going. "Well, I must say," Augusta Longbottom said, "it was a good thing you warned us about those side effects, or we would have stopped those Muggle potions faster than you can say bloody quacks. As it was, it took quite a lot of effort to convince the healers that we weren't poisoning Frank and Alice. Do all Muggle potions do that?" "Usually not that bad, but many of them do," Dan said. "Such a pity you can't do things properly." In any case, the healers are giving them an anti-nausea potion to stop the digestive trouble and a long-term use wit-sharpening potion to reverse the increased confusion. Of course, the healers aren't happy that they're having to give them 5 potions a day for permanent use, and those little pills really overcomplicate things, don't you think? "Believe it or not, that's fairly light for Muggles in poor health," Emma said, feeling insulted. Older, set-in-their-ways witches like Augusta tended to do that to people. Many Muggles take more than that. "So how are they doing?" Much to the healer's surprise, a bit better, which is why they're still going along with it. Frank's tremors are nearly gone, Alice is walking more confidently, and they seem to be thinking a bit clearer, although it's hard to tell. Neville spoke up. "We visited again today. I thought my dad almost made sense. I know they look better. The doctors said it might take months for the memory part to work, if it does at all, but thank you. I didn't think I'd ever see any improvement from them." "We're happy to help, Neville," Hermione said. "We're just glad we could do something for them, even if it's only a little." Neville smiled. "Hey, Neville," Harry jumped in. "While we're here, we should talk wands." "Wands?" Augusta said. "Yes, ma'am. We know Neville's been using his dad's wand at school, and we were thinking he'd do better in class if he had his own wand." Augusta looked at her grandson in surprise. "Neville, is there something wrong with your father's wand?" she said intimidatingly. Hermione saved him. "I'm sure it's a perfectly good wand, ma'am, but it just doesn't suit Neville well. I'm sure you know what Mr. Ollivander always says, the wand chooses the wizard. You know how Harry and I are good at wandless magic, right?" She nodded. Well, we can sense magical energies too. Mr. Ollivander told us that heirloom wands never work as well as those that are personally matched, and we can tell just by touching that he's right. Augusta wasn't swayed. And why shouldn't Frank's wand be a good match for Neville? Even fathers and sons can turn out very different, ma'am, Harry said. According to Sirius, my mum thought my dad was an arrogant toe-rag until 6th year, and I've always tried not to be. Actually, I've been thinking about that, Hermione added. Neville, do you have your mum's wand? Of course, I'll go get it. A minute later, Neville brought both of his parents' wands out, and Augusta Longbottom observed a strange sight as Hermione lightly ran her fingers up and down her grandson's arm. Hermione said. Neville, what was your dad's best subject in school? Herbology and transfiguration, Augusta answered for him. Frank was very good at both. And what about his mum, ma'am? Charms mostly, although she was very gifted too. Well, that explains it, Hermione said. I've seen you, Neville. You're better at charms than transfiguration. And that means your mum's wand is a better match for you than your dad's. Still not perfect, though. You'd still do better with your own wand. Neville and his gran both frowned. I thought it might be something like that, Harry said. You're like me, Nevada. My dad was good at transfiguration and my mum was good at charms too. And I take more after my mum with the wandless stuff. Neville's mood visibly improved at being compared with Harry Potter, and Augusta was forced to reconsider him. After so many years of pushing him to be like his father, this was something of a disappointment to Augusta. She loved Alice like her own, of course, but she'd always wanted so much to see Frank in Neville. She'd been pleased that he started working harder and training himself after he made friends with Harry and Hermione in his first year, but even then she had to wonder if she was in denial about how much like Alice he was. You're making some bold claims there, Lord Potter, she said. I wouldn't expect one of your age to know so much about wand lore. Now, I admit that Neville has not been doing as well as I had hoped at school, but I do have to wonder how you could possibly demonstrate any of that. Well, Professor Dumbledore will be at the party tonight, ma'am, Hermione said. What if we ask him to quiz Neville with both wands? Chapter 73. A very interesting proposal, Mr. Bagman. Run it by David Monroe, and if he agrees, I think we can arrange adequate funding. I don't think Dumbledore will give you any trouble. The New Year's party was as exciting as ever. Everybody who was anybody was at Grimmauld Place, except for people Sirius didn't like. The Lovegoods were there, doing their best to confuse everyone. What had started as a prank with Stubby Boardman 2 years ago had turned into a standing invitation, mostly at Harry's behest. Dad thinks Fenrir Greyback is setting up a 3-way fight to the finish between his pack, the Rotfong conspiracy and the Hit Wizards, Luna told Sirius. Vampires and werewolves are natural enemies, you know. As soon as the Aurors turn on the Hit Wizards, Greyback will make his move and storm the Ministry while it's vulnerable and finish off the rest from a position of strength. I don't think so, Luna, Sirius said, trying to play along on her terms. He, wouldn't be able to pull that off unless he had Wolfsbane potion, and they keep that locked down tighter than a dragon reserve. Luna's eyes grew wider than usual with apparent shock. Don't you know? She said. Greyback already has an agent in the Ministry. It's in this month's issue of the Quibbler. An agent in the Ministry? Remus said. Who is it? Dolores Umbridge. What? Oh yes, it's obvious that she hates werewolves so much because she's in denial about being one herself. Half of the Magical Creatures Department knows, but they're covering it up because she's having an affair with the minister, and he can have the Department of Mysteries poison anyone who speaks out against him. At this point, Harry started coughing because he had snorted punch out of his nose, and Remus started laughing so hard he couldn't stay on his feet. "Oh, Merlin's beard!" the werewolf gasped. "Now I can't unsee it." "That may be the most disturbing thing I've ever heard," Sirius said. "Come on, Luna," Harry said once he got himself cleaned off. "I think it's time we taught you about something called Hanlon's razor." "What's that, Harry?" she asked. "Never attribute to malice that which is adequately explained by stupidity. Or in other words, it's usually the Raxpert's fault." Luna started chuckling at the joke and soon doubled over laughing. Harry couldn't help but smile. Luna's laughter was infectious. Probably due to Nargles, he thought. Soon after, they ran into Neville, who was just coming back from his evaluation with Professor Dumbledore. To their surprise, he hugged Hermione and gave Harry a slap on the back. "Great news, guys," he said. "Dumbledore said you were right. My mum's wand works better for me than my dad's. She didn't say yet, but I think I can convince my gran to buy me one of my own now." "Oh, that's great, Neville," Hermione said. "I'm glad we could help." "You really should get a new wand, Neville," Luna spoke up. "An imperfectly matched wand can attract magic leeches." Everyone stopped and stared at her. I don't know about that, Luna," Harry replied, "but I know he'll be better at spells with his own wand." "I believe that is what I said," she replied. However, they didn't get a chance to try to decipher Luna's mind because Professor Dumbledore arrived with a large man with a walrus mustache and a fez. "Ah, Harry, Hermione," the headmaster said. "I believe you remember my old friend, Horace Slughorn. I was hoping we four might be able to have a private chat." "Oh, right, secret business," Harry said. "We'll see you guys later." The Grangers had discussed Slughorn with Sirius and Remus before the party. There were a number of things they needed to know, like what valuable secrets he might know and how they could get him to tell them. "Well, Slughorn was a pretty good teacher," Sirius said. "He's very knowledgeable. He can brew Felix Felicis flawlessly. The thing is, I don't think it's ever been just about teaching for him. He ran something called the Slug Club, which was basically a club for the rich and talented kids, anyone who had good connections or whom he thought would be future movers and shakers of the wizarding world. Your mother was in it, Harry." "She was. Well, she was the best in our year," Remus explained. "Slughorn was maintaining a network of influential people to make sure he always got invited to the best parties, heard the best insider information on everything, and received the best Christmas gifts from his former students." "That's a little creepy," Harry said. "It almost sounds like a more benign version of Voldemort." He explained how he and Hermione had seen in the memories that Voldemort had built a network of students in school and wanted to teach to recruit from the next generation. "Wow, that's almost too similar," Sirius said, "but it's the same Slytherin ambition at work, I guess. Lucky for us, Slughorn's not evil, just hedonistic. Anyway, I'm sure he'd jump at the chance to befriend Harry Potter. He positively adored your mum, thought she was going to be a brilliant potions mistress." He sighed. He might have been right, too. "Do you have any idea what he might have told Riddle?" Hermione asked. "Not really," Remus said, "but Slughorn's very well read. Almost as well read as Dumbledore. He knows a lot about the dark arts, although I suspect it's just to show off." "Yeah, but if Riddle was as brilliant in school as you say, I'm sure he had Slughorn wrapped around his little finger," Sirius said. Harry and Hermione hoped that would be enough information to get what they needed out of Slughorn. It certainly helped to have Dumbledore on their side, though, as he described their progress in school to the larger man. It also helped that the indulgent Slughorn already had a few drinks in him. "I'm sure you're familiar with young Harry's career, Horace," the headmaster said. "The youngest seeker in a century at Hogwarts, and as yet undefeated on the pitch, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, upgraded to 2nd class after defeating the Basilisk of Slytherin, exerting a not inconsiderable influence in the Wizengamot and on the Board of Governors, even at his young age. But you have perhaps not heard that he and his sister are even more skilled in wandless magic than Lily was." Slughorn's eyebrows rose. "Truly, Albus?" he asked. "Better than Lily?" "Indeed. Perhaps you might be able to give Professor Slughorn a small demonstration, Harry." Harry kept it relatively simple. He drained his glass and then levitated it wandlessly for Slughorn to see. He then applied a drying charm, made it dance around the table, deliberately cracked it, and then repaired it. "Marvelous," Slughorn said. "Truly marvelous. I haven't seen that kind of talent in decades." It was a lot more hard work than talent, the teens thought, but they kept that to themselves. "One thing that is not publicly known, Horace, is that Harry and Hermione have also become quite proficient in the skill of occlumency," Dumbledore added with a smile. "Occlumency?" he said in surprise. "So young, Albus?" "They were highly motivated. And since they have learnt this skill, we have been having a very interesting time examining some old memories in my collection," the older man said innocently. Slughorn closed off at once. "Now, see here, Albus," he said, "I know what this is about. I appreciate the chance to get to know these two fine young people better, but I already told you I have nothing more to say about that memory." Harry snorted derisively. "What? He showed it to you, did he?" he asked the students. They both nodded. "And I suppose he gave you some cock-and-bull story about it being tampered with?" Honestly, sir, it was kind of obvious," Hermione said timidly. "Well, I'm afraid you're mistaken there, miss," he said, barely containing his anger. "I'm an old man, and my memory goes foggy sometimes. Professor Dumbledore showed us memories from people older than you are, and they were fine," Harry observed. "Well, not all of us can be so lucky, Harry. I'm telling you, I know nothing about Horcruxes." "And you wouldn't tell us even if you did?" Harry said. Slughorn stopped and stared at him nervously. He of course remembered inserting that line in the memory he had given Dumbledore. "That does seem an odd thing to say, sir," Hermione said, "at least to a student whom you had no reason to suspect of any nefarious purpose. After all, it's no secret that Riddle was a favorite until he graduated. He was even head boy. It's not hard to piece together what happened. Riddle asked you about Horcruxes, and since you thought he was a bright and promising student, you told him what you knew. But then he went on to use that knowledge for evil. So really, we already know your secret, Professor." "Exactly," Harry caught her drift. "You weren't the first or the last person Voldemort charmed with his lies." Slughorn flinched at the name. "Look, it isn't a question," he started. "No purpose can be served." "It can," Harry said. "Voldemort's still out there. I've seen him." Slughorn gasped and covered his mouth with his hand. "Professor Dumbledore's shown us the memories he collected. We don't really understand them yet, but we trust him when he says he needs that information to get rid of Voldemort for good." Harry trailed off before he could mention the prophecy, unsure of how much he could reveal. Slughorn began to give him a queer look, so he improvised. For my parents," he stammered. I need to make sure he's gone for good for their sake. You liked my mother, didn't you, Professor? Liked her, he said, teary-eyed. I don't think anyone could have met her and not liked her. Very smart, very funny. It was a terrible blow when she... Harry sensed an opportunity and rolled with it. She gave her life for me. Did you know that, sir? Slughorn's breath hitched. I never heard anything about how. Did you hear what happened at the end of my first year at Hogwarts? I know what. Harry wasn't sure he could get the words out just right, the way he wanted to say them, but he had an idea. He turned to Dumbledore and asked, Professor, do you think it would be safe to show Professor Slughorn the unabridged version of my book? You know, so he could get a better idea of the situation. Your book? What book? Dumbledore looked thoughtful. Professor Slughorn is an accomplished Occlumens, Harry, hence the memory, he said, the twinkle returning to his eye for a moment. I think we could trust him with an appropriate segment of that information, since he seems to be so good at keeping secrets. Slughorn winced as Dumbledore twisted the knife. Unfortunately, your manuscript is still in my office, so we will have to reschedule. Actually, I think Remus still has a copy, Professor, Harry said. I'll go check. He rushed down the stairs and quickly tracked down Remus, who confirmed that he did still have a copy of Harry's book in his bedroom. A few minutes later he came back to Hermione, Slughorn, and Dumbledore. He opened the notebook to the last chapter, when he pursued Quirrellmort down the trapdoor to save Hermione, carefully skipping over the part that mentioned his animagus ability. There, Professor, he said, I wrote this about how I ran into Voldemort in my first year. Over the next few minutes, Slughorn grew increasingly pale as he read about the spirit of Voldemort possessing Professor Quirrell and using Hermione as a hostage, then the fight over the Philosopher's Stone, how close Voldemort had come to returning to power. And then Harry had seemingly miraculously defeated him, and Dumbledore's explained the power of his mother's sacrifice after he woke up. Merlin's beard. Slughorn gasped when Harry cut him off. All that is true, Harry? He said worriedly. Every word. You see, my mum gave her life for me, and when she did, she gave me a weapon to fight him. All I need from you is a memory, sir. That'll help me fight him too. Will you do it for her, sir? Will you do it for my mother? Slughorn stared at Harry nervously for a very long time. An average 13-year-old might have given up, but Harry was a cat at heart. He could fix a stare better than anyone except perhaps McGonagall, and Dumbledore and Hermione wisely didn't break it. Harry kept his unblinking stare on Slughorn for a long time, forcing him to be the first to respond. To him, it was a contest of dominance, and Slughorn, though older and wiser, was soft from a life of luxury, drunk, and in a delicate emotional state at the moment. It took a while, but the outcome was never in question. Finally, Slughorn cracked. He extended a hand to Dumbledore and whispered, Albus? Dumbledore drew a crystal phial from his robes and placed it in Slughorn's hand. Then, Slughorn placed his wand to his temple and, with a pained expression, drew out a long, silvery thread of memory. I am ashamed of what this memory shows, he whispered. I hope you don't think too poorly of me when you see it. Like Hermione said, Professor, Harry said, we can already guess most of it. Thank you very much. You're a good boy. You have her eyes. The man glanced at Hermione, thinking of how Harry had charged after Voldemort himself to protect his sister. And her heart. Why, Sybil, fancy meeting you down here, Minerva McGonagall said as she patrolled the quiet halls of Hogwarts. Have you decided to join the staff for the midnight celebration? Perhaps Minerva, Sybil Trelawney said airily. I was feeling uncharacteristically stuffy in the North Tower this evening, and I decided to take a walk to clear my aura. Minerva suppressed the urge to roll her eyes. Sybil needed something cleared all right in her opinion. Well, enjoy your walk, Sybil, she said. I dare say it will do you some good. They passed each other and began to walk away, when a strange, raspy voice rang out behind her. It will happen tonight. What? Minerva whirled around to see Sybil staring at her, glassy-eyed behind her thick spectacles. She knew that look by description. She had a bad feeling about this. The Dark Lord lies alone and friendless, but his followers have not abandoned him. Even now they seek him. Tonight before midnight master and servants shall be united once more. The Dark Lord will rise again by the magic of a distant land, greater and more terrible than ever he was, bringing horrors from all corners of the world. Tonight, before midnight, master and servants will be reunited and begin their quest. Sybil staggered as she snapped out of her trance. She looked like she might fall over, and Minerva rushed to support her. Ah, terribly sorry, Minerva dear. I think my aura needs more cleaning out than I thought. What was I saying? Oh, you know, Sybil, Minerva replied uneasily, just your usual impending doom for the coming year. Oh, yes, of course. Perhaps you should go and sit down. You're looking a bit peaky tonight. And I should too, Minerva thought. I'm going to need more than a wee dram tonight. Albus isn't going to like this. Months of searching the Balkans had brought the 3 Death Eaters to the deepest, darkest forests of Albania. Surprisingly, they hadn't killed each other yet, but it was a near thing. It's bloody New Year's Eve, Amicus Caro complained. Can't we give it a rest for tonight? No, hissed the young Barty Crouch. We're close this time. Can't you feel it? All I feel is the bloody cold. Ah, shut up and quit your wingin', Alecto Caro said, smacking her brother in the back of the head. We're livin' loads better than we were last winter warmer climate, and we got an elf for cookin'da. Yeah, well maybe if Barty would let us send her for snacks. Not now. Barty said. We need to present our full number to the Dark Lord when we find him. Winky, keep up. Winky whimpered softly and picked up the pace. The elf was looking dirty and ragged, and her bare feet were in terrible condition. Barty Jr. wasn't particularly abusive, but they were living hard off the land, and she had been despairing for months at being forced to serve the dark wizards her former master had spent his whole life fighting, so she wasn't taking good care of herself. Barty could sense that the Dark Lord was close by the tingling in his dark mark. As the evening wore on, they had crept ever closer without seeing him. The silence in this stretch of forest was deeper than the rest. It was overgrown. A shadow seemed to lie over it, and the animals avoided it. If he's here, then where is he? Amicus growled. We've been looking up and down Albaniat. Quiet! Barty hissed. It was then that they noticed it. A dark mist, darker than the night, flitted about through the branches, and whispers of evil murmurings were carried with it. It turned suddenly and approached them, rushing past them like a dusty wind. But then it retreated into the forest. The Death Eaters stared at each other in confusion. Suddenly they heard the yelps of a wounded animal. Amicus and Alecto jumped, and Winky squeaked and hid behind Barty's legs. A rustling sound came towards them. They drew their wands and pointed them into the brush, and finally something came out before them. An aura of evil radiated from it. It was as big as a medium-sized dog, but lean and wrinkled, with only scattered tufts of hair on its body. It had a pointed head with large ears set on an unusually long neck that swiveled serpentine-like back and forth. Its jaws were lined with yellow teeth. It looked half dead, but it trotted forward with confidence and sat on its haunches, staring at the Death Eaters with glowing red eyes. Amicus and Alecto stepped back at this demonic sight, but Barty stood his ground. He recognized the animal. It was, he was quite certain, a mangy, hairless European jackal. As for what the animal signified, his hopes were confirmed soon enough, when the jackal opened its jaws and began to speak with human speech. "3 of my servants returned to me after so many years," it said. Amicus Caro, Alecto Caro, and Bartemius Crouch Jr. What a pleasant surprise. 3 Death Eaters returned to Lord Voldemort at last. "Master, we are so joyed to finally find you," Barty said, falling on his knees before the jackal. "You are joyed, you say? And yet you have tarried so long," Voldemort replied mirthlessly. "Can you then give an account of your actions for the past 12 years? Barty looked the jackal straight in its red eyes so that his memories would be open to his lord and said, "I can, my master. My father sentenced me to rot in Azkaban but broke me out upon the pleas of my mother. For 11 years he held me captive in my own home, bound under the Imperious curse. But then I was freed by a happy accident, and as soon as I was free, I killed that bastard and came to seek you. See here, I have also brought our elf, Winky, to help aid you in whatever way we may." Winky had fallen face down, trying to hide herself from the terror of he who must not be named. "Ah, a faithful servant then." Voldemort spoke in a way that was probably as close as he ever got to affection. "You have done well, Barty. But Amicus and Alecto, I know that you were not sent to Azkaban. What account can you give?" We were lookin'," Amicus stammered. "Yes, master," Alecto added quickly. "As soon as we realized you were still working, we packed our things and started looking for you. And yet you still sat idle for 10 years, the Dark Lord said harshly, deducing the rest of the story. "For 10 years you lost faith and only came looking when you had reason to fear retaliation. Cowards and lazy." "My lord, we have searched far and wide," Alecto said. "Silence. Your crimes deserve severe punishment, but I cannot afford to waste followers now. Repay to me your years of cowardice, and all will be forgiven, just as I will make the cowards who have not yet returned pay as well." "What is your bidding, my lord?" Barty asked. "Surely you have a way to return to power?" "That is a complicated matter, my faithful servant, and there is other work to be done first. This animal is too weak to sustain me. I have been holding it captive for weeks, only possessing it when I needed it, but it is still dying. However, now that my Death Eaters have returned, I can do better. A snake may be prepared to serve as a much better host with a very simple ritual requiring the blood of a wizard, a live ashwinder, and the entrails of a warm-blooded predator. This jackal is too weak to serve, but a cat will do, for example." "Professor Dumbledore," Harry said when they rejoined his parents. "There's something else we needed to talk to you about." "There was," the old wizard said. "Yes, sir. When we were trying to help the Longbottoms this week, I had a brain scan done." Dumbledore quickly threw up some privacy charms as the Grangers explained about the X-ray and the MRI scan, putting into terms he could understand just what was strange about Harry's head. It sounded very worrying to him. He had an inkling of what was going on, but he needed to scan the boy with a certain magical instrument to be sure. He didn't think he would like the results. "Well, Harry," he said at last, "I think the Muggle doctor was correct. If your scar has not affected you yet, it is not likely to do so in the future. You are a very bright and well-adjusted boy with or without your scar, and so I think you should not worry yourself. If only the lack of influence on his personality could extend to the rest of his life. By morning, Voldemort's spirit was residing comfortably in the body of an enormously engorged meadow viper. In fact, the housing was so comfortable that the thought crossed his mind that he might like to leave a piece of himself here permanently. After all, he wasn't one to shy away from such experiments so long as he had a backup. But he would worry about that later. "Much better," he hissed, still in human speech. "I will travel much better in this form. But this is only a start. I require a still superior form, one that can wield a wand, and then to find a method to return me to my full strength." "But surely you know, my lord," Barty said. "Lord Voldemort knows many things, but I must be certain of having the best method before I act. Too often, actions done without thinking lead to disaster, as Potter shows. Some months studying necromantic practices around the world will be a small pricky to pay for such certainty. As for the first part, there is a cache of writings in Salzburg that contains the information I require. We will proceed there at Anki." Barty grinned at finally being able to take action. He turned to Amicus, Alecto, and Winky, who were finishing their breakfast, and said, "Well, what are you waiting for? You heard him. Allons why." Hogwarts was a bustle of activity again after the students returned from Christmas holidays. Grades from the midterm examinations were posted, and the competition was tighter than ever for the top 3 spots in the 3rd year. Or rather, for the 2nd spot. Hermione was still the undisputed top of the class, but the second in the class slot was filled by a name that hadn't been there before: Harry Potter. "Hey, Potter. How did you get ahead of me?" said Anthony Goldstein, who had been second in the class since 1st year, was not particularly happy about this development. He wasn't exactly the type to make a big fuss about it, but he was a Ravenclaw and he wanted answers. "I don't know," Harry replied. "What were your exam scores?" After a couple minutes comparing marks, they found the source of the change. Since Snape was being forced both to teach better and to grade more fairly this year, Harry's potions grade was significantly higher. That also meant he had been graded low the previous 2 years, and therefore he had possibly rightfully been in 2nd place all along. "You're joking," Anthony said. "Well, we'll just see who gets the better marks at the end of the spring," he said with a disturbingly Hermione-like gleam in his eye. Sure, I guess we will," Harry said. Other than that, though, things were pretty normal, except that Hermione had suddenly and inexplicably picked up Harry's carnivorous dietary preferences, with an even stronger affinity for fish. The pair hoped that people would not get too suspicious. Of course, only Professor McGonagall would be likely to notice the signs of a newly minted animagus, but people started to whisper that Harry's personality was starting to rub off on Hermione, or that he was controlling her with dark magic, which was silly because no one could control Hermione Granger. In any case, Dumbledore called Harry and Hermione into his office that weekend to view Slughorn's memory. They watched the untampered memory carefully as Tom Riddle, speaking with a casual tone and flattering words, wheedled the information he wanted out of Slughorn. A Horcrux, the professor explained, was an object containing a piece of the caster's soul, created by the abominable act of splitting their soul through an act of ritual murder. While the Horcrux existed, its creator could not die. If their body was killed, they would go on in spirit form, just like the thing that had possessed Squirrel, or so they suspected. But Tom Riddle wasn't content with the idea of one Horcrux. He inquired if it wouldn't be better to have one's soul divided into 7 pieces. To that, Slughorn recoiled in horror and quickly, though politely, ended the conversation. But even so, Riddle looked inordinately happy with the results, even if he didn't seem to have got everything he wanted. But that was the entirety of the memory. "The final piece of the puzzle," Dumbledore said softly. The way the portraits of the former headmasters were all listening in, more intently than ever before, gave a new meaning to the phrase, "The walls have ears." I have been waiting for this evidence for quite some time, as it confirms the theory from which I have been working these past 2 years. "So you think he did it, then?" Harry asked. "He made a Horcrux? Or he made 6 of them?" Hermione said. Harry paled in horror. "Or 7? "No, 6. 7 pieces total." "Oh, right. 6 Horcruxes, then?" "That seems to have been his intent," Dumbledore confirmed. "And this is what truly sets Voldemort apart from other dark wizards, for never have I ever heard an account of a wizard making more than a single Horcrux of splitting his soul more than once. And they have to be destroyed before Voldemort can die for good?" Succinctly put. But how? How can we even find them?" "Ah, as to that, we have been fortunate to make some progress. You see, Harry, you have already destroyed one." "What?" Harry and Hermione yelled in unison. Dumbledore reached into his desk and pulled out a tattered, ink-stained book with a large hole burnt through it as if by acid. "Riddle's diary," Harry gasped. "The diary was a Horcrux?" Hermione said. "Yes. The signs were clear after the fact. A mere memory does not think for itself and attack students. Nor does it possess a young girl and sap the life out of her. That takes something far more sinister." "That's what Bill Weasley was thinking," Harry said in understanding. "He recognized it was a Horcrux." "Indeed. I have corresponding with William in case his services were needed in pursuit of this problem, though they have so far not been. In any case, events took a very favorable turn when you were in the Chamber of Secrets, Harry. Horcruxes are nearly indestructible, being protected with powerful dark magic, but one of the few things that can destroy them is basilisk venom. In doing so, you not only saved young Ginevra's life, but you also destroyed a portion of Voldemort's soul." Harry looked proud and a little queasy at the same time. "However, this was not what first led me to the theory of Horcruxes," Dumbledore continued, "for just as you have destroyed one, so I have destroyed one." Here he took out a twisted, half-melted lump of metal and dropped it on the desk. The 2 teens didn't recognize it at first, but he explained, "This was the locket of Salazar Slytherin that you saw in the memory." Hermione made the connection at once. "His collection," she said. All of these strange lessons suddenly fell into place. He was collecting artifacts to use as Horcruxes. "Very good, Hermione. Artifacts of great historical and material value, and with great purported magical powers. Voldemort would likely have thought they would be intrinsically strong, and that people would be more reluctant to destroy them. Sadly, we cannot afford such sentimentality in this case. I was very lucky to come by this in your first year. As it happens, your godfather found it in Grimmauld Place while he and Remus were cleaning the house and brought it to me. There is a very interesting story as to how it got there, but that is Sirius's tale to tell. I destroyed it with Fiendfire, an extremely dangerous spell that I only dared attempt over the open ocean, far from any human habitation. For a brief time after you fought with Professor Quirrell, Harry, I believed that Voldemort was gone for good, but Professor Snape showed me that his dark mark had not faded, meaning that he was still alive. That was when I knew that he had made multiple Horcruxes. And finally, Sirius has also destroyed a Horcrux." Dumbledore placed the gaunt family ring on the desk. The large black stone was cracked down the middle. "As you might suspect, it was hidden in the old gaunt shack that we visited last summer. Sirius used the sword of Gryffindor, the same sword you used to slay the basilisk, Harry. Being goblin-made, it absorbed some basilisk venom into the blade. And then Hufflepuff's cup must be another one, Hermione reasoned. Do you know where it is? Or the other two? Alas, I do not. Voldemort appears to have used significant locations from his life as hiding places: his mother's home, a cave he visited as a boy, Malfoy Manor. I am examining his life to try to find other likely hiding places, but I have so far come up empty. As for what the other two are, this is where it becomes complicated. You will notice that Voldemort collected artifacts belonging to two of the founders of Hogwarts, not just Slytherin but Hufflepuff as well. For artifacts from the four founders would have had a powerful allure to Voldemort, and would have rounded out the required 6. However, I have found no indication that any relics of Ravenclaw or Gryffindor are unaccounted for during Voldemort's lifetime, so that stream has run dry. However, there is some good news. What's that, Professor? Harry asked. I do not believe Voldemort succeeded in making 6 Horcruxes. I believe he only made 5. Harry was confused. Why is that, sir? It appears to me that Voldemort reserved his Horcruxes to be created from significant murders, Dumbledore lied. He had no reason to think that. His only evidence for this line of thought was from Harry himself. You, Harry, would have certainly been significant to him. Child prophesied to have the power to defeat him. In killing you to create his final Horcrux, he would not only be completing his 7-part soul but also averting the prophecy. Voldemort is a strong believer in the magic of symbolism. Combining the 2 acts together to him would have represented to him the ultimate victory. But of course we know that he failed, which left him with only 5 Horcruxes. Of course, the real reason for Dumbledore's theory was that, if he was right about Harry, Voldemort must have made the preparations for the Horcrux ritual that night before going to Godric's Hollow. But so far as Harry needed to know, it came to the same thing. Okay, so there are 2 Horcruxes left, Harry summarized. We only know what one is, and we don't know where either of them are. Correct, Harry. However, I am still working on both problems. You need not worry yourself about them at the moment. I have no definite plans, and certainly none that require your presence. But you now know all that I do to another lie, but he was going to keep his last secret. So you will be prepared should anything come up. Well, thank you for telling us, Professor. We appreciate it, Harry replied. He still didn't understand what was supposed to happen. He was the one prophesied to be able to kill Voldemort, but he couldn't very well do that if there were still Horcruxes out there. Professor, there's one thing I still don't understand, Hermione said. There is? Dumbledore inquired. Something doesn't make sense about the timeline, she said. Riddle killed Myrtle at the end of his 5th year. From what Ginny said, it sounds like the diary didn't go past there. So it seems like it was made a Horcrux then. Yes. I came to the same conclusion. But Riddle talked to Professor Slughorn about Horcruxes in his 6th year. He already should have known all about them by then. Ah, but you should recall that Riddle particularly asked Professor Slughorn about multiple Horcruxes. I believe that during the intervening summer, Riddle tracked down and murdered his father and began the preparations for making a 2nd Horcrux then, but he hesitated, not knowing what it would do to him. After all, it had never been tried before. Perhaps it would have wrenched the entirety of his remaining soul from his body. And so he resolved to subtly ask Professor for his thoughts on the matter. But Slughorn didn't answer his question, Harry protested. Didn't he? I think it was less what he said and more what he did not say that proved important. Hermione considered this, going back to the conversation in the memory and running through it in her mind. Dumbledore waited patiently for her or Harry to figure it out. Suddenly, she gasped. He didn't say it was impossible. Dumbledore smiled softly. Yes, Hermione. He was horrified at the thought of murdering 6 people, and horrified at the thought of splitting one's soul into 7 pieces, but it never crossed his mind that it might not be possible, and that was good enough for Riddle. And now, the headmaster said, it is growing late. Our sessions here are now complete, and I bid you enjoy the remainder of your year. The 2 teens thanked Dumbledore and left. Once they did, he rose from his seat and approached one of the silver instruments on the many spindly tables in his office. He tapped it with his wand, and it sprang to life, puffing out a cloud of smoke that coalesced into the shape of Harry Potter's head and shoulders. In essence divided? The old wizard asked the machine. The smoke Harry divided at once into 2 forms, but the second one did not look like Harry at all. More like a stillborn fetus, bald, wrinkled, and emaciated, with large red eyes, no nose, small ears, and almost no chin. Dumbledore dismissed the apparition and sat back down with a heavy sigh, laying his head on his hands. That scan confirmed it. Harry Potter was definitely a Horcrux. It pained him to lie to the boy like that, after he had failed him several times in the past, but if at all possible, he didn't want to worry Harry or his family about it until he had a solution. He immediately began thinking of how he might be able to remove the Horcrux from the boy without killing him. There were only 4 known ways to destroy a Horcrux: basilisk venom, fiendfire, the killing curse, and a Dementor. Well, also remorse, but that didn't seem to be in the cards. Of those, only a Dementor could even possibly separate the 2 souls from each other, and for that, the cost of a mistake would be far too great. Perhaps if some kind of blood connection could be formed between Harry and Voldemort, it would tie Harry back to Voldemort's life, but that would require Voldemort to have a restored body, a very unappealing prospect. Still, according to Sybil's latest prophecy, it looked like that day was coming, which was worrying enough in itself. However, it was the Muggle scans of Harry's brain that were most intriguing, and perhaps a great stroke of luck. He understood that a piece of Voldemort's soul had latched onto Harry's, but what if that had manifested as a physical effect in his brain? What if the Horcrux were localized to that scarred area? If so, perhaps it would be possible. He couldn't believe he was thinking like those barbaric Muggle surgeons, but perhaps it might be possible to cut out the affected part of Harry's brain from his head and destroy it separately. It wouldn't be hard to do whilst leaving the rest of his brain intact. It would be the only piece that was indestructible, and he could cut as close to it as he liked. But even then, it would be incredibly risky. Heaven only knew what cutting out a piece of Harry's frontal lobe would do to him, even a diseased one, and that wasn't even accounting for the bleeding and other complications. No, that was something to be tried only as a last resort. He would keep searching. Meanwhile, Harry successfully pushed the matter from his mind. As far as he was concerned, no news was good news, or at least wasn't bad. He was much more interested in the Quidditch season, and that was getting off to a furious start with the Slytherin versus Ravenclaw game the following weekend. Rumors were flying fast and furious about Draco Malfoy riding on a brand new firebolt, and most of the school was assuming a Slytherin victory was a foregone conclusion. Because of that, Harry decided Cho Chang needed some encouragement, so he again met her on the way to the pitch. "Hey, Cho," he said, "good luck out there." "Thanks, Harry," she said uneasily. "I think I'm gonna need it. Is it true Malfoy really has a firebolt?" "Yeah, I'm afraid so. You know how rich families are," he replied, trying to walk the line without saying too much about his own secret weapon. "Just do your best out there and the rest of the team. It doesn't always come down to the Seekers, you know." Cho forced a smile. "Thanks, Harry," she said. She started off towards the pitch. Come on, Harry, Gryffindor courage, he thought. Cho! Hey, Cho! He called after her. She stopped and turned back to look at him. There's a Hogsmeade visit for Valentine's weekend next month. D'you want to come with me? Cho's eyes grew to the size of saucers. Harry was worried he'd short-circuited her brain. After all, the biggest celebrity of her generation had just asked her on a date. But suddenly she let out a squeal. Ooh, I'd love to, Harry. Great, Harry said, breaking into a smile. I'll, see you later. Ravenclaw fought valiantly that day, but Cho was just no match for Malfoy's firebolt. The blonde Slytherin was blindingly fast on the pitch, and he'd always been good enough to give Harry a run for his money. Still, it was closer than most expected. Ravenclaw only lost by 80 points, which left them still in the running for the Quidditch Cup. And Harry was in too good a mood even to let Malfoy winning get him down. Fenrir Greyback was starting to get frustrated. He and his pack had had to lie low after Christmas. Attacking Hogsmeade 2 full moons in a row had drawn too much attention. It didn't pay to stay in one place very long as a wild werewolf. But the information he needed was in Hogsmeade, at least since that Halloween newspaper article. A werewolf had attended Hogwarts, fittingly one of his own children. That made him see things in a whole new light, not his philosophy that wouldn't change any time soon, but the village and the Shrieking Shack. Everyone knew that the Shrieking Shack was a very old building and the most haunted place in Britain. No one over the age of 40 remembered actually visiting the Shrieking Shack during Hogsmeade weekends when they went to Hogwarts. There was now known to be a 33-year-old werewolf who had attended Hogwarts. The hauntings at the Shrieking Shack were covered up by not always happening on the full moon, but the descriptions, particularly from the 1970s, sounded suspiciously like a caged werewolf. Fenrir Greyback didn't get where he was by being stupid. He had a hunch, and more than a hunch, that there was a secret passageway from the Shrieking Shack straight to the Hogwarts grounds, if only he could find it. If he could solve that puzzle, then half of his coup de grace would be in place. As for the other half, well, he couldn't just try to storm the castle as a dumb animal. He might manage to infect a couple of students, but he wouldn't live long enough to make a real difference. For that he needed 2 things, numbers and wolfsbane. That was hard, but he had a plan. One of his betas was secretly in negotiations with one Jerry Lyles, trying to sway him to the cause. Jerry was a good werewolf, and by good he meant domesticated. He lived alone, far from other people, and had no family. He dutifully took his wolfsbane potion every month, even though he was struggling to make ends meet. He was trying to be a model citizen, and to someone like that, the new anti-werewolf bill was a slap in the face. This month, they were reportedly debating whether werewolves should be allowed to attend Hogwarts. That debate would surely raise some hackles all around, which was good for him. Greyback desperately wanted to get his claws on a course of wolfsbane potion, for then he could set his plan into motion. In order to render the human mind fully in control, it was necessary to drink a dose of wolfsbane potion each day for the 7 days before the full moon. But even a single dose had an effect. He hoped enough to bend the wolf to his will, not enough to control it, but maybe to aim it. Ideally, he would experiment to make sure before carrying out his plan. If Greyback could get 1 full course of wolfsbane, he could have a force of 7 aimed werewolves at his disposal, and that could deal a heavy blow if he could figure out the Shrieking Shack. The wizards feared he would create an army of Muggle werewolves if he ever got a hold of wolfsbane. That was an option, but not a good one. Wizards would have far less compunction about slaughtering an army of Muggles by daylight, especially if they threatened their world. No, a new pack of school-aged wizards would be much better. He kept searching the area by day, but he left when the full moon came, instead leading his pack on a wild hunt among the sparse population of a forest far from Scotland. A bit of random terror never hurt. The solution to Lord Voldemort's first problem, acquiring a body that could use a wand, was surprisingly an exercise in alchemy. It was the great Swiss alchemist Paracelsus who invented the technique, which he had named the homunculus. Paracelsus' original technique had required 320 days to create a miniature living human body, but Voldemort was no slouch. He had taken alchemy in school, and so had Barty, and between them, they developed a number of improvements to shorten the time to just 32 days. The first innovation was to use a human womb as an incubator, magically preserved and cut open for easy access, instead of the Venter Equinaceae generic alchemical heat source. This was easily acquired from an unfortunate Muggle tramp. Voldemort considered using Alecto for it, but he needed her alive, and he wasn't sure he could modify the process to work in situ without killing her. Next, there were a number of dark rituals to speed up development, easily extrapolated from the original instructions of incubating the body with human blood. They would leave the new body weaker, but with 3 Death Eaters and a house elf to tend him, Voldemort was not greatly concerned about that, and in any case he was immortal. He could always try again. Finally, he added 2 ingredients that normally didn't work so well together. Unicorn blood would bind his soul to the homunculus, and snake venom from his giant meadow viper host he had decided to name Hermione would nourish his taste for dark magic. And now, after 32 days in Salzburg, the process was complete. Lord Voldemort emerged from the incubator 20 inches long, barely 5 pounds, and unable to stand on his own, but approximately human enough to use a wand. Unfortunately, his wand was under lock and key at the British Ministry, so he would have to settle for the wand of Barty Crouch Sr. for now. "Your wand, Barty," the homunculus hissed with a strained voice. "Yes, my lord." Barty placed his father's wand in the homunculus's tiny skeletal hand. He would do with another stolen wand himself for now. Voldemort raised the wand high, and a lightning bolt shot from it. He let out a sound that must have been a laugh. "It is so good to feel magic in my veins again," he said. "And now, my followers, we must make up for lost time. Barty, from your research, what are the most promising magical traditions in which to find a ritual of resurrection to return this body to my former glory?" Barty, being the brains of the operation, had been sent out to do the research for the group, while the Carrows and Winky were left to tend to the incubator. After a month of covert reading in Paracelsus and other libraries, he had compiled a list of destinations. "The rituals of the Celts we know, my lord," he said. "But in Britain Dumbledore is keeping a close eye out for us. In addition to those, there are the mummification practices of the Egyptians, the cult of Molech in Lebanon, the funeral sacrifices of the ancient Chinese, the Vodun traditions of West Africa and their derivatives, and the Aztecs and also the Incas of America." "7 choices," Voldemort replied. "You have done well, Barty. We can reach Egypt most easily from here. From there we will go to Lebanon and then west until we find a ritual suitably compatible with the homunculus. In a few months I will be ready to make my triumphant return. As you are so fond of saying, Barty, allons why." Chapter 74. I have been reading the signs, Cornelius, and I do not believe another major international event in Britain this year is a wise decision. Oh, honestly, Albus, you worry too much. I'll tell you what. We'll leave off the final decision until the July meeting. If we haven't caught Greyback by then, we'll reconsider. I was not speaking of Greyback, Cornelius. Cedric Diggory was worried. Over the past 2.5 years, few people had ever worried that Harry Potter might turn into a dark wizard. There was that silly air of Slytherin business last year, but that was mostly some actual Slytherins trying to give him a hard time and leading on some gullible younger Hufflepuffs. Cedric had seen that for what it was fairly quickly. Potter was just too nice and considerate to be evil. He even befriended the Lovegood girl when no one else would give her the time of day except to torment her. And even if he was dark, Cedric was 2 years ahead of him and at the top of his class, even if he didn't know wandless magic, so he was sure he could deal with him if he ever tried something. But the look in Harry Potter's eyes today scared him. Potter looked like a cat on the prowl, just waiting for the right moment to pounce. That right moment was assuredly going to be the Quidditch match today, and Cedric had a feeling it was going to be a slaughter. It wasn't that Potter had walked into the Great Hall with a brand new firebolt, to much ranting from the other teams and especially Draco Malfoy. It was the way he looked at Cedric in particular, and Cedric had a pretty good idea why. It was all over the newspaper. Diggory, no werewolves at Hogwarts while I sit on board. Cedric had toed his father's line on the Werewolf Protection Act, but he had never been vocal about it. He wasn't as interested in politics as Quidditch, and he privately thought his father was being a little too uptight about the whole thing, but his public support was apparently enough for Potter. The boy who lived was out for blood. He continued brooding on the matter during breakfast and on his way out to the pitch. Potter and Granger had saved that poor girl's life on Halloween, an amazing feat for 2/3 years, and it was understandable that they felt protective of her. But that girl was scheduled to start at Hogwarts next year, and his father's pronouncement may as well have been directed at her personally. Potter thought Cedric had chosen a side, but he honestly hadn't thought about it that deeply. He just parroted his father's words. To him, Potter's glare said something else. You'd better choose a side, and soon. He'd have to give it some thought in the coming days. Unfortunately for the Quidditch game, Potter's predatory determination seemed to have rubbed off on his teammates. Hufflepuff was defeated by 250 points, one of their worst losses in years, and with their only remaining match being against Slytherin, where Draco Malfoy also had a firebolt, it was clear Hufflepuff was going straight to the bottom of the table. Again. You see, Mr. Lyles? The contact said. You see how far the humans will go? No education for werewolves. No education and no jobs. They treat us like animals because we are too weak to resist them and yet strong enough to scare them. Jerry Lyles sat in silence in his study while the other werewolf, a charismatic beta who gave his name only as Lycaon, expounded the manifesto of his alpha, Fenrir Greyback. Lyles had never held any personal animosity towards Greyback, not having ever been involved with him, but his brutal tactics had always rubbed him the wrong way, to say the least. It was only because of the harsh sanctions now being debated in the Wisengamot that he was even listening to this diatribe. It was still a choice of evils. You speak of a poor little girl being denied her dream of going to Hogwarts, Mr. Lycaon, when you conveniently neglect to mention that it was your alpha who bit her in the first place, Jerry replied icily. This is about much more than one girl, Lycaon growled. This is about the systematic oppression of werewolves everywhere. They categorically refuse to educate us. Without that, the employment restrictions won't matter. Without education, we are slaves. We are a pack. We must stand together. If we resort to desperate measures to expose that fact to the light of day, then it's only because they have driven us to it. And if they've driven you to it, why is that but that you have attacked them so viciously? Jerry countered. This is not about assigning blame. What's done is done. All we can control is what we do moving forward, and my alpha seeks to build a future for us, for you too, Mr. Lyles, instead of allowing the humans to slowly pile the wood and light the fire until we are hunted to extinction. If you can't see that, then we have nothing further to discuss. With that, visitor got up and made for the door. It was a calculated move and it paid off. "Lycaon," Jerry called, still not looking at him. "Yes, Mr. Lyles? I'm going to ask you a question, and I want an honest answer. If your Alpha had wolfsbane, what would he do with it?" Ginny Weasley sighed as she sat on the clock tower balcony, watching the older students walk out to the horseless carriages. Harry and Hermione had shown her this place, but they weren't there today. It was hard seeing the procession the last 2 times the third years went off without her, but it was even worse this time. It was Valentine's Day weekend. "All right, Ginny." "Eek!" She jumped and spun around to see a small, mousy-haired boy with a camera. "Ah, Merlin, don't do that, Colin." "Sorry, I thought you could hear me," Colin Creevey said with a frown. Do you want me to go?" No, it's fine." "How did you find me?" "I followed you up here. I wondered what you were doing." Ginny turned a little pink. "I was, just watching," she answered. Colin didn't answer that directly, but he walked up to the balcony and, after watching for a minute, snapped a picture. "It's a nice view up here," he said. "I guess," she said. He set down his camera and sat down opposite her, overlooking the low railing. Neither of them spoke for a minute until Ginny said, "It's so unfair that we don't get to go to Hogsmeade until next year." "Yeah, it'd be nice to be able to see it," Colin agreed. "I hear there are all kinds of magical stuff that they don't have anywhere else because it's the only all-wizard village in the country." Ginny, who wasn't particularly listening, said, "On Valentine's Day, all the older students get to go on dates and stuff. Like Harry." She stopped short and turned bright red as she realized she'd said that out loud. "What about Harry?" She looked away from him and mumbled so he could barely hear it. "Harry has a date with Cho Chang." "Oh, that's end." He stopped. He was about to say, "Nice," but somehow he had a feeling that wasn't what Ginny wanted to hear, since her crush on Harry, though subsided some from last year, was well known. He wondered if that first year Romilda Vane knew about it. Probably not, he decided, since she would have made a much bigger fuss than Ginny. To his surprise, she spoke again. "You only have a younger brother, right, Colin?" "Uh-huh. You're lucky. I love my brothers, but I'm sick of being the baby in the family. I always get left out. Next year, it's gonna be different." She sighed heavily and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear before looking back out at the grounds. "Hang on. Ginny, brush your hair back again." Ginny looked back at Colin and saw he had his camera raised. She snorted and said, "Do you have to do that all the time?" "I told you, you make a good subject." Ginny sighed and rolled her eyes and tried to act annoyed, but she wasn't succeeding very well. She had to admit it was nice of him to say. "Oh, all right," she said. She smiled softly at him and brushed her hair behind her ear. "Perfect," Colin said. Click. "I'm sorry, Patricia, I told you I'm busy this morning. Personal business," said Cedric Diggory. "I'll meet you at the Three Broomsticks for lunch, okay?" "Of course," said. His date made an exaggerated show of acceptance that didn't strike him as very sincere. Being a prefect, a starting Quidditch player, and being honest about it, uncommonly handsome to start with, Cedric was considered quite the catch in Hogwarts. As a result, he had been on several first dates by now, but none of them had really worked out. He was still looking for the right witch, and sadly, he and Patricia Stimpson didn't seem to be off to such a good start. But he wasn't going to back down on his task for the morning. He had to do this for his own conscience. He set off down the streets of the residential quarters of Hogsmeade. It had taken some doing to find this address. Wizards didn't have a phone directory and were more likely than Muggles to want their location not to be widely known. And he also didn't want to go through anything resembling official channels for this. His solution was to ask housemates whom he knew lived in Hogsmeade. Those being a fifth of the student body, it wasn't that hard to find an address for someone who lived in the village by asking enough of their neighbors. The place he was looking for was just another old thatched house, perhaps a little more unkempt than the others, but nothing too unusual. He admitted he was nervous not about who was in the house but how he would be received and what his father would think. But no Hufflepuff ever got anywhere by taking the easy way out. He walked up and knocked on the door. A suspicious-looking man answered the door, opening it just enough to poke his head out. "Can I help you?" he said. "Are you Mr. Robbins?" Cedric asked. That got a moment's pause. "Who wants to know?" "My name is Cedric Diggory." The man started to close the door. "Wait! I'm not here for my father." Mr. Robbins started to open the door again and stared at the tall boy. "He doesn't even know I'm here. I was hoping I could talk with you and your family." The suspicion didn't diminish in the man's eyes. Why? This was the moment of truth. How much did Cedric want to say? What could he say to get a family like the Robbinses to trust him? With the way things must be for them right now, he decided he would need to be pretty open about it. "My father has set himself against some good people lately, including Harry Potter. The usual factions aren't lining up on his legislation. It's all mixed up. I want to find out the real story." "And you thought you'd learn about it from us, did you?" "I understand if you don't want to talk to me, Mr. Robbins, but you were the first people I thought of. I didn't feel comfortable approaching Harry about his friend Lupin or with making inquiries at the ministry. I promise I won't repeat anything you say without your permission, including to my father. I don't think he'd appreciate it much if he knew I was here, anyway." Mr. Robbins continued sizing him up, but whatever it was in his speech, he seemed to deem Cedric sufficiently trustworthy. "All right, I'm going to hold you to that promise, Mr. Diggory, but I'm going to take a chance and hope you're willing and able to help us," he said, making it clear this wasn't particularly for Cedric's benefit. "We need all the help we can get. Come inside." Cedric came into the house and sat in a chair by the door. Presently a woman came into the room. "Silvius, who's this?" she asked. Mr. Robbins pulled his wife aside and held a hurried whispered conversation with her. Cedric couldn't make it all out, but unsurprisingly, they seemed to be debating whether they should talk to him. After a couple of minutes, Mrs. Robbins said, "Well, if you're sure, I'll go ask Demelza if she'll come down." She went upstairs, and Mr. Robbins sat down across from Cedric, fixing him with an uncomfortable stare. "I do hope you realize what kind of risk we're taking by talking to you," he said. "I understand, Mr. Robbins. I'm not too keen about my dad finding out about this either." "All right, well, I'm sure you can guess that it's been hard for us. And especially hard on Demelza. I don't know what we would have done if it weren't for Lord Black and Mr. Lupin." "You've talked to them?" Cedric said. He wasn't sure why that surprised him. "Yes, Lord Potter referred them to us right away." Cedric was still pondering this revelation when Mrs. Robbins returned to the room leading a young girl by the hand. He immediately tensed up in spite of himself. He had never knowingly met a werewolf before and never thought he would care to until a week ago. Like most people in the wizarding world, his first reaction to meeting one would normally be to politely, but quickly, remove himself from the situation, even though he knew in his head, like most of the wizarding world, that that was completely unnecessary. But now, everything seemed different. He didn't know what Demelza had looked like before, but even though it was 2 weeks from the full moon, he could see the signs of her condition at once. The little girl was thin and pale and had dark circles around her eyes. Her auburn hair hung limp with only a half-hearted attempt to brush it. But more than that, her entire bearing was downtrodden. She shuffled slowly as she walked with a slight limp in one leg and kept her eyes towards the floor. People in the business like to talk about two kinds of werewolves. Alphas, of which Fenrir Greyback was an extreme case, were aggressive, while betas like Demelza, or so it seemed, were submissive. But even people in the business had very little first-hand experience with werewolves, and Cedric couldn't help but wonder if they'd got it all wrong. Demelza didn't look submissive. She looked defeated, like one who had been worn down with little hope remaining. And when he got a good look at her, what Cedric felt for her wasn't fear or loathing. To his surprise, though he wasn't sure why it should surprise him, it was pity. He nearly rose, but he leaned forward in his chair instead so as not to alarm her. "Hello, Demelza," he said. "My name is Cedric." She looked up and met his eyes, the parallel scars on her face becoming clearer. "Pleased to meet you, Cedric," she said without enthusiasm, and she and her mother sat on the sofa. "All right, so what do you want to know?" Mr. Robbins said impatiently. The question gave Cedric some pause again. What did he want to know? Why was he here in the first place? "Well, I guess I've only really heard your story from the Daily Prophet. I mean, you don't have to talk about that if you don't want." "I think we'd rather not," Mr. Robbins said coldly. "MMM." Demelza interrupted. Both of her parents stopped and stared at her. "I can tell him," she said in a small voice. Everyone was surprised by that. "Are you sure, Demelza?" Her mother whispered. "MMM." It was certainly unexpected to Cedric's eyes, but what he didn't know was that from Demelza's perspective, he was the first person besides her parents who actually cared, and that was enough to get her to try talking about it. All Cedric thought, was that she already sounded like a Gryffindor, in the unlikely event she ever got that far. He listened as she described briefly how Fenrir Greyback had smashed in through the window, grabbed her leg in his jaws, and dragged her across half the village to that place over near the Shrieking Shack. It wasn't clear why the werewolf had left her there and fled. Most likely the Aurors were in pursuit, but they must not have come close enough to hear her crying. She'd been left there for dead for hours in the abandoned house, and only survived by tying her pajamas tight around her wounded leg until Harry Potter and Hermione Granger found her, fixed her up with an unconventional application of wandless magic and muggle healing, and made sure she got the help she needed. He hadn't been sure whether to believe the whole part about Potter until now, but apparently it was mostly true. "Thank you, Demelza," Cedric said. "You were very brave. May I ask how things have been since then?" Mr. Robbins looked grim. He took a deep breath and said, "About how you'd expect. All of Demelza's friends abandoned her the day after that damn article came out. Everyone, well, not all of them personally, but between them and their parents, none of them will talk to her. The Junior Quidditch League kicked her out. A lot of our friends stopped associating with us too, and a lot of people want us to move out of town. If I were a shopkeeper, we'd probably be ruined by now." Mrs. Robbins continued. "Oftentimes it seems like the only people who are trying to help us are Lord Potter and his friends, Lord Black and Mr. Lupin." "So Harry's still helping you then? Do you know Harry Potter?" Demelza said excitedly. "I'm 2 years above him. I haven't had much chance to talk to him personally. I do know he's a demon on a broomstick, especially if he's got a grudge against you." He got a faraway look in his eye. "Not to mention killing a basilisk and all that. I don't think he's an enemy you want to have." "Have you told your father that, then?" Mr. Robbins asked. Cedric gritted his teeth with embarrassment. Not in so many words, he said. My father can be very stubborn. To be honest, he had lately felt that his father had always played the loyal Hufflepuff more than the fair-minded Hufflepuff. Perhaps it came with the ministry job, or perhaps it was in his nature, but thinking back, in the times when they didn't see eye to eye, that had often been the reason. But why shouldn't flying carpets be allowed, Dad? They have an even longer magical heritage than broomsticks, and broomsticks are just as much Muggle artifacts as carpets. The trouble was that Amos was the kind of wizard who, once he got an idea into his head, had a very hard time getting it out again. And, where does Lord Black come in? He said, trying to change the subject. He's been buying wolfsbane potion for Demelza. And he and Mr. Lupin have been helping her. Well, they've been coming here for the full moons. Cedric coughed a little. Here, he said incredulously. How does that work? We've been keeping her right here in our basement, Mrs. Robbins answered. I'm sure the neighbors wouldn't like it if they knew, but we equipped the basement for it, and with the wolfsbane potion we haven't had any problems at all. No problems at all, Cedric thought. Right here in the basement. In some very important ways, the world was not the same as the one his dad had grown up in. Would it really be that dangerous to have Demelza at Hogwarts if responsible people made sure she took her potion and was out of the way during the full moon? Harry Potter clearly didn't think so. True, he was raised by Muggles, but he still seemed very savvy. Demelza, you said you played Quidditch? Cedric said, moving on. At this, the little girl's face lit up, and she launched into an excited recounting of her games in the Junior Quidditch League. She had been a chaser, and a pretty good one. Her coach said she would make her house team at Hogwarts for sure. Of course, that was when they thought she would be going. It would be a shame, he thought, to lose this kind of talent. It was on that thought that he asked what was perhaps the most difficult question. Do you know what you're going to do next year? Mr. and Mrs. Robbins shook their heads. No, we don't, Mr. Robbins said. Obviously, with your father on the Board of Governors, Hogwarts will be difficult at best. We don't really know what other options we have. It'll probably be hard to even find tutors besides Mr. Lupin, but he's not qualified in everything. Lord Black says he'll keep paying for the wolfsbane potion, which incredibly generous of him, more than we could repay, at least easily, but we know that won't be enough for most people. Suddenly, Demelza said, I'm not worried, though. Her parents sighed softly. Oh? Why not? Cedric asked. She held her head higher with what was probably the first strong and determined expression he had seen on her face all morning, because Harry Potter promised he would find a school that would take me. That one really floored Cedric. He knew prejudice against werewolves wasn't much better anywhere else than in Britain. Harry might as well have been promising her the moon as far as he was concerned. And yet, if anyone could do it, it was probably him. Demelza certainly believed it, and it gave her such hope too. It must mean the world to any 11-year-old that Harry Potter would take a personal interest in her well-being, let alone an outcast like she had become. He saw then why Harry was so angry at his father. Gryffindor that he was, he would keep his promise come hell or high water, and right now, Amos Diggory was his biggest obstacle. Cedric suddenly felt like he was being put to shame as a Hufflepuff. It was completely different seeing it through that lens, he thought. Most of the school looked down on Hufflepuff House, and it was true that Hufflepuff turned out fewer head boys than Gryffindor, fewer valedictorians than Ravenclaw, and fewer ministers for magic than Slytherin, although Cedric could probably manage all three if he tried. But Hufflepuff had its own proud set of values. Hard work, where all three of the other houses were mostly based on talent, justice, loyalty, patience, trustworthiness, and one more that wasn't often mentioned, inclusiveness. Helga Hufflepuff, alone out of the founders, had taught all who came to her the rejects of the other 3 houses, and built them into a house that had stood as their equal for 1,000 years. It was the most un-Hufflepuff thing to shut someone out, not if there was any other option. Faced with a visceral fear about the dangers of werewolves, Amos had forgotten that. Cedric had forgotten that. And it took a Gryffindor, and they were by no means without prejudice, to remind him of that. Not being a rash Gryffindor himself, he wasn't ready to say anything just yet, but he sure wasn't getting both sides of the story from his father. At the very least, he thought he needed to take a closer look into the research on the wolfsbane potion and work out what the real risks would be of having a werewolf at Hogwarts. If the Robbinses were telling the truth and Potter wasn't out of his head, then his father's case was starting to look a lot weaker. He got up to go at that point. "Thank you for being so open with me, all of you," he said. "You've given me a lot to think about. And since we've been so open with you, may we ask what you think of your father's ideas?" Mr. Robbins said. "I think," Cedric said carefully, "that my father may be a little behind the times." Cho Chang was waiting for Harry off to the side of the great oaken doors of the castle. And when he saw her there, Harry Potter, who had faced down the largest basilisk ever recorded and lived, was nervous. In the story of his life, the basilisk was almost literally child's play compared with his first ever date. He had tried to be especially careful about his appearance. He was wearing some of his nicer weekend clothes and made sure his glasses were clean. Even his hair was not immune. Harry thought he had long since given up trying to make his hair behave. The only real choice he had in the matter was whether to let his bangs cover his scar or not, and it was safer for Quidditch if he combed them back. But now he found himself trying to flatten it down. According to Sirius, his birth father had thought girls liked his messy hair. But then again, according to Sirius, his birth father had also thought the way to a girl's heart was to regularly hex her best friend until 6th year, so perhaps James Potter shouldn't be his first choice for romantic advice. He saw Cho standing there in a simple striped jumper and skirt, her long hair pulled back in a ponytail, and looking so pretty it seemed effortless. He was suddenly very aware of every clumsy aspect of his gait, and of the fact that he had barely so much as talked to her before, knew almost nothing about her, and had no idea what they would talk about besides Quidditch. However, when Cho smiled at him, most of his worries vanished from his mind. "Hi," she said breathlessly. "Hi, you look nice today," he replied. "Come on, Harry, you've had all those etiquette lessons," he thought. "You can do better than that." "Thanks," she said. "You do too." "Thanks," Harry replied, trying very hard not to run his hand through his hair self-consciously. "Well, may I escort you, milady?" He offered her his arm. Cho giggled as she took his arm, and they joined the queue of people waiting to leave. The sight immediately caused a wave of whispers and giggles to spread across the entrance hall, along with a few disappointed groans from various girls who had had their eye on the boy who lived. It was a lovely day when they got out of the castle, sunny and a bit breezy. The biggest possible complaint was that it was wet from the melting snow. They walked around the castle to the carriage stand arm in arm, not speaking until they passed the Quidditch pitch. "You really flattened Cedric last weekend," she said. "Not many people can fly like that." "Like what?" "You have a really, aggressive style." "Predatory," he muttered under his breath. "What?" "Nothing. I guess that's just how I naturally fly," he said, not wanting to bring the political matter of the Diggories into it. "It's not bad," Cho said. "I mean, you've got an 8-0 record. You must be doing something right. I'm gonna really need to step up my game to beat your firebolt, though." Harry smiled at her and said, You can try. They were still on the subject of Quidditch as they rode the carriage down to Hogsmeade. Cho revealed that she was going to the World Cup in the summer. Harry hadn't been following the tournament so closely, but with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to see it in England, he was definitely interested in going himself. Things seemed to be going well, except that when they reached the village, Harry realized that he hadn't actually planned their date. He racked his brain, trying to think of a quick solution to his faux pas. In the Muggle world, he knew the traditional first date was dinner and a movie, but it was mid-morning and there was no theater here. They started off down the main street of the village on foot, and Harry soon felt Cho looking at him expectantly. "So, Hermione and I pretty much just toured the shops when we came before," he said. You probably know the village better than I do." Cho frowned, looking a little disappointed, but she thought it over for a minute and took it as an offering to make a suggestion. "Well, do you want to get a coffee?" she asked. "I'm saving that for OWL year," Harry said. It wasn't a very good joke, and Cho didn't laugh. But I could go for tea," he said quickly. "D'you know where dish?" "Oh, Madame Putafoot's is just up around the corner. I've been wanting to go there. I hear it's really nice." Before Harry could ask Cho why she hadn't gone on her own, she was dragging him along to a cramped little shop he hadn't noticed on his previous visits. His unspoken question was answered as soon as he saw the inside. It was probably the frilliest place he had ever seen, and all of the patrons were couples holding hands. "Oh my gosh, it's so cute," Cho said excitedly. "It's even decorated for Valentine's Day." So much pink, Harry thought. Yeah, great. Harry was surprised that Madame Putafoot could squeeze between the little tables without knocking anyone over. The place was so small, probably deliberately, that everyone had to sit practically on top of each other. "What can I get you, dears?" she asked. "Our house special today is a nice herbal blend with a touch of honeyfennel, lemon balm, and catnip." "No!" Harry cried. Everyone stared at him. Sorry," he said, turning red. "I'll pass on that. I'll take an Irish breakfast tea if you have it." "Black coffee," Cho said. "Coming right up, dears." "Is something wrong?" Cho asked when she walked away. "No, it's fine. It's just that." Harry leaned closer to her face and whispered so that the other couples sitting literally 2 feet away hopefully couldn't hear. "I'm allergic to catnip," he lied. "Really?" "Yeah. I'd appreciate it if the Slytherins didn't find out." "Of course. Your secret's safe with me." "Thank you, Cho." It wasn't quite true, but it was near enough, he thought. He had tried catnip once when he was 7, and everyone involved agreed that he should never get his paws on it again. Especially Hermione. "So, after this, we can check out the shops, and then I was thinking lunch at the Three Broomsticks?" Cho smiled again. "Yes, that sounds nice, Harry." "Great. I need to meet Neville there anyway." "Oh, you do?" Her smile was gone again, clearly unhappy about not getting him to herself for the whole day. "Yes, family stuff, very confidential, but that'll only take a few minutes," he added, sensing her discomfort. "Okay, then." Harry sipped his tea slowly when it arrived. They sat in silence for a while, having exhausted the obvious topics of conversation. Harry was growing increasingly uncomfortable looking around the shop. Many of the other couples were kissing, and it looked like all of them were holding hands. Harry suspected Cho was expecting him to go at least a little in that direction, but while that sounded like a good idea on paper to his 13-year-old brain, he was finding the actual practice a lot harder. "Gryffindor courage, Harry." With an effort, he reached across the table and lightly took hold of her fingers. He was pleased when she grasped his hand in return. And then, because felt a little odd to do that out of the blue, he asked, "Do you live in Hogsmeade, Cho?" "No, my family's in Inverness," she answered. "It's mostly Muggles there, but we come to Hogsmeade a lot." "What about you?" "Me? Oh, down in the south. We keep it pretty secret, though. Hardly anyone besides my family knows." "That doesn't seem very fair. What if somebody wants to visit you?" "We visit them, mostly, or invite them to my godfather's place." Cho didn't seem particularly pleased with that answer, but she let it go. They traded a few other questions about their lives, and Harry was happy to talk about Sirius and Remus or the Tonkses, but he continued to be vague about his and Hermione's life in the Muggle world, not giving away any identifying details. Cho also had a lot of questions about his life as the boy who lived and his adventures over the past 2 years, and she was again disappointed when he couldn't tell her anything beyond what was already public knowledge. "You really don't give away much, do you?" she said after a while. "Sorry," he answered sheepishly. "It's the price of being famous. Not even Ron and Neville know where we live or a lot of other things about us." Cho seemed to accept that, and Harry paid for their coffee and tea, and they left to browse the shops for a while. He bought her a couple of knickknacks she was interested in at Dervish and Banges just because it seemed like the thing to do. Of course, he could afford to spoil her if he wanted, but his parents probably wouldn't appreciate him spending too much money. At noon they headed over to the Three Broomsticks, where Harry broke off to look for his friend. "It's all right, really. This should only take a few minutes," he assured Cho, and headed off to look for Neville. But to his surprise, he found Hermione first, with a wide grin on her face and carrying an elaborate bouquet of pink, purple, and white flowers. "Hermione? What's all this?" he said in surprise. "Aren't they wonderful, Harry? Neville gave them to me." "And Neville?" He wondered at the gift. They certainly weren't the traditional red roses, although he did see some pink ones. "Well, that's great. What are dsh?" "It's the language of flowers, remember, Harry? He started studying it after that thing with Snape in first year. It's a thank you for all the help we've given him over the years." It is." "Yes, look, agrimony, that's thank you, pink roses friendship, snowdrop hope in adversity, lilac primrose confidence, cedar flower strength, ripe cherries, that's good education. You see? All the things we've helped him with." "Wow, that's really thoughtful of him," Harry said. "That's what I said. He's really becoming quite the gentleman. The only one I wasn't sure about was Cherry Blossom. That's normally Beauty, but I think it's because his new wand is cherry wood. I guess that makes sense. And that's 7 kinds of flowers fitting. Do you know where he went, though? I don't want to keep Cho waiting too long." "He's in the back with Mr. Barnett." "How's the date going?" I guess not too bad, considering I have no idea what I'm doing." "You're not that bad, Harry. You've at least had the etiquette lessons." "Yeah, I guess. I'll see you later, sis." As Harry hurried off to the back, Hermione examined her bouquet again. It was very nicely assembled, a little sloppy perhaps, but she strongly suspected that Neville had assembled it himself. She was rather glad, though, that Harry had bought her story and hadn't noticed, though he probably wouldn't have recognized it, that tied to the cherry blossoms was a small cluster of purple lilac. Harry knocked with the arranged signal, and Mr. Barnett bade him enter the back room. You couldn't be too careful with these secret meetings. Neville also looked to be in a good mood today, which meant that he was probably holding his own against the occlumency instructor in addition to the high spirits of the day. "Hey, Neville, how are you doing?" Harry asked. "Really good, Harry," he replied brightly. "Mr. Barnett says I might be a qualified acclumans by the end of the school year." "Really? That fast?" That was faster than he and Hermione had done it. With the Hogsmeade visits, Mr. Longbottom had been able to keep up a more regular practice schedule, Lord Potter, Mr. Barnett explained. "And he is a little older than you and your sister were when you learnt it. Also his more quiet, contemplative personality helps." "Wow, that's great, Neville. I was hoping you were coming along. So, any news on your parents?" Neville frowned. His gran wrote him weekly but had especially promised to keep him informed on Hogsmeade weekends, since she could get special permission to take him to St. Mungo's if she felt it was called for. "Not much," he said. "Gran says Dad's not smacking the healers as much, and it's getting harder to keep Mum from wandering off." Both boys chuckled. "Well, it's a start," Harry said. "Don't worry, they've got a few more months to see the full effects of the drugs." "Oh, I am grateful," he said quickly. "It might not sound like much to you, but after this long, any improvement at all is a miracle. Gran says the healers are kind of freaking out." Harry smiled. "We're happy to help then. Oh, by the way, I saw the flowers you got Hermione. They're really nice." Neville blushed bright red. Thanks. I would have got you some too, but it would have been kinda weird." Harry laughed loudly. "I'd say go for it just to mess with people, but I have to fend off enough Valentines as it is. You know, Luna Lovegood gave me a sprig of radish flowers for some reason. Ginny gave me a handmade card, no poem, thank Merlin, and I got a box that I'm afraid to open because Ron says it's from Fred and George." "Lucky you, mate," Neville said. "Speaking of which, how's the date with Cho?" He wagged his eyebrows a little. "I haven't crashed and burned yet, so I'm calling it good," he said. "But I'd better get back to her. See you round Nevada." Harry made it back to Cho before she started to look impatient, and they soon ordered lunch. The conversation was lighter after that, although they were frequently interrupted as classmates came over to say hi. Cho didn't seem to mind that so much though. In fact, she looked quite pleased to be seen with Harry, which Harry would have been a little uncomfortable about, except that he couldn't really help but be pleased to be seen with one of the prettiest girls in school. All in all, the afternoon went surprisingly smoothly, perhaps uneventful, but Harry made no real missteps, so things seemed pretty good. The light was fading as the couple walked up to the front doors of the castle, but just before they reached them, Cho pulled Harry off to the side of the path. "I had a really nice time today, Harry," she said. "Yeah, so did I," he replied. "Thank you for taking me." "'Twas my pleasure, milady." He tipped his hat to her. Cho giggled, and the two teens stared at each other for a minute. Cho seemed to be waiting for something, but soon enough she gave up waiting. Her date was younger than she was, after all, leaned in and gave Harry a brief kiss on the lips. "That's my godson. I knew you had it in you. So how was it, cub?" Sirius had demanded that Harry mirror call him right after his date to tell him how it went, which felt even more embarrassing than it sounded. Sirius was more the type of bloke he could hang out with and swap stories about girls than the rest of his family, but he still had no experience with it. His only consolation was that Hermione wasn't there to either tease him and or play the protective older sister. "I dunno," Harry said. "It was really quick. I guess it was nice, but I didn't hear angels singing or anything like that." "What's it supposed to be like?" "Well, if you're doing it right, MMPH. A hand snaked in from outside of the mirror and covered Sirius's mouth, and Remus's face popped into view. "Harry, at your age, I guess it was nice is just fine." Sometimes you get a spark right away, but more often it takes time. And it might be with this girl or it might be another one. Just play it by ear. The real question is, are you gonna ask her on another date? Sirius said, pushing Remus out of the frame. Harry thought about that. He'd had an enjoyable enough time. He certainly enjoyed being in the presence of a pretty girl all day, but it didn't strike him as anything really special. But he could see where Remus was coming from. It might well take some time, and it didn't seem very fair to Cho or himself, for that matter, not to give it another shot or two. Yeah, I think I will, he answered. All right, Sirius said. We'll make a proper ladies' man out of you yet. Harry, you're talking to a pair of bachelors here, Remus overrode him. If you want real dating advice, I suggest you ask your dad. Thanks, Moony. I'll remember that. Chapter 75. Thwack! 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 Cutting his way through the thick foliage with wandless cutting charms to the awe of the rest of the expedition, Edward Grayson slowly made his way deeper and deeper into the jungle. He and the small team of Brazilian wizards accompanying him had already traveled as far as they could upriver and were forced to cut a trail the rest of the way to their destination. We were hoping, Ambassador Grayson, that with your singular skill with languages and in dealing with remote tribes, that you might be able to help us with this problem. I suppose I can give it a try, Minister Cardoso. I can't make any promises, but I should at least be able to provide protection for your expedition. This, the most unexplored corner of South America, near the intersection of Brazil, Bolivia, and Peru, was home to the greatest number of uncontacted tribes in the world, some of which were surely not even known to exist by the government, magical or muggle. In the territory of Brazil, there were probably a little less than 100 such tribes that had never come into direct contact with the modern world, with a population of about 20,000 muggles among them. The demographics of hunter-gatherer tribes were complicated, but the upshot was that, statistically, one would expect a muggle-born magical child to be born into a population that size about once a century. As it happened, there was exactly one wizard living among the uncontacted tribes of Brazil, and he happened to be 9 years old. Unfortunately, his tribe had rebuffed all efforts to communicate with them, and the Brazilian Ministry of Magic was beginning to despair of ever being able to give the child a proper or any magical education. Thwack! 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 Which was why they had asked one of the most powerful wizards in the world to lead a team deep into the Amazon to find him. The tribe they were seeking out was so remote that they didn't even know its name, nor a single word of their language, not conclusively anyway. They knew the child existed thanks to a book similar to the one that recorded the students' names at Hogwarts, but it only gave the latitude and longitude coordinates of where he lived. It was unable to record his name because his tribe had no written language. The officials couldn't even say with certainty that the child was a boy, although they were reasonably sure. A previous expedition had spotted a boy of the correct age working in the position of an apparent apprentice to the tribe's medicine man before they were driven out, and they had no reason to think he wasn't the right one. Suddenly, the path they were beating through the trees led out into a trail. It might have been no more than an animal run, but it was one that hunters could use easily enough, and so could the expedition. Be alert, Grayson told the other wizards quietly. We should be close now. A check of the GPS unit also confirmed they were practically on top of the tribe's location, or more accurately, the tent where the young wizards slept at night. Ingenious muggle device that. There were magical ways to navigate that were as accurate as GPS, but this was so much easier. It was impressive how the Brazilian ministry was making Herculean efforts to reach a single child, but also complicated and risky. In addition to needing to contact his tribe without incident, they would have to be careful about not introducing even mundane diseases, which could ravage such a tribe in the years post-contact. The entire expedition had gone through an aggressive regime of pathogen-purging potions normally reserved for patients with compromised immune systems. Grayson froze and raised a hand to stop the others when he heard a rustling in the trees. A quick hand signal instructed, "Wands at the ready," and another one instructed, "Be ready to shield." Poisoned arrows were a common weapon of choice in these parts. There was a tense moment where no one moved, not the expedition, nor the natives, though Grayson could almost feel the bowstrings tightening, ready to let fly against them. As the silence stretched, Grayson decided the natives were waiting for the intruders to make a move, so he began to call out to them in the geographically nearest language he'd had access to information on in Rio de Janeiro. But he only got out 2 syllables before a half-dozen voices, including his own, shouted, "Protego!" and the tribe's arrows bounced off their shields. There were audible gasps coming through the foliage. Surely, the natives were thinking that the strange visitors with supernatural powers had returned, and with greater strength than before. There was a sound as if they intended to run, but with their shields in place, Grayson could safely try again. In that same language, he called to them, "We mean you no harm, we want to learn your language." That was not a request this tribe heard often from their neighbors or otherwise. White men with those strange magic sticks had entered their domain before, but they had more or less barged in and tried to communicate some important matter of theirs in the local trade language without taking much actual interest in them. This new courtesy was enough to intrigue them. There was some hurried discussion amongst themselves in their own language. Finally, one of them moved halfway out of the trees so that they could see him. His bow was still pointed at their shields. The hunter didn't know the first thing about magic, but he knew a standoff when he saw one, and this wouldn't be solved with force. "Why do you invade our land?" he asked in the trade language. Grayson considered how best to answer and said, "We want for us to understand each other." A sharp word came from one of the other hunters. The wizards didn't have to speak the language to know it was something along the lines of, "They lie." The lead hunter hushed this outburst and said, "Other white men came before. They tried to take our medicine man's apprentice. Why should we trust you?" Yes, this was the opening Grayson needed. "We do not want to take him," he answered. "We want to teach him." That again threw the hunters for a loop. "Teach him? Why would you teach him? He is special. He works miracles, does he not?" There were some excited whispers. "Yes, he does," the leader said. "We have all seen it." "We can teach him to do more miracles," Grayson said. "We can teach him to do what we do." He motioned to the shields around him, the ones that had stopped the most effective weapons the natives possessed. Yet another hunter spoke up eagerly in the trade language. "Can you teach others this magic?" "No. Only him. He alone is chosen. We have foreseen it." There seemed to be an argument among the hunters after that, but eventually the leader won out. He stepped fully out of the foliage and led them a short way down the run, whilst sending 2 of the other hunters ahead. It wasn't clear what was happening at first, but they eventually discovered that he was arranging a meeting with the chief at the edge of the camp, far enough out that they could still try to defend themselves. There, still in a standoff with bows against magical shields, Grayson explained their story again with more detail and background. He apologized on behalf of his companions for their rude behavior on their previous visits, and said that a teacher could be sent to the tribe to teach the boy in question. If they so desired, instead of taking the boy to, they didn't have a word for school in the Western sense. Of course, that would take an exorbitant amount of money and resources on the part of the Brazilian ministry and a slightly mad volunteer, but they were willing to do it. The important thing, though, was respect, which was why Grayson emphasized his desire to learn their language and customs and the other wizards' desire to leave them as much control as he reasonably could. The chief seemed pleased with this, and although it took a number of magical proofs of their good intentions, as it did back in Tuva all those months ago, he finally convinced the natives to lower their bows. Soon enough they were able to meet the young wizard at last. The boy claimed his name was Economy, although Grayson thought that might have been a title. However, given his time constraints, Grayson decided that even with his brilliant speed at learning languages, this would have to be the last stop on his world tour. He would need to get back to Australia soon and clean up all the little messes that had occurred in his absence before going to England in time for the Quidditch World Cup. Lord Voldemort and his small band of Death Eaters were not having much success with their own world tour. The Egyptian Book of the Dead had a lot of things in it that would have been very useful 20 years ago, but the rituals it contained required some very specific preparation that they were not able to do now. Now the cult of Molech in the Levant had also failed them. I suppose the excursion was not a total loss, the small, wrinkled form of Voldemort said dryly. Their human sacrifice rituals did look very interesting. It's a pity they did not make the obvious connection of a life for a life. But come, we must make haste. Potter has not sat idle, even before he came to Hogwarts, and we cannot allow him the advantage of time. The sandstorm will transport us at dusk, Master, said Barty Crouch Jr. If the schedule the traders gave me is right, we should be able to make 2 jumps tomorrow. Good. Good. That should put us in Burkina Faso by the day after tomorrow, and from there we shall find a discreet way into Ghana. They were traveling across the Sahara now, a region that was sparsely populated and poorly policed. The main long-distance mode of transport here was by sandstorm, the Arab wizard's answer to fleur powder. It wasn't as convenient as fleur powder. It required a messy miniature sandstorm to sweep through the area, so it could only really be done on a fixed schedule, except by very powerful wizards. But it covered a wider area, and much like the fleur powder flames, the sand could instantly transport people from one oasis to the next clear from Casablanca to Baghdad and back. However, the Death Eaters' destination this time was Ghana, the heartland of the Vodun ritual traditions, the ancestor of voodoo. I still don't get it, Amicus Caro muttered to himself. I thought they only did infery. Unfortunately, Voldemort heard him. They are mere amateurs, Amicus, he said. They make playthings for children. A true master of the art will be far more subtle, and may know things that are quite useful indeed. Quit your wingin', Amicus, hissed Alecto. The Dark Lord knows what he's doing. I do not require you to defend me, Alecto, the creature in the bundle of cloth said. Alecto immediately drew back in submission. I will require feeding before our next move. Winky, milk Nogany at once. Winky only squeaked and nodded and fearfully set to work. She found it very difficult to speak in the terrifying presence of the Dark Lord. It didn't help that he and Master Barty let the Caros kick her around half the time, leaving her constantly nursing scrapes and bruises. And that snake. She was petrified to get close to it, and yet she had to milk the venom from its fangs. Even though it was well behaved and conditioned to comply, Winky's hands shook so much that she lived in constant fear of nicking herself on a fong by accident. She couldn't imagine how her life had turned so poorly, and it didn't look like it would let up any time soon. On the night of February 25th, Fenrir Greyback smirked to himself at the thought of magical Britain standing on high alert once again and finding nothing. His pack wasn't around Hogsmeade tonight, nor any of the other magical population centers. He had diverted them this month to a stretch of forest far from wizards and muggles alike. He needed to do something a little more constructive than random mayhem for the next 3 moons. Greyback wasn't a creature with a natural affinity for long-term planning, but he could learn. It was time to experiment. Lycaon's hard work with Jerry Lyles had paid off, and he had successfully smuggled to the pack a single dose of wolfsbane potion. This was a moment Greyback had been waiting for 10 years. The Ministry guarded the secret of the wolfsbane potion as jealously as the goblins guarded the gold in Gringotts, but now he'd finally got hold of a sample, and he wasn't about to let anyone else claim this honor. He downed the smoking goblet a half-hour before moonrise and waited with his pack. He didn't know exactly how the potion would affect him, but he was hoping it would make the wolf more intelligent and goal-driven and more able to organize and direct his pack. That was what he needed for his plan to work. He would find out soon enough. Before long, the full moon rose above the horizon, and Greyback embraced the wolf. When he came to himself in the morning, he reflected how useful it was that werewolves remembered everything that happened in wolf form the next morning, unlike some Muggle stories. True, the memories were fuzzy and animalistic, but a lifetime of reading and interpreting them made them quite clear to him, and he was able to clearly evaluate the results of his experiment. He'd read studies and accounts of werewolves who had missed 1 or 2 doses of wolfsbane out of the full course of 7. Apparently, they behaved less like wolves and more like ordinary wizards hopped up on illegal potions. But no one had ever studied what a single dose would do, not even in the very earliest experiments. Wolfsbane had started out as a daily potion, and by experiment, Damocles Belby had discovered that it could be cut back to a 7-day course each month, so he had never had cause to investigate single doses. So Greyback had done something entirely new that he would need to analyze carefully. In his opinion, the wolf had not been tamed like a dog, but more like a trained wolf, one that was mostly still wild, but would condescend to do tricks if it felt like it. And he was pleased to find that was enough to aim its movements, running the course he had mapped out through the forest and hunting the deer only in a particular section. The bad news was that it didn't help him control his pack, who kept trying to roam around like untrained wolves. The wolf had spent a good part of the night taking frustrated swipes at his betas and using his alpha influence to corral them into following him. Oh well, if he could get a full course of 7 doses, that would be enough. Now he needed to plan his other experiments. He would need to see if there was any change if he took the potion on the first night of the week instead of the 7th, and he needed to see how a group of 7 werewolves fared after taking 1 dose each. And he needed to figure out how to get into that damn shrieking shack. But it was progress, oh yes. He would be ready by the full moon in May. A gathering of third-year students in an empty classroom might have looked a little odd normally, but anyone who saw this particular group of students assembled would have sensed an ominous shift of power, or at least the potential for one. Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, Neville Longbottom, Susan Bones, Mandy Brocklehurst, Zacharias Smith, and the Greengrass sisters all sat in a circle, each bringing no small influence with their families to the table. "All right, Potter, we're here," said Zacharias Smith, the most reluctant of the bunch. "What's all this about?" "Well," Harry said, "I think you can all guess this is about the Wisengamot specifically, the 2 bills regulating werewolves. Now, some of your families support the bill my proxy introduced, and some of you support the bill Amos Diggory introduced. What I was hoping is that we could discuss both bills more freely here than our relatives can do whilst pandering to their political bases in public. Don't deny it. We do it too. So you're trying to convince us all you're right?" Smith demanded. "No, that's not the point," Harry said. "In the Muggle world, there's something called a model parliament. That's where a group of students get together to discuss political issues like the Muggle Parliament does. Sometimes they can have real political influence. That's the kind of thing I was hoping we could do. We're not looking to convince you of our bill. I thought we could talk it out and see if there's any way we can improve our bill, maybe find some middle ground on the more divisive points. To be honest, we're trying to show that Diggory's bill is a bad idea more than we're trying to promote our own per se, but to do that, we need the best possible alternative. But Great-Granddad says there's nothing wrong with Diggory's bill, Mandy Brocklehurst spoke up. He says werewolves weren't a part of society in his day, and it shouldn't be that big a deal. No offense, Mandy, but things have changed a lot since your great-granddad's time, Hermione said. And some things should change, just like the Muggle Protection Act. Daphne, you're probably the most politically savvy out of all of us, Harry started. What do you think of the differences between my family's bill and Diggory's? Daphne Greengrass gave a low whistle. That's complicated, Potter, she said, and I've only looked at the actual copies a little. There was a rustle of papers, and Hermione produced copies of both Diggory's and Umbridge's Werewolf Safety Act and Cousin Andy's and Sirius's Lycanthropy Regulation and Management Act. Of course you did, Granger, Daphne muttered. Okay, give me a minute, then. She thumbed through the two bills side by side to remind herself of the provisions. They were short, extremely short by Muggle standards, but they still took quite a bit of parsing. After going back and forth through them twice, she felt she was ready to speak. All right, so Section 1 of your bill, Potter, that's the strict penalties for crimes committed by werewolves. That part's fine. It's basically the same as Diggory's bill. Section 2, powers of the DMLE to restrict the movements of werewolves. That probably won't give you much trouble either. It's not quite the same, but it's close enough. Now, Section 3, services for werewolves? That's going to be a problem. Anything that costs money is going to be hard, as you should know. The same goes for Section 4, repealing the job restrictions. It doesn't matter if it's fair or not, the natural reaction of people will be to resist it. Pfft. I could have told you that, Potter, Smith said. That doesn't tell us anything new. It tells us that there are two real points of contention, Smith, Harry countered. The distribution of services and the repeal of job restrictions. And I would add a third, but I'm not sure the Wizengamot is the place for it, keeping Hogwarts open to werewolves. Mandy, Smith, and even Susan gasped at the suggestion. You can't be serious, Smith blurted. No, he's my godfather. Harry. Hermione chided. Sorry. Couldn't resist. But yes, I am. It worked just fine when Remus Lupin was here, and we've learnt more since then. It's only fair that all magical children to be able to get a magical education. You're right, though, Neville said. You don't want to be going over the governor's heads with anything to do with the school. They won't like it. We'll just have to find a way around Amos Diggory on the board. Fine. So that brings us back to the services. You know what, let's back off from exactly what they are and focus on what we're trying to do. Auntie says we're trying to make sure there are fewer attacks, Susan said. And we want that too, but we also want werewolves to be treated fairly in society, Hermione said. At the root of it, we think that getting Wolfsbane potion as widely distributed as we safely can is the best way to do that. How much would it cost to provide Wolfsbane potion to all the werewolves in Britain free of charge? Harry asked. Most of the group recoiled. That sounded like an insane proposition. I mean the ones we can trust, he added. I don't mean Greyback. That didn't assuage much of the shock. Sinking that much money into werewolves was an absurdity to most people. But then, Hermione wasn't most people. She checked her notes and thought about it for a minute. Unless they could bring the price down significantly, it couldn't possibly be less than 20,000 galleons per year, she said. And that's if you only include the registered ones. The real number could be twice as high. The ministry would never go with that, Daphne said. Most of the others nodded in agreement. No, I don't imagine they would, Hermione said, and it's too much to run sustainably as a charity, unless your name is Malfoy. I'm afraid it's worse than that, Susan said. A lot of werewolf attacks are caused by werewolves like Greyback who actually want to do it. The ones who don't want to find other ways to control themselves even if they can't get wolfsbane. That means it won't make that big a difference in the number of attacks. Smith agreed with this. And don't forget, there's always a risk if some sympathizer of Greyback's gets hold of it and using it to attack more people. My dad says it causes more problems than it solves. Not for the werewolves, it doesn't, Hermione protested. It's a godsend for them. It helps their sanity. It leaves them more able to work. It's better for their health. That's no good if it puts the rest of us at risk. But if we show that we can help them, it might make more werewolves turn away from Greyback, she said. Through this argument, Neville had been frowning with a look of intense concentration on his face. "What are you thinking, Neville?" Harry asked. "Oh, I was just thinking it sounds like we need a better way of being sure the wolfsbane potion won't be misused while still getting it to more people. That's what the stricter enforcement standards are for." "That only helps after the fact," Susan said. "One big case of misuse and we could be overrun." Suddenly, Astoria Greengrass piped up. "What if you make the werewolves take an unbreakable vow to use it right?" That got mixed reactions from Zacharias Smith, who seemed interested, to Hermione, who was appalled, though she was diplomatic about it. "You can't ask people to take unbreakable vows like that, Astoria. You'd have to be really careful, or it would be too easy to slip up." "Actually, I don't know about that," Harry said, to her surprise. "If we had some way of binding them without being too restrictive, it might solve a lot of problems. Do you think we could get to wording just right to cover all the possibilities?" "I doubt it. We could probably cover all the cases we can think of, but it's the ones we can't that worry me. Certainly not to the standards of an unbreakable vow. And then there's the distribution part. You need to make sure the potion gets to who it needs to when it needs to with appropriate oversight. I don't think you can expand the coverage very much all at once," Mandy said. "I know about infrastructure and facilities and such, and I don't think bringing that many werewolves together the day before the full moon would go over well not with what we can do today." Maybe another one of those long-term plans, then?" Harry suggested. "Start a new trial program and expand it over time if it works." "You know, that could work if you have the right procedures for it," Daphne said. "It might be something to look into." On a warm, dark night in April, a man stood in a ritual circle with a handful of followers hidden behind muggle-repelling wards just outside a major airport. He was a giant of a man, tall, broad, and muscular, possibly enhanced by rituals. His skin was quite dark, but it was clear by the torchlight that he was covered with tattoos both of animals and strange pictographs. His chest was bared, as were his feet, and he stood nearly motionless as he watched a Muggle aeroplane fly in. As the running lights came closer, the man began chanting in a click-filled language more reminiscent of the Kalahari, which had been natively spoken here in East Africa about 3,000 years ago. As he chanted, several of his tattoos began to glow with a cold, white light, the first an erumpent and the second an impundaloo, or lightning bird, plus several of the smaller pictographs. The chanting grew faster and louder, and the flames began to swirl around him. The plane flew closer as it came in for a landing, but alas, it never finished its approach. As the chant reached a fever pitch, the man threw out both of his hands towards the plane and roared two words, "Namkuyu, Namkuyu." With an even louder roar like the sound of a rocket, a ball of fire shot out from each of the man's hands. The first struck the plane and it rattled, its lights blowing out. The second struck and it burst into flames. From there, it was mere seconds before it crashed to the ground, straight into the garden of the presidential palace, where it exploded with a force that shook the earth. Kinaninjis turned around to face his followers and he grinned. "There, now the Rwandan minister is dead," he said in a deep voice, "just like the Burundian fool. And that Muggle upstart is dead too. Now, all will call me Kanani Invincible." His followers shouted a word of praise, and Njis uttered another word, "Goo." For a moment, another group of tattoos glowed. A Mahamba, a giant, magical crocodile, and several other pictographs, and spray of water flew out from his hands and extinguished the torches. "Come," he said, "we have much work to do." 12 hours later, thousands of Muggles were dead. 24 hours later, wizards for 100 miles around were fleeing from a campaign of terror that had not been seen in East Africa for many years. 36 hours later, Albus Dumbledore knew he would not be able to stay on the sidelines. He only hoped that no disaster would befall Britain during his absence. Greyback was still at large, and with Sybil's recent prophecy he had his own Dark Lord to worry about. Chapter 76. The Muggle governments are not concerned about the situation. The Muggle governments see the violence mostly confined to Rwanda. We see it spilling over into Burundi, Uganda, and Zaire in full force. The speed of this retaliation is staggering. The latest reports say that 10,000 Muggles were slaughtered on Thursday alone, and there's nothing to suggest yesterday was any different or that today will be. Those are numbers comparable to the Muggle death camps of Grindelwald's war. Why do we need to worry about the Muggle conflict so much? The rebels have already launched a counteroffensive. The two conflicts are inextricably linked. The Muggle rebels will never take back Kigali with Njis backing the army, and he is operating internationally. And need I remind you that he has racked up quite a few wizard murders in the last few days too? The fact remains that the Muggle United Nations is barely even talking about intervening. They have neither committed the necessary manpower, nor given appropriate authorization. In the crowded castle overlooking the Reichenbach Falls, the squabbling of the International Confederation of Wizards was reaching a fever pitch. Kinaninji's assassination of the Rwandan minister and 2 Muggle leaders had sparked a firestorm in East Africa. The pressure for international intervention was redoubled from the meeting last fall, since it seemed that the wizarding population of the region was rapidly descending into all-out war. However, it was going to be a hard sell. International intervention in a wizarding war was not a popular move. After all, the bigger a war got, the greater the threat to the statute of secrecy, not to mention the potential cost in blood and treasure to any coalition that sent operatives. Adding an additional complication was the fact that one of the countries involved, Uganda, was one of the favorites to win the Quidditch World Cup that summer, and while that was unrelated to the conflict itself, it would give them a bigger media platform to beg for aid, as unfair as that was to its neighbors that didn't have such an advantage. There was a bang as the doors to the chamber flew open, and a man with brown skin, gray hair, and amber eyes staggered in. "Ah, Ambassador Grayson," Albus Dumbledore said from his high seat, "thank you for joining us." "Day, Supreme Mugwump," Edward Grayson said gruffly. He walked unsteadily to his seat whilst muttering under his breath, "Bloomin' Portkey sickness." He reached his chair and was about to sit when he saw the other delegates staring at him as if expecting him to make a statement. "I think you all know where I stand," he said. "Someone's been needing to get rid of Njis for a while now. If we can't intervene when some would-be Dark Lord starts trying to overthrow multiple countries, I don't see how there's much point to this whole organization." It wasn't as eloquent as his usual fare, but he didn't much care right now. He sat back and tried to clear his head while the arguing continued. War in East Africa. Dark Wizard Kinaninjis brings down Rwandan ministry. Emergency ICW meeting to address crisis. Dumbledore to Switzerland to oversee. May I have your attention, please? Professor McGonagall addressed the school at breakfast on Saturday morning. As you can see by now, Professor Dumbledore is indeed absent for an emergency ICW meeting to address the East African crisis. I must report that he may be gone from the castle for an extended period. Nervous whispers circled the great hall. No one had forgotten the disastrous several months last year when Dumbledore had been removed from the castle by the Board of Governors in a futile attempt to stop the heir of Slytherin, and there was a far more tangible threat this time around: Fenrir Greyback. Several people expressed this concern aloud. Professor McGonagall raised her hand and said, "Professor Dumbledore has assured me that he will do his utmost to be here in the castle during the full moons, and even if he is unable to do so, we professors are more than up to the task of keeping the school safe. Hogwarts is a castle for a reason, and all the doors and windows will be locked during the full moon." That eased the fears of most of the student body, but Harry Potter still felt nervous. "Hermione, I have a bad feeling about this," he said. "What's the matter, Han Solo?" Hermione replied. "Professor McGonagall says the castle is secure. And Dumbledore will probably be here. Like that's ever stopped anyone before. Well, it hasn't stopped Voldemort, but he's, well, Voldemort. Greyback's not exactly in his league." "I know. It's just that with Dumbledore being away a lot of the time and only 2 full moons left in the school year, the time for Greyback to try something is now. I don't know, I'll just feel a lot safer if they can finally catch him." "Well, so will I, Harry, but I don't think you need to worry about the castle in the meantime." Draco Malfoy had a less nuanced reaction. "Well, that'll get the old coot out of our hair for a while." However, he was smart enough to keep that sentiment to himself and his friends. He wasn't worried about Greyback, though. This time of year in Scotland, the full moon would rise near or after curfew, and the Slytherin dorms were the most secure in the school. He was more interested in his letter-writing campaign. To his dismay, Hagrid had become significantly more competent after his first letter of complaint, but without Dumbledore around to protect his pet half-breed, he might be able to take up the cause again and leverage some influence with the board to get rid of him. Harry very nearly didn't go to the Slytherin Hufflepuff Quidditch game. He disliked both of the Seekers who were playing, and Malfoy more, the one with the broom advantage he disliked more. He was about to leave the Great Hall and go back up to Gryffindor Tower when Cho caught his eye. "Hi, Harry, nice day for Quidditch," she said. Yeah, I guess," he replied. She frowned at his lack of enthusiasm. "Do you want to come sit with me?" she asked. Harry brightened at the prospect. The game wouldn't be a total loss that way. "Sure, that'd be great," he said. They walked arm in arm down to the pitch, which even after their first date, raised some eyebrows and garnered a couple of wolf whistles. Those were courtesy of the Weasley twins, and they quickly backed down when he gave them his feline glare and let a few sparks of magic crackle around his fingertips. "So my roommate Marietta's been asking all about you," Cho said. "I told her a lot of what you told me." "Oh, you did?" Harry said with a flicker of a frown. "Aha. I hope you don't mind." "Oh no. I mean, none of it was secret or anything," he said. He was really being too sensitive, he told himself. Of course girls gossip to each other about their dates. He would need to be clear if he ever did have cause to tell her a secret, though. He hoped she wouldn't push him to. Neville was pretty much his only friend whom he automatically trusted to exercise discretion, although Ron was a decent bloke about it, and most of the ones with family on the Wisengamot knew to keep their mouths shut when it was appropriate. I don't know if it was that interesting, he added. Of course it is, Harry, Cho said. You're the boy who lived. And you've been awarded 2 different orders of Merlin. Everyone wants to know all about you. Don't remind me, he thought, but he didn't say it. He was a little put off by Cho's enthusiasm on the subject, so he decided to take the rest of the walk in silence. When they got to the pitch and sat at the border between the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw sections of the stands, Harry surveyed the field. Neither the Slytherin nor the Hufflepuff team was stellar, but the real difference was in the Seekers. It was no contest. Well, I don't think it'll be a very long match, Harry told Cho. Diggory's already lost to both of us, and Malfoy's on a firebolt. I don't think Cedric's that bad, Cho countered. He just had the bad luck to go up against us. Harry smiled weakly. Maybe so, Cho, but as much as I'd rather not see even him lose to Malfoy, I don't think he has much chance. She gave him an appraising look and said, You don't like him much, do you? He grimaced, not wanting the conversation to turn unpleasant. It's not so much about him. It's a political issue. We don't see eye to eye. I hear he's a nice enough guy, I guess. Malfoy, on the other hand. He remembered how Malfoy had been even more disagreeable than usual in Care of Magical Creatures class that week. Professor Hagrid, is there any truth to the rumor that you were caught raising werewolf cubs under your bed as a student? The Slytherin asked. Those were ordinary wolves. Hagrid snapped, and several Gryffindors smacked their foreheads. Raising ordinary wolf cubs wasn't a thing to be advertising either. Werewolf cubs ridiculous. Merlin forbid there was such a thing, they'd be regular babies cept on the full moon. And what about the one about sneaking into the forest to wrestle trolls? It weren't sneakin'. It was a Care o' Magical Creatures project. I was studyin' a troop o' forest trolls that came through. Trolls are seriously misunderstood creatures, you know. The other Slytherins were aping this last line behind Hagrid's back. By the end of the week, another letter to the editor had come out in the Daily Prophet complaining about Hagrid's lack of safety standards and common sense. Yeah, I don't like him much either, Cho agreed. I was glad when I got a leg up on him in our match. He's almost as good as you are. It gives me hope I've still got a chance against you, even though he was on a borrowed nimbus then. You can try, Harry said with a grin. What if he was just having an off day because he was forced to borrow something? Harry was glad that, if nothing else, Cho was sporting enough that she giggled at that. The 2 teams took off, and Malfoy was all over the field. Harry hadn't seen the firebolt fly from a distance, and he had to admit it was impressive, maybe even more impressive looking than his own flying. After all, Malfoy flew gracefully like a bird compared with Harry's more predatory aerobatics. The one thing that worried Harry was that, on a firebolt, Malfoy might be able to beat his record of catching the snitch in under 5 minutes that he had scored against Hufflepuff in first year. Though he was loath to admit it, Malfoy probably had the talent to pull it off, so he was very glad when the 5 minutes ticked by without incident. Still, it was less than half an hour into the match when Malfoy nabbed the snitch and won the game in a crushing defeat for Hufflepuff. Well, disappointing but expected, Harry said. Not that it matters that much, Cho pointed out. You can still win the cup easily, and even we can win if we beat you by enough points. True, but good luck doing that. Anyway, it's Hogsmeade again in 2 weeks. Would you like to come with me again? Cho grinned. I'd like that very much, Harry. Good. It's a date, then. Cedric Diggory was downcast as he walked off the field. In his first year as starting seeker, he had gone 0-3, Harry Potter had a grudge against him, and was dating a girl he had lately developed a crush on, and he was starting to think his father and most of Britain were going a bit paranoid about werewolves. Plus, he still had OWLS coming up. And here he thought 5th year was going to be a good year for him. Harry's and Cho's second date was going pretty similarly to the first one, pleasant but uneventful. Probably the biggest plus was that it was much warmer on the last day of April than in February. Harry decided to do something a little more special this time and brought Cho flowers. Nothing too fancy. He brought her a pink rose friendship, admiration, and to be a little more complimentary, and as a nod to her heritage, he added a cluster of China roses Beauty always knew. That last part seemed to go over her head, though she did appreciate the gesture. Cho, like most people at Hogwarts, didn't know the language of flowers beyond red rose, pink rose, white rose, yellow rose, but what could you do? It was a fine day, and Harry was humming to himself as he and Cho took advantage of the fair weather and walked to Hogsmeade. He hadn't done that in quite a while. They first visited Madame Pudafoots again, and Harry was pleased to find that on days other than Valentine's Day, it looked much more normal, although it was still a crowded, romanticized setting. Harry was a little more prepared this time for conversation. He asked after Cho's family, for example. Her grandparents had fought with the magical allies during Grindelwald's War. They'd been stationed in Scotland for a time as liaisons to Dumbledore from the Chinese Bureau of Magic, and had loved it so much that they moved there after the war. The Changs lived close to the Muggle world to ensure that they would always be familiar enough with it to blend it, and Harry was pleased to learn that she had seen a fair amount of Muggle television. However, he was less pleased that she didn't share his own family's enthusiasm for Doctor Who. "It's all right," she said. "I watched it off and on. I really prefer things like EastEnders, though. Did you see Dimensions in Time over the holiday?" Harry asked. "No, nobody recorded it. You weren't missing much. It was almost as bad as the Twin Dilemma." "The what?" "The one with the giant slug people?" he said. She showed no signs of recognition. "Never mind. It was pretty bad." Asking Cho about her other interests, he learnt that she was quite athletic and enjoyed tennis at home in addition to Quidditch, but otherwise preferred not to be as feverishly busy in her off hours as Harry and Hermione were with karate, dueling practice, wandless magic, politics, and various other activities. She apparently much preferred curling up with one of those romance novels that Hermione always called tedious, derivative, and unrealistic. Cho, for her part, also managed to ask Harry more questions that he could actually answer, but their interest didn't seem to mesh much. She didn't seem to share his interest in Muggle fantasy. To be fair, he might not have cared for it himself if he'd been raised in the magical world. She wasn't interested in taking the time to learn wandless magic or martial arts. And more worryingly, she still asked the occasional question about his holidays overseas over the years that sounded like they had been inspired by the Harry Potter Adventures books. He could understand how it could be hard to separate truth from fiction with all the stuff that was written about him, so he tried to set her straight gently when that came up. Overall, Harry made an effort to take it in stride, but after they left Madame Pudafoots during the mid-morning lull, he decided to go out on a limb and try to show her a little more of the real Harry Potter's life. "Let's go out to the Shrieking Shack," he said. "Okay," Cho said. As they got up to go, Harry went out on another limb and, instead of offering his arm again, held her hand. They were smiling as they walked hand in hand to the most haunted building in Britain. Contrary to popular belief, Barty Crouch Sr. hadn't been the last of his line, though he was the last male that anyone knew about, so that was as good as. Most people had long forgotten that Artemis Crouch, old Barty's niece, was still living. This was probably because Artemis Crouch was a werewolf and hadn't been seen in civilized society for about 20 years, 20 years during which she had been raised and trained by Fenrir Greyback. For many years it had been a challenge for Greyback to keep her in his pack, not because of her loyalties but because she was a natural alpha, and this put her in conflict with Greyback's mate. It would have come to tooth and claw, but Artemis had no interest in being a mate to the man she called father. When she came of age, she found a reasonably fit beta and stuck to him. Artemis's real value to the pack, though, was as a spy. When not running under the full moon, she was a smallish woman, only lightly scarred, and, like a certain cousin of hers, she was good at acting innocent. Today that spy was lurking around the Shrieking Shack, trying to tease out a way in through the wards, either above ground or below. While she had never been to Hogwarts, she was quite adept with a stolen wand when taught by a couple of older werewolves who had. The wards, however, were very strong. Dumbledore must have set them himself. It was almost impossible for humans to get in unsurprising, since you wouldn't want people wandering in when a werewolf was in there. And so far as she could tell, it was impossible for a transformed werewolf to get out, at least on their own. They would need a wizard with them to open the wards, unsurprising again, since you wouldn't want a werewolf getting out of the place so close to people's homes in Hogsmeade. Greyback suspected a tunnel from the basement of the shack back to the school, but they didn't know how it ran or where it came out, and it seemed to be impervious to her remote scans. Artemis cursed under her breath. They had less than a month to solve this problem. One way or another, one of the werewolf bills was likely to pass the Wisengamot this summer, and there was only one more full moon before Hogwarts let out. Greyback was already in a foul mood because of a small revision he'd had to make to his plans. A few days ago, the pack had managed to get hold of a full course of Wolfsbane Potion 7 doses courtesy of Mr. Lyles. With a little more pressure and persuasion and blackmail, after all, he could go to Azkaban for passing the stuff along at all, they had convinced him to join their plan fully, on one condition, that he be allowed to join the raiding party. That was bad enough. He was a captive wolf and had lived most of his life in civilized magical society. That made him the weakest link and the least trustworthy. The other problem was the test run they had done at the last full moon. 7 werewolves, 1 dose of wolfsbane each, and an obstacle course they had set up in advance. The good news was that a single dose of wolfsbane made a difference. A pack of mindless beasts became a team of trained dogs, or at least trained wolves able to follow a complex plan on a marked course if they were properly led and commanded. The problem was that with only 1 dose of the potion, Greyback himself wasn't sane enough to lead it reliably, and there was no time for another test. That meant he would have to bet everything on an untested plan. Greyback himself would take 2 doses of wolfsbane, in hopes that it would be enough to lead the pack, and he would take 5 others on 1 dose each, one less chance to cause mayhem, but it was the only way. Granted, they were still working on some other contacts, and it was possible they could get another batch of the stuff for a total of 13, practically everyone in the pack who was worth a damn. But all that was moot if they couldn't actually get in. One stratagem after another of teasing her way through the wards failed, and time was of the essence. That was why Artemis was here at all on a day when the students were here. It was bad enough trying to stay hidden with just the regular tourists. Few people came by the shack in late morning, so Artemis thought she'd have a chance to keep working, but no luck. She was at it for only a few minutes before she heard voices coming up the lane. She ducked into the nearest cover, a cluster of bushes a short distance away, and froze, waiting to see who was coming. When she saw who it was, she couldn't believe her eyes. It was Harry Potter, the boy who lived, basilisk slayer, and personal friend of the pack trader Remus Lupin. There was a very pretty girl with him, whom it sounded like he was trying to impress enough for her to take him as a mate, or something like that. It had been a while since she had thought about mating in human terms. She watched and listened from the shadows as they stopped in front of the shack. Artemis didn't dare make a sound. The episode at Halloween demonstrated that the boy who lived had very keen ears. "Hey, Cho, do you want to know a secret?" said Harry. Cho's eyes grew wide with anticipation. Harry had been so cagey about his life that she was dying to know something more. "Oh, yes, Harry," she whispered. "What is it?" He looked over towards the shack and said, "It's not really haunted." Cho's grin slipped, and she stared at him with confusion. "What are you talking about?" she asked. "The shrieking shack. There aren't any ghosts. It's not even that old. You might not know, with your grandparents not being natives, but if you ask around, you'll find that the stories about it being the most haunted building in Britain only started circulating in the 70s. "They did," Cho said, still trying to figure out what this had to do with anything. "But why?" Harry leaned a little closer to her. "Do you remember my friend, Remus Lupin? The werewolf?" She said a little too fast. "Yes. You see, when Remus first started at Hogwarts, he needed a safe place to spend the night during the full moon, away from the rest of the students. So Dumbledore bought an abandoned shack on the outskirts of Hogsmeade and enchanted it to hold a werewolf. Then, he made a secret passage from the shack back to the school so he could go there before moonrise on those nights." She raised an eyebrow when she put it together. "So the shrieking shack is actually connected to the school?" she asked. "Yep. If you go down to the basement, you'll find a tunnel, and from there, it's a straight shot up to the school grounds, where it comes out under the Whomping Willow down the hill past Hagrid's hut. There's a big knot at the base of the tree, and if you press it, the tree freezes long enough to get out from under it." "Wow," Cho said, trailing off for a moment. "That's kind of disappointing." "What? Why?" "There's supposed to be a bunch of super tough ghosts there who even the Bloody Baron won't go near, but you're saying the whole thing's just a scam?" "Remus likes to think of it as more of a prank. He loves pranks. But still, that's not as interesting as the most haunted building in Britain." Harry resisted the urge to shake his head. Sometimes, he thought, people who grew up in the magical world just didn't get it. Ghosts were everywhere in the magical world. Hogwarts itself was easily the most haunted building in Britain. And granted, he didn't find the shrieking shack that interesting by itself, but just the fact that Dumbledore and Remus together had pulled one over on the whole country was pretty neat in his opinion. "There's more, though," he tried again. "There is." "Yeah. Did you hear how Sirius Black registered as an animagus?" Yeah, I heard something about that." "And Peter Pettigrew was one?" "Yes, I remember that." "Well, my dad was one too. He was a stag. The three of them actually became animagi when they were in school, and on the full moon, they'd sneak out to the shrieking shack with Remus in animal form." "Your dad was an animagus?" Cho said in surprise, suddenly sounding much more interested. "Uh-huh. I guess that is pretty cool. Anyone else in your family?" "No need," Harry said carefully. "Remus isn't in school anymore. He can go off on his own, or Sirius can keep him company." All that was technically true, but he was nowhere near ready to reveal the full story. He didn't even say that the marauders had left the shack to roam the Forbidden Forest. He was hoping that if Cho proved trustworthy with what was already basically an open secret that Sirius had become an unregistered animagus in school, and if they stayed together that he could trust her with his bigger secrets later. "Well, head back for lunch then?" Cho said after a little more aimless conversation. Sure, let's go, Harry agreed. They turned and walked away from the shrieking shack hand in hand. Artemis couldn't believe her ears when she overheard the conversation. Harry Bloody Potter had just given away most of the information she needed, completely oblivious to who was listening in. That was just too perfect. She waited until the young couple was out of earshot, then operated away at once. It seemed that this day hadn't been so unproductive after all. Harry and Cho shared a pleasant lunch at the Three Broomsticks, which only turned unpleasant when they got up to leave because that was when Cedric Diggory walked up to them. "Good afternoon, Lord Potter," he said. Harry froze and shot the Hufflepuff a wary look. Formal titles, that meant serious business. "Good afternoon, Mr. Diggory," he replied. "I was wondering if I might be able to have a word with you." He glanced at Cho. "In private?" Harry also cast a glance at Cho. "Is that really necessary?" he asked. "Yes, I believe so. There are sensitive government matters in play." Harry grumbled to himself a bit and then gave his date a sympathetic look. "I'm sorry about this, Cho," he said. "I'll try to keep it short." Cho gave him an exasperated sigh, but she said, "I understand, Harry. Sorry about this, but this sounds important. I'm sure Mr. Diggory knows that it had better be important." "It is. And this shouldn't take very long," Cedric said apologetically. He led Harry to one of the back rooms in the pub. Harry had a faint urge to draw his wand, but he wrote that off as being a little too paranoid. Once there, Cedric took a deep breath, steeling himself for what was to come. "I wanted you to know, Potter, that I visited the Robbins family this morning." Harry did draw his wand then, though he kept it at his side. "And what did you do to them?" he demanded. Nothing. We just talked." He held up his hands to show he didn't want trouble. "About what?" "This wasn't the first time," Cedric said hesitantly. I wanted to understand what they're going through. I needed to see for myself instead of just parroting what everyone else says." That was not what Harry was expecting. He holstered his wand. "And what did you find?" He swallowed uncomfortably. "I think my father is wrong about werewolves. Tell the truth, I don't see how anyone can look at that little girl and see a monster. People talk about werewolves like they're not even human, including my father, and they just can't see how wrong that is. I've been researching the wolfsbane potion too. Anyone can see it's perfectly safe if it's properly used." "Okay, I get it," Harry said. "What brought this on, though?" Cedric shrugged. "I couldn't see someone like you being friends with werewolves if they were all bad." He rolled his eyes. "It shouldn't take that to get the point across." "Well, since we're having this conversation, is there anything you can do about your father?" he asked. Cedric sighed at that. "I can try," he said, "but when he gets something into his head, it can be awfully hard to get it out. What about you? Have you had any luck finding a school that will take Demelza?" Harry shook his head. "Nothing yet, but I'm still working on it." "Well, good luck with that, Potter." "Sure thing." He turned to walk away, but he stopped. "Cedric," he called. "Yeah." "Thanks." Cedric smiled. "No problem, Harry." Harry made it back to Cho right away, who was looking a little impatient, but brightened in response to his improved mood. She asked what was going on, and he gave her a cursory overview of the situation. She said she thought it was sweet of Cedric to think of Demelza like that, and they continued on their date with no further trouble. By the end of the day, Harry still didn't think he felt anything beyond just nice with Cho. Indeed, the two of them had got on each other's nerves a little bit a couple of times, but of course in the real world, things never went perfectly smoothly, so he didn't let it faze him. He did notice, however, that one of the things that annoyed her the most was being interrupted for business, and being Harry Potter, he had quite a lot of that. That was something they would have to discuss if this was going to work out. As for Harry, what annoyed him was those times when Cho started getting a little too fangirlish over the boy who lived thing. That was a common trait of girls at Hogwarts, though, and she seemed to be making a real effort, so he tried to suppress his annoyance for her sake. On the whole, however, he still enjoyed the date, and when they got back to the castle, it was Harry who leaned in and kissed Cho this time. "Dear Dad, I've been putting off writing this letter for a while, but I don't think I can any longer. For most of this year I've been going along with you on the Werewolf Protection Act, but to be honest, it's only really been a matter of family honor. As much as I respect your work, I think we've established that I'm not the politician you are. I'm sorry, Dad, but at this point I don't feel that I can continue to support the bill just out of family honor. I think you're making a mistake, both with the bill and your stance against werewolves at Hogwarts. I know that's probably pretty shocking to hear from me, but this isn't something that happened overnight. I've been thinking about it and researching it for weeks, and I just can't see the rationale. You're even on the opposite side from Harry Potter on this, and while no one is infallible, and it's only to be expected that we would have some political disagreements, that should really give you some pause. I do see your point on a lot of this. Potter's bill is probably too sanguine, and the safety issues with Wolfsbane potion are real, but I think you're close enough in position that you could work out your differences and work together instead of fighting each other. And I think you're completely wrong about the job restrictions. All but the most staunchly anti-werewolf people will admit that werewolves are only inherently dangerous on the night of the full moon if you press them on it, so why would we ban them from a bunch of jobs and make it that much harder for them to function in society? As for Hogwarts, maybe it would have been appropriate to ban werewolves from the school back in the 1970s when Lupin was here, but it's a lot safer now than it was then with Wolfsbane potion. There's a better way than shutting innocent people out of a good education. If we made sure they got a reliable supply of Wolfsbane and had them transform in the Shrieking Shack, there shouldn't be any problem. I've spoken to the Robbins family on my last 2 Hogsmeade visits. That may surprise you, but I'm glad I did. I found them to be good people who are trying to make the best of a bad situation. Demelza is a sweet girl with an unshakable optimism, and a natural Gryffindor who would never harm anyone if she could help it. There's a lot I can't say without betraying their trust, but I can tell you that they do have a reliable supplier for Wolfsbane, and I was surprised at how strong their safety precautions were. They take it very seriously, and I can honestly say that I would not be uncomfortable at all having her at Hogwarts. So I guess what I want to say is that you should give some serious thought to reconsidering your position. Love. Cedric. West Africa was awash for Voldemort. The Vodun traditions, though varied and powerful and very interesting, just couldn't be made to mesh with his Horcrux and homunculus system. If he'd known his options would be this restricted at age 16, he might have investigated a different path to immortality. As it was, he and his Death Eaters had to keep moving. I should have suspected, he muttered to himself in a high, cold voice. Not just any dark wizard can handle the Horcrux magic properly. If it were easy, we would not need to make this journey in the first place. In order to do the extraordinary, we must find the extraordinary. Egypt was a good idea. Lebanon and Ghana were less so. But the Aztecs were more developed of any others in the magic of life and death. We must seek out true skill at our next destination. It wasn't easy to get hold of an international port key from Ghana to Mexico. In fact, it was impossible. They were just too tightly regulated. Fortunately, Voldemort knew a few tricks. Like hijacking port keys. They managed to sign themselves onto a portkey from Ghana back to Britain for the Quidditch World Cup, and Voldemort instructed Barty how to add an intermediate destination. He had to add it blind, never having been to Mexico, but after consulting a map for appropriate coordinates, the arithmancy was easy. The portkey transported them across the Atlantic to an obscure hollow near Chicxulub. Then the Death Eaters obliviated the Ghanans and sent them on their way to the portkey's final destination in England. No one was ever the wiser. Once in Mexico, they started poking around, and one name or title rather kept coming to their ears: La Dama Obscura de Veracruz, the Dark Lady of Veracruz. Dear Cedric, I was surprised, to say the least, to read your last letter, my boy. I'm pleased that you're taking a sudden interest in politics, but I would be lying if I said I wasn't a bit disappointed in you conclusions. I can tell your heart's in the right place. It's a fine, Hufflepuff thing to want to help people in difficult situations. But in this case, it's not that simple. You're young, it's understandable, but you should get a clear measure of things. The lycanthropy illness itself is not the problem. I'm sorry if I gave that impression, but the fact is that werewolves as a whole tend to be an unsavory lot. Just look at the crime rates for werewolves versus the general population. Or worse, look how many otherwise law-abiding werewolves flocked to Greyback's pack during the war. I admit that the restrictions in our bill are harsh, but we're trying to keep people who pose a danger away from positions of power where they could do serious harm to others. And as for those who are of school age, yes, it's a tragedy that innocent children must suffer from this illness, mostly at Greyback's hands, and it's a tragedy that their education must suffer as well, but Hogwarts is not immune from sleeper agents or radicalized students. The last war proved that. There would be far too much risk that a student who wasn't following the rules could become a danger to others. What little I know of Miss Robbins indicates that she is a sweet girl, and it's very noble of you to try to help her, but you cannot base your conclusion off of a single case. I hope you can see my position, my boy. If you like, we can discuss this at greater length at home. Love. Dad. Cedric found himself surprisingly annoyed as he finished reading his father's letter. He knew how his father operated. The whole thing was a diplomatic way of saying, I'm right and you're wrong. He could just tell. Surprised, to say the least, translation, he was pretty ticked off. And the way he called him, my boy. Cedric knew he meant it affectionately, but somehow it came across as condescending, as if he were an ignorant child. In fact, he'd even come out and said it. You're young, it's understandable. He was 16 for Merlin's sake. His father was still repeating the same talking points that all of the anti-werewolf people used. He could recite the whole debate in his head. Werewolves have sky-high crime rates, they said. Then the other side would say that was because of poverty and disproportionate scrutiny from the DMLE. And then his father would bring up violent crime rates, despite the fact that violent crime was uncommon enough outside the war that it was nigh impossible to do an arithmetically significant analysis. Then his opponents would point out the lack of affordable mind healers' care. And it would just go on, with both sides just talking past each other as much as talking to each other. The thing was, after all that, Cedric just couldn't get past the injustice of denying anyone an education. And the admonition to discuss it at home. That meant his father would rather not see another letter on the topic, and would probably rather Cedric forget about it entirely. That was probably less out of anger and more out of not wanting to deal with it, but still. And so, Cedric was annoyed, and he wasn't going to forget about it. This probably wouldn't end well. Day after day, the report was the same: 10,000 Muggles killed in Rwanda. Some reports said 20,000. And murders of wizards every day at the hands of Kinaningese and his followers. Murder and terror fell as a shadow over East Africa. And yet, the ICW still squabbled in Miranjan over whether to intervene. The justification for staying out of it was that, supposedly, the Rwandans could take care of themselves. After all, the Muggle rebels had been making steady progress in April. But then May came, and the Muggle rebels were bogged down besieging the capital of Kigali. Jees had thrown up barriers to them that the magical opposition could barely understand, and he ruled the population center of magical Kigali with an iron fist, while still continuing to send forays into neighboring countries. That was a good argument to send a task force, but apparently not a good enough one. Day after day they debated and came to no consensus. Albus Dumbledore was growing increasingly frustrated. This mess was taking valuable time away from his duties in Britain. He could get away for the full moons and the Wisengamot meetings, but just barely, and Minerva must be losing her mind running Hogwarts on her own. Merlin knew she had in that mess last year. Today they really needed to wrap it up. The debate had gone on until the 23rd of May, and it was the day before the last full moon of the school year. It was time to close the session for a 2-day recess, and then maybe he could get some real work done for a change. Unfortunately, fate seemed to be working against him. Near the end of the business day, a page ran in, frantic, carrying a message for the assembly. "Hold it. Hold everything," the young man yelled in a thick accent. "Supreme Mugwump, I have an emergency communique for the ICW addressed from the Burundian government in exile in Zaire." Gasps rang out from the assembled delegates. The Burundian government wasn't in exile. "Oh dear," Dumbledore said. "Please read the communique, Mr. Thibault." To the delegates of the International Confederation of Wizards from Pascal Hakizimana, Interim Minister for Magic of the Burundian Magical Government in Exile, the page read in a shaky voice. "We have lost our country. We do not know what happened. There was an attack on our Aura force. We do not know what happened. There were no survivors who witnessed it. All we know is that our entire Aura department is gone, literally cut to pieces." The next day, Kinanin Jees came to the ministry building personally. He threw fire from his hands. His feet shook the earth. "We didn't have the manpower to defend it. We were forced to flee. There are so few of us left, we have no hope of taking our country back on our own. We beg the help of the ICW to intervene and liberate our people." Message ends. Horrified murmurs swept the castle, and Dumbledore stared gravely. This was not good. Jees had scored a decisive blow and spread this war far beyond what the Muggles knew or saw. Intervention would be nearly certain now, which was good on the whole, but on a more personal matter, it looked like he would have to send a message to Minerva that he wouldn't be able to make it back to Britain tomorrow night. Chapter 77. Hey, where's Dumbledore? Tonight's the full moon. He's supposed to be here. What happens if he's gone? The whispers were flying fast and furious in the Great Hall on the morning of the 24th of May. Headmaster Dumbledore was nowhere to be seen at breakfast, and the apprehension quickly grew to such a pitch that Professor McGonagall had to stand up and make an announcement. "May I have your attention, please?" She called out, and the hall quieted down. "As many of you have noticed, Professor Dumbledore is still absent today. I'm afraid that he has been detained in Switzerland for longer than expected due to sudden developments in the East African crisis, and he will not be returning tonight." Worried murmurs broke out at this. "I assure you that there is no cause for alarm," she said, raising her voice a little higher. "We will continue to provide a full range of security measures tonight, as on the previous full moons. We are living in a castle, if you recall, and no transformed werewolf can get in through any door or window when Hogwarts is locked down, so I don't want to hear any more worries about the moon cycle." Well, she seems pretty certain, Hermione observed. Yeah. This is still gonna be Greyback's best chance to get in, though, Harry said. If he wants to make a move here, it's gonna have to be tonight. I'm sure the teachers know that, Harry. And so do the Aurors. They'll be ready. Besides, Neville said, isn't what Greyback really wants an army of Muggle werewolves? That's what everyone says, but that's just a guess, Harry countered. I'd feel better if we had a solid idea what his plans were. Is there any way we can keep watch? An eager voice said. Everyone in earshot turned to look at Colin Creevey. Keep watch, said Ginny Weasley, who was sitting across from him. How? Who's gonna go out to the front lines to watch? I meant like from the battlements or something, Colin said. If Greyback shows up, he's gonna have to come across the grounds, right? He wouldn't have to, said Ron. There's secret passages into the castle, Fred George. Could a werewolf get in through a secret passage? Fred and George conferred with each other, and Harry also considered the question, since he knew the Marauders' map as well as they did by now, but they reached a conclusion before he did. Nah, couldn't be. The only one they could use, you need thumbs to get through. I doubt we could keep watch better than the teachers, Colin, Hermione said, but it's a nice thought. Well, I might have a trick or two to Harry started, but something else distracted him. Oh, look, the mail's here. The post owls flew into the great hall. Harry was surprised when a strange owl landed wearily in front of him, dropped its letter, and immediately snapped up a double rasher of sausage from his plate. Hey, he said. At first, he thought the bird was an eagle owl, but it was leaner, more orange-colored, had larger ear tufts and, if it were possible, an ever harsher stare. It was a great horned owl. From the Americas. Harry let the sausage go and eagerly ripped open the letter. Yes, he yelled. Harry, what is it? Hermione demanded. He read the letter aloud. Dear Mr. Potter, I apologize that it has taken so long for us to get back to you. There were a lot of hoops to jump through. I won't bore you with the details, but suffice it to say that your request had to be approved by the Department of Magical Education in Boston, our own school board here in New Orleans, and our parent-teacher organization. However, I am pleased to inform you that the final hurdles have been cleared. With this approval, we will be happy to admit your friend who suffers from lycanthropy for the 1994 to 1995 school year on the condition that she takes the Wolfsbane potion monthly. We have always valued diversity here at Long River, and we are honored to work with someone who believes so strongly in equal magical rights, especially overseas. Sincerely, Sequoia Proctor, Dean of Admissions and Defensive Magic Teacher, Long River School of Arcana, New Orleans, Louisiana, USA. Why don't we have a parent-teacher organization? Hermione wondered. Who cares? I finally found a place for Demelza to go. This is great. I'll have to write her right away. She smiled at her brother's enthusiasm. Yes, Harry, it's really good of you to do that for her. But still, I think a PTO would be a big help here. Well, have Neville write his gran, Harry said. Once breakfast was over, he jumped up and practically ran to the Ollery. After he left, Hermione turned to Neville and sighed. And Harry Potter does the impossible again. You know, sometimes it almost makes me wonder if he secretly likes being famous. Yeah, it kinda does, Neville agreed. Almost. It was time. After 3 weeks of careful, painstaking work and planning, Fenrir Greyback had all his pieces in place. To his great fortune, one of his recruiters had come through with another batch of Wolfsbane potion, and so he had 13 werewolves ready to go to Hogwarts, and now, thanks to dear Artemis, they had a way in. How fitting that it had been Potter himself who let slip the information he needed. Now that they knew the exact route of the secret passage onto the grounds, they didn't need to get into the Shrieking Shack. All they needed to do was to find a secluded spot above the passage itself and start digging. Slowly, carefully, they prepared, digging in a well-hidden place under a tree in the Forbidden Forest, just outside the wards, using as little magic as possible to avoid suspicion. Now they had a hole big enough for them to wriggle down in human form. Once in the tunnel, they struck a light and proceeded towards the castle. They felt a tingling sensation as they passed through the powerful wards of the Hogwarts grounds, diluted by the earth above them, and another ward on the tunnel itself. There was no indication that they had triggered for the passage of an untransformed werewolf. Above ground, they triggered for any human crossing the boundary other than through the gates, or this whole thing would have been much easier, but the wards on this tunnel had been adjusted to allow untransformed werewolves to pass in both directions for the pack trader Lupin's sake all those years ago. With that obstacle out of the way, they reached the exit of the tunnel under the Whomping Willow. Reaching up, they found the knot that immobilized it and tested it. Everything worked according to plan. They would be able to strike it again just before moonrise. "Good, good," Greyback whispered to his brethren. Lycaon was there, as was Artemis Crouch, Jerry Lyles, and just about every good hunter from his pack. "Everything is ready," he said. "At last we will have our revenge." "All right, kid," said a gruff, old, one-eyed wizard. "This is your final exam, the Hogsmeade beat on a full moon. And remember, it's the last full moon of the school year. If something's gonna happen here, it's probably gonna be tonight, so exercise constant vigilance." "You got it, boss." Nymphadora Tonks shifted her hair to a deep purple so as to be less conspicuous in the dark, checked her wand holsters. Being Mad-Eye Moody's apprentice, she had to have at least 2, and mentally prepared herself for the night ahead. 3 years of training had led to this night. If she did well tonight, she'd be a fully qualified Auror. And there was a good chance of some trouble tonight, but she was resolved to be ready. Once this was over, what would she do? What did she want to do? She grinned when she got an idea. "I'd better make sure the Robbinses are secure, Mad-Eye. My cousin isn't exactly constantly vigilant." Mad-Eye chuckled and let her go. There were enough Aurors and hit wizards in the village that they didn't need to go in teams per se. She walked quickly through the streets until she came to the thatched house where Hogsmeade's one declared werewolf lived, and where her cousin and his best friend were once again staying for the night. "Serious? Everything set here?" she asked when she found them. "All ready to go, Tonks," he said. "Even threw up a couple extra wards like Mad-Eye wanted. If Greyback tries to come in here, they'll at least slow him down long enough for me to give him what for." "Don't get cocky, Padfoot," Remus admonished. "We can't afford any mistakes tonight. Moony, we've been doing this just fine for months. I know how to be careful. So, big night for you, isn't it, Tonks? All finished with training? Just have to make it till morning without screwing up." "Yep. Then I'll be fully qualified," Dora said with a grin. "It'll be great not to have to introduce myself as Apprentice Auror Tonks anymore." She paused and shot a glance at Remus. "Say, Wolfie, when I'm done, I'm taking you out for celebratory drinks." Wait, what?" Remus sputtered. "You heard me. I'll take you out for drinks." Dora, isn't it supposed to be me who takes you out for drinks?" "Well, since you're offering, I'd be honored." Remus slapped his forehead. Sirius barked loudly with laughter. "Oh, damn, Moony, you walked right into that one," he howled. How did I fall for that? He grumbled. Before he could try to take it back, though, he heard a mischievous giggling. He turned and saw Demelza crouching on the stairs, peeking at the three of them through the bars of the railing with a huge grin on her face. "Ah, it's so romantic," the little witch said. Dora giggled along with her. Demelza was already over the moon from receiving Harry's letter earlier that day, which was making her inordinately giddy about everything. "This is not romantic," Remus protested. "She tried to trick me into asking her out for drinks." "Whoa, whoa, whoa. I did not try to trick you," Dora said. "I succeeded." "She's right, Mr. Lupin," Demelza said. "Now you gotta take her." "You have got to be kidding me," he muttered. "Come on, Mr. Lupin," the little girl said insistently, "or Tonks has to save you before your heart turns all gross and hairy." Sirius roared even louder with laughter at the fairy tale reference and fell on the floor. Dora and even Demelza's parents watched and chuckled at Remus's predicament. "Useless. Useless the lot of you." He growled sardonically. "Why does everyone insist on trying to play matchmaker for me?" "Because you refuse to take the initiative," Sirius said without hesitation. "And deep down, you know you don't really want to be alone. I told you, it's not a question of what I want." "Sure it is." Demelza interrupted. She scampered down the stairs and stood in front of him, looking up at him with big, pleading eyes. "Mr. Mooney," she said more timidly, trying his nickname for the first time, "Harry Potter told me that I can do anything I want with my life. He even found a school I can go to. He said I shouldn't ever let being a werewolf stop me, and anyone who said different was just being stupid. And if you're his friend, maybe you should quit being stupid and listen to him too." Remus stared down at the girl, wondering how she had come so far as to try to verbally slap some sense into him. She'd be a Gryffindor for sure if she could go to Hogwarts. And yet, she kept looking up at him with those big, pleading eyes. He wondered if maybe Sirius and Harry and practically his whole family had a point. Pretty much all of them had told him not to let his lycanthropy get him down at one time or another. And as for how he felt about Dora, honestly, he wasn't sure if it could work out even without his furry little problem. She was 13 years his junior and almost as wild as Sirius had been at that age. But then again, few people ever would have pegged Remus for a marauder like James or Sirius. He could adapt. And he had to admit, Dora was fun to be around. She reminded him of the more carefree days of his youth, and she truly cared about him, the way she kept trying to comfort him the day after the full moon. He still couldn't fathom what she saw in him, but maybe it was worth a shot. Demelza certainly seemed to think so. "Oh, Merlin, I can't say no to a face like that," he said. "All right, you win, Dora. Friday night, I'll take you out for drinks just for Demelza's sake, mind." "Yes." Dora ran up and grabbed him in a tight hug and kissed him on the cheek. "It's about time you finally came around, Wolfie." "Thanks, kid, I owe you one." "I'm doomed, aren't I?" Remus said. "Yep," Sirius replied. Moonrise at Hogwarts was at 9:12 in the evening on the night of May 24th, not long after curfew. The moon was in Scorpius, which Professor Trelawney said meant someone would be stung tonight, but hardly anybody paid attention to her. Safe inside the walls of Hogwarts, things were going smoothly. Prefect and teacher patrols were going about as normal. In the Gryffindor common room, even Harry Potter was mostly unconcerned. Then, at 9:13, an eerie sound wafted across the grounds. "Arrgh!" Harry looked up and over to Hermione and Neville, who were working on Charm's homework. Hermione was idly petting Crookshanks with her free hand. A few other humans and the cat remarked the sound and shivered. "That sounded close," Harry said. Maybe, Hermione said absently. When no one else said anything, Harry said, like inside the grounds close and like someone was trying to keep that wolf quiet. I doubt that. They couldn't get through the ward boundaries. I don't know, Hermione. I'd feel better if, of course, the map. The map? Hermione and Neville said in unison. Yeah, to check if there's anyone out on the grounds. Really, Harry? Hermione said. Hey, it can't hurt to check. I'll just run up and take a look. Harry could scale the 7 flights to his dorm pretty quickly, but tonight a strange sense of urgency overtook him. As soon as he was out of sight of the common room and sure he wasn't being watched, he dropped to his knees, changed to cat form, and sprinted up the stairs. He changed back outside the door and barged in. With a wave of his hand and a wandless charm, he opened his trunk and fished out the Marauder's map. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. The map quickly showed him what he needed to see. Bloody buggering hell. Harry dove for his communication mirror. Sirius Black. Sirius Black. It was an agonizingly long time before the connection was answered, even if it was probably only a few seconds. Finally, Sirius's worried face appeared in the mirror. He started to speak a word or two, but Harry didn't listen and shouted over him. Greyback's on the grounds. What? Yelled 3 human voices. At the same time, the sound of a growl and a whine came from the background. He's got a whole pack here, just look. Harry didn't waste time describing what he saw, and instead just held the mirror over the map so that Sirius could see. Sirius's response was even more colorful than Harry's. 13 dots were coming up the hill from the Whomping Willow up to the castle, moving fast and seemingly in formation. The lead dot was labeled Fenrir Greyback. How? How did they get in? Sirius said. They couldn't get through the wards. Maybe they were already there? But how could they never mind? I'll alert the Aurors, and Moony and I will come up to the castle. You could use a couple extra sets of claws on your side. Sirius. There's no time, cub. I just be careful. I'll warn McGonagall. Harry, no. I'll be fine. Animals are safe if they don't attack. I won't have to be in human form at all. Ugh, damn it, just you be careful too. Mirror off. Sirius set the mirror down and spun around. You get all that, Moony? He said. The werewolf nodded his head. Okay, we need to try to get you in by whatever path they took and get the Aurors up there. Stick close to me and let me do the talking. Moony growled at the bad joke, but there was no time to fight about it. I'm sorry, Mr. and Mrs. Robbins, but we have to go. Stay, Sirius said sharply, pointing at Demelza. The wolf pup whined with indignation. They hurried up the stairs and out the front door of the house. Sirius's eyes scanned around the street as Moony stood at his heels. Finding someone who could help, he called out, Oi, Auror! Auror Savage! Lutetia Savage turned to look and immediately brought her wand up when she saw a wolf standing beside the hit wizard. Black? What is it? Harry Potter says Greyback's at Hogwarts. I'm gonna take Lupin to try to follow his trail. You get everybody you can to the gates. Auror Savage's face went white. Are you sure? She said. Positive. I saw the tracking spells that found him. Go then. I'll cover you. Hurry. Right, come on, Moony. Sirius changed back into Padfoot, and they sprinted away along the edge of the village until they came to the Shrieking Shack. But once there, their keen animal magic senses told them that the wards hadn't been breached at all. Quickly putting their canned noses to work, they sniffed out a trail that led into the forbidden forest. This was their old stomping grounds, and they could move through it quickly. The scent grew fresh as they reached a large tree, and under it they found a freshly dug hole. Padfoot barked and growled as he put two and two together. The bastards hadn't gone into the shrieking shack, where the wards were all but impenetrable. They had dug directly into the tunnel. With another bark, he indicated for Moony to crawl in after him. The werewolf barely fit, but they made it. The monster's scents were strong here, and they took the tunnel at a run, only for Moony to seemingly run into a wall a short distance later. Padfoot untransformed and turned around. "Oh, Merlin, not the wards," he said. Sure enough, the wards on the tunnel were doing exactly what they were supposed to do, keeping a transformed werewolf from getting through it to the castle. Come on, think," he muttered to himself. "Aha! I've got it. Sorry about this, mate." The wards had one obvious weakness, which had been left in place because no one would have been crazy enough to try it in the 1970s, not even the marauders. He drew his wand, waved it at the werewolf, and uttered, "Homorphous revertio." Under the spell of the complex and fiendishly difficult Homorphous charm, Remus Lupin changed back to human form and collapsed flat on his face in pain. It was a hard spell to endure, hardly worth it even the first couple times when it would last all night. He struggled and couldn't get up. Starved for time, Sirius grabbed him by both hands and dragged him forward until he could no longer feel the vibrating energy of the castle's wards. Unfortunately, he couldn't wait 45 minutes for the charm to wear off on its own. He hoped this would work. He pointed his wand again and said, "This is probably gonna hurt more, sorry. Finite incantatum." It worked. Within seconds, the wolf was back, growling and howling in pain, but on his feet. Sirius didn't waste any time. He changed back to Padfoot and started running down the tunnel again with Moony hot on his heels. He wondered how far Greyback and his pack had got. They couldn't be in the castle, could they? All the doors and windows were locked. Even the drainage tunnels under the dungeons had grates across them now after that troll incident 2 years ago. There was no way in, right? But then a memory struck him, something he had considered when he was in school and thought he'd be able to manage if he tried. Something he had always wanted to try, but had never got around to it. Oh, Merlin, no. Colin Creevey knew nothing of Harry Potter's actions. He had taken matters into his own hands. He still thought the idea of putting a watch up on the battlements was a good one. Maybe he was being paranoid, but Harry Potter thought there was reason for concern, and that was good enough for him. And it was surprisingly easy, too. The second-year boys' dorm was one flight up from the common room. He couldn't sneak out of Gryffindor Tower through the common room after curfew, not with Percy Weasley, the head boy, keeping an eye out for trouble. But how did any Muggle teenager ever sneak out of his bedroom? Well, Colin wasn't quite 13 yet, but the principle was the same. He tied together some sheets and climbed out the window, sliding down the one story to the battlements. And so he kept watch, ready to act if he saw any trouble. The full moon crept over the horizon. For a minute nothing happened, and then he heard a howl. Arork. He looked in that direction at once. He couldn't see anything at first, even in the moonlight. Perhaps the sound had been nothing. Or perhaps whatever had made it ran off in some other direction where he couldn't see. There was nothing for a while, and then he saw it. A whole pack of shadowy, animalistic figures were running across the grass up the hill towards the school. He raised his magically night-enhanced camera. He might as well get a good shot or two while he was at it, and took a photo. He noticed that the werewolves were running towards the far corner of the school near the greenhouses. He was puzzled for a minute as he watched and took another photo, until he realized what they were doing. They were coming inside. He ran to the nearest door into the building and started looking for a teacher. Hermione and Neville were very surprised when a black and white cat bolted from the boys' staircase, darted across the common room, and began scratching at the portrait hole, mewling urgently. Hermione was even more surprised when Crookshanks leapt from the sofa and joined her brother at the entrance. Then she heard clearly what the smaller cat was saying. Since she had achieved the Animagus transformation herself, even as a different animal, she found that she could understand Crookshanks's meows a little better. Animagi of different species could understand each other surprisingly well in animal form, and Ratsbane, Padfoot, and Crookshanks could all understand each other well. It wasn't too much of a stretch for Fisher to join in, so even in human form she could pick up a couple of words. She only needed one, the tortured sound of a cat trying to howl. "Oh my God," she breathed. She glanced around at the crowded common room. The portrait hole was secure enough that she wouldn't need to warn them, but she would be spotted at once opening it. No time for elaborate plans now. Merlin, how had Greyback 4 that was the only one it could be got into Hogwarts? Seeing a possible opening, she waved her hand with a wandless incantation, and suddenly the Quidditch cup and the house cup that sat on the mantel fell to the floor with a loud clang. Everyone looked away for a split second, giving her and the cats just enough time to slip out. "Okay, Ratsbane, what's going to Hermione said as the fat lady's portrait swung closed. But she hadn't even finished the sentence when the cats took off down the corridor. "Ratsbane! Crookshanks!" She called again, but he didn't slow down. "Ugh, felines!" She ran after them, but they were too fast for her. Instead, she ducked into the first alcove she came to, closed her eyes, and concentrated. A few seconds later, she was in her otter form, and she was on the move again. An otter still wasn't as fast as a cat, but it was still faster than Hermione Granger on 2 legs, at least over short distances. Ratsbane, on the other hand, was moving fast with Crookshanks keeping pace by his side. He had to find Teacher Catter, Professor McGonagall, and fast. Or did he? The castle was supposed to be on lockdown. There was no way for werewolves to get in, was there? He fell back on his occlumency skills. In order to protect his mind, Harry had memorized every detail of the castle to throw up a solid wall of imagery to any invaders. He tried to think through to see if there was any way for werewolves to get in while the doors and windows were locked. Oh, Merlin, no. They did have a way. It wouldn't be easy, but he could see it clearly. He needed to hurry. Minerva McGonagall was more than a little on edge. Not only was Albus gone during a full moon, but she had a bad feeling about tonight in particular. Maybe it was just that it was the last full moon of the school year, but her feline sixth sense had been tingling all day. So she was already nervous to start with, but that fragment of a howl put her on high alert. Something was definitely amiss. Her rational side told her she was worrying too much. There was no way any werewolves could get into the castle, even if they were on the grounds. But a lot of impossible things had happened at Hogwarts over the past 3 years, and Minerva had learnt to trust her instincts. So she was out patrolling the corridors herself tonight, watching for anything out of the ordinary. Unfortunately, things got very out of the ordinary very fast as, without warning, 2 cats ran out from around a corner stopped at her feet. She swung her wand around at them, but then she saw which cats they were. One was that large Kneazle cross of Hermione Granger's, and the other was the little black one with a lightning bolt on its head. "Mr. Potter," she said in shock. "What on earth do you think you're doing?" Harry was about to answer when a third animal came slinking around the corner. But this was no cat. It was a shaggy-furred, pure brown otter. "Miss Granger!" Minerva cried. She had only seen the girl's animagus form twice, but she knew it at once. Both students were clearly up to something extremely reckless, but then Harry yowled a warning that made her blood run cold. "Werewolves! On the grounds!" she gasped. Harry nodded. "You are certain?" Another nod. Sonorous. All students returned to their dormitories immediately. All staff on alert. "We have intruders on the grounds." Quietus. "Now, Mr. Potter, where are they?" Harry meowed. "The ringing towers." "The bell towers? You think they can get inside?" Harry started caterwauling to try to explain, but McGonagall cut him off. "Climbing the walls from the plant houses? Oh, honestly, just change to human and tell me, Mr. Potter." He did so at once. "Sorry, Professor," he said. "I didn't think they could get in, but then I thought if they were here at all, they probably had a plan, and I realized they could jump from the roofs of the greenhouses to the training grounds building to the eaves of the roof, and then to the battlements, and—" I see it, Mr. Potter. Sweet Morgana, we never bothered sealing the upper floors. If they get in, then we're, of course, the obvious target. All right, you two go back to your dorm at once. I'll round up the teachers and try to hold them off." "Ma'am, there's 13 of them." 13? She gasped in horror. "Yes. I called the Aurors, but that'll take time. We'll do all we can." "Go now," McGonagall insisted. And without another word she changed to cat form and took off running towards the stairs. Harry also changed back to cat form and motioned for Fisher and Crookshanks to follow. "Where are man-wolves going?" Fisher asked. Ratsbane thought for a moment. "Easiest prey is Badger House. No secret meow to get in." "Pup of Man Who Hates Wolves is there too," Fisher observed. "Yes. I want to help more." "Too dangerous," she said. "We are small animals, no good to fight man-wolves." "Fishcatcher is right, death to rats," Crookshanks told him. Being half Kneazle, he could actually carry on an intelligent conversation. "Need many cats to hunt like lions." Ratsbane stopped short. Both of his animal friends stared at him. "There are many cats in the human's house, Crooked Legs. Can they help?" Crookshanks gave him a skeptical look, as if he were a foolish kitten. "Hurting cats is hurting cats," he said wisely. "I think we should help," he said. "We need other ways." Fisher thought about this. Cats in sufficient numbers might be able to fight werewolves, but it seemed like a good way to get eaten. To be safe enough to even try, they'd need a foolproof way to evade them. Then it hit her. Cats couldn't manage that, but there was another animal that could. "I have an idea," she said. "We'll be outside and safe. We will send our friends to help." Ratsbane started to catch on at once. "Yes, our friends can help," he agreed. The three animals took a detour from the big cat house and headed towards the Ollery. Cedric Diggory was also nervous that night, and his nervousness increased rapidly when that distant howl echoed across the grounds. When Professor McGonagall's magically amplified voice sounded, telling all the students to return to their dormitories, though there should only have been a few prefects in the halls anyway, he was growing truly frightened. With his father championing his anti-werewolf bill in the Wisengamot, he knew he was a target, and by extension that made Hufflepuff House a target. Though only a fifth-year prefect, he decided it was time to take the lead. "Everybody but prefects go back to your dorms," he ordered, standing up. "Tell the rest of the prefects to get out here now." There was a little bit of arguing, but he stood his ground, and his house soon fell into line. A couple minutes later, the only people in the Hufflepuff common room were the 6 house prefects. "What's McGonagall talking about, Diggory?" said Gabriel Truman, the 7th-year prefect. "Werewolves. What else would it be?" he said. "You think they're coming here?" said Ellen Towler worriedly. "They might. Hufflepuff's normally the softest target in the school. We need to make sure it's not." "But how?" his year mate Elizabeth Smith asked. "If it's really werewolves—" "Use your defense training," Cedric said. "Start with stunners and then use whatever else you have to cutting curses and whatever." "You mean actually fight?" "Yes, Elizabeth, that's exactly what I mean." Cedric stood in the center of the common room, flanked by the other 5 prefects, facing the barrel-shaped entrance to the Hufflepuff dorms. And then, as they watched, there was a loud bang that made them jump. Then, there was a knocking sound and then a series of inhuman howls. "They can't get in, right?" Ellen said fearfully. "You can't get in just by banging on the door." "I wouldn't count on it," Cedric said darkly. "There was no password to the Hufflepuff dorms. You just had to knock on the correct barrel 5 times in the rhythm of Helga Hufflepuff. They like to think it was very secure, but that was mostly wishful thinking. The rhythm didn't have to be very precise, and the countermeasures to anyone who got it wrong weren't very effective. From the sounds of things, being sprayed with vinegar only made the werewolves angry, and, unfortunately, the werewolves were persistent. A moment later there were 5 knocks on the door, and it treacherously swung open. The next thing they knew, there was a werewolf climbing through it, snapping and snarling and smelling strongly of vinegar. The prefects threw up a wall of shield charms and shot stunners around them. The werewolf went down fast, but there were more where he came from. Another werewolf crawled through the door at once and used his downed comrade as cover. The downsides to a wall of shield charms are that it's hard to aim a spell around it, and it's hard to maneuver and easy to outflank. The second werewolf soon outflanked the prefects, and as he made his move, a third came into the common room. They were in trouble. Padfoot and Moony sprinted across the Hogwarts grounds, following the pungent scent trail of Fenrir Greyback. Moony, though fully in his human mind, was in a rage. His enemy Greyback had dared to attack the den of his packmates' cubs. He would pay for that. Padfoot was of much the same mind. It was a hard path into the castle, but as they followed Greyback's trail, they learnt it was not an insurmountable one. There were several open-air entrances to the castle balconies and the like that hadn't been sealed for the night because it was thought that they were inaccessible. Most of them were. But Padfoot and Moony followed the path they had considered in their school days but had never dared attempt. They hopped the low outer wall, climbed atop one of the greenhouses, and ran along the roof. From there, they leapt to the roof of the training grounds building, from there to eaves of the second-floor roof of the east wing, from the second-floor roof to the third-floor battlements, and from the pinnacle of that level to the open-air windows of the bell towers, and they were in the castle. The scent trail was here too, which made it even more urgent. Greyback's pack was already inside. They ran through the castle, across the bridge, and down the stairs, eventually reaching a certain corridor near the kitchens. It was chaos there already. By a lousy stroke of luck, there were a couple of sharp corners leading into the Hufflepuff common room, making it easier for the werewolves to hold off the teachers behind the cover. If it were only a matter of shooting offensive spells at them, the fight would have ended quickly, but werewolves are fast and aggressive, and they greatly improved their position by rushing anyone who tried to attack them and keeping them on the defensive. Padfoot and Moony ignored the cover they provided to them and ran headlong into the fray. They were nearly cursed when the teachers saw Moony, but McGonagall recognized them and cried, "Hold! Hold!" and they got past. 8 or 10 werewolves stood in the hall, snarling and slashing at anyone who came around the corner to try to cut through them. They could smell blood in the air along with a thick smell of vinegar. Looking to the end of the hall, the door to the Hufflepuff common room stood open, and they could see the flashes of light of the battle coming from inside. It was surprisingly hard to fight werewolves, especially if you weren't fully qualified in defense. True, all of the Hufflepuff prefects had completed or nearly completed their OWLs in defense, which was as far as a majority of wizards ever got, but werewolves were rated class XXXXX for a reason. The werewolves were fast, fierce, and magic-resistant, able to shrug off multiple stunners, while the prefects were tiring and outnumbered, their defenses cracking. A shield went down unexpectedly, and Gabriel Truman was on the ground with a bite taken out of him before he knew what hit him. "No! Reducto!" Cedric yelled. The wolf that attacked Gabriel was blasted away with a horrific sound of ribs cracking, but amazingly, it staggered to its feet and kept coming. Of course, Reducto was one of the many spells that didn't work as well on living tissue, or the beast would be dead, magic-resistant or not, but it was still a powerful offensive spell. "Ellen, watch out!" "Aha!" Ellen Towler went down fighting with a horribly bloodied face and 2 separate bites. She lay twitching on the floor. Their odds were rapidly getting worse, and there were still several werewolves between them and help, despite what looked like a pair of dogs rolling around and fighting them. The wolves just kept coming. They fought hard, but it was a losing battle. Soon, both of the 6th-year prefects went down, not bitten, but knocked down when werewolves bodily collided with them, and struggling to get up again, leaving Cedric and Elizabeth the only 2 prefects still standing. The next wolf through the door was bigger than the rest, and had those telltale eyes blue inside a ring of black greyback. He bounded forward so hard that he and Cedric went down to the floor, shield charm and all. The impact disoriented him, and his shield failed. He felt a swipe of claws across his face and a pair of jaws clamp around his throat. For a split second, Cedric Diggory was sure he was dead, but the jaws only broke his skin before pulling back. He looked up and was shocked by what he saw. Another werewolf had his jaws clamped down on Greyback's hind leg. The larger wolf spun around and lunged again, and both of them fell out the door. A ghostly silver cat greeted the team of a dozen Aurors and Hit Wizards, including Mad-Eye Moody, Tonks, and Lutetia Savage, as they reached the main doors of Hogwarts. Hufflepuff Common Room. 13 of them. The cat patronus spoke in the voice of Professor McGonagall. They wasted no time in running down to help. Unfortunately, they weren't actually of much help. In the confined space of the corridor with its sharp corners, there were too many people in the way. At least half of the werewolves were incapacitated, but they still couldn't get through to the common room to aid of the besieged Hufflepuffs. "Out o' the way," Moody growled. "Oi! Aurors comin' through," Tonks cried. They pushed their way to the front of the group to take over for the teachers without interrupting the spellfire. "Defendo! Bombarda! Protego!" Unfortunately, they had the same problem as the students, trying to maneuver spells around shields and around the corner whilst fending off direct attacks. Auror Williamson, the defense professor, stood his ground with his fellow Aurors. Unfortunately, the battle, the tight quarters, and everything else proved to be too much for him. He stepped a little too far around the corner, his shield slipped a little too much, and a werewolf jumped on him, teeth flashing. Sirius jumped on top of the werewolf and dragged him away, and the wolf rolled lightning fast and was soon on top of him, snapping its jaws at his throat. "Sirius!" Tonks cried. "Stupefy! Stupefy! Stuptish!" "Screech!" Tonks hesitated, her situational awareness kicking in, and tried to assess the new development. She was shocked when she saw the source of the sound. 12 owls came swooping down the corridor. Where they had come from, she had no idea, but every one of them was carrying an angry red envelope in its beak, and when she caught a good enough glimpse, she saw that they were all addressed to Sirius Black. The owls swung around the corner and dropped their howlers at Padfoot, staying high above the teeth and claws of the werewolves. Padfoot didn't know what was going on either, but he knew an opportunity when he saw one. He began picking up the letters in his teeth and flinging them at the werewolves like fanged frisbees. As soon as he touched them, the clock was ticking, and then boom! Boom! Boom boom boom! There was no screaming. The howlers were blank, but the exploding envelopes were enough to disorient the werewolves and make them stumble around the corridor in a panic. Wasting no time, the Aurors charged in. Now they had the upper hand and the werewolves were subdued, all but one. Ratsbane and Fisher were nervous as they ran back to the castle with Crookshanks. They hoped their ploy with the owls had worked. It was a good idea, but they didn't know how much it would help the defenders of the castle actually stop the werewolves. It was a simple enough plan. Once they were in the Ollery, they untransformed. Hermione started making blank howlers, which wasn't all that complicated, and Harry gave them to Hedwig and a squadron of school owls and ordered them to deliver them immediately, then get out. They obeyed, even though it wasn't the usual delivery time. Personally, Hermione thought it was a little much when Harry said, "Fly! Fly, my pretties!" When he sent the owls on their way, no matter how much he claimed he was just trying to relieve the tension, the animals heard a hissing sound when they re-entered the castle, and they saw a lean brown tabby cat with lamp-like eyes slink out of the shadows. Luckily, Bad Human Childcatcher was on their side. She mewled at them, "Be careful. Bad dogs in castle." Ratsbane meowed his understanding, and they kept on their way, although the female cat kept walking rather uncomfortably close to him. In all the excitement, no one had noticed Colin Creevey at the back of the pack of defenders, quietly taking pictures. He couldn't get really great shots around the corner, but he thought he got a few good ones. He had been pretty confident in the ability of such a large crowd of wizards to keep any werewolves from escaping, but when the explosions sounded, he sensed the battle was ending and it was time to get out. He ran back up the stairs towards Gryffindor Tower. But he hadn't got far, certainly not far enough, when he heard growling behind him. One of the werewolves had slipped out and was running after him. He ran flat out. It was hard to do on the stairs. The werewolf was fast, too fast. He only made it to the 3rd floor, near the clock tower entrance, when the beast sounded like it was right behind him. Suddenly, Colin nearly tripped over 3 cats, and was that an otter that chose that moment to run through the corridor. Stumbling, he spun around and saw an enormous wolf running towards him, its blue and black eyes seemingly filled with rage. Colin didn't know any curses powerful enough to stop a rampaging werewolf, so he did the only thing he could. He flipped on the flash on his camera and pressed the shutter. Flash! The werewolf howled and slowed down, disoriented, but it wasn't deterred. Ratsbane knew he had to do something, or the human child was about to die. Being familiar with all things feline, he knew that lions typically hunted in prides of 5 or 6 females plus a male, and usually went after prey that was 2 to 3 times their size, but sometimes quite a bit bigger, occasionally as proportionately bigger as a werewolf, but he wouldn't have a chance against an actual werewolf with fewer than a dozen cats. That was no good as a battle plan. On the other hand, lions didn't have that good an idea of where the prey's vital areas were. That was an advantage for him, and they did have a good strategy for getting on top of a larger animal. Circle around, sink their claws into its hindquarters, and start climbing. "Come, Crooked Legs," he said, and he circled Big Bad Wolf and took a flying leap. The wolf kept coming, and Colin half ran and half tried to aim his camera again. He was only vaguely aware of the strange actions of the animals. Flash! The wolf stumbled and shook its head again. Had he been able to take stock of the situation, Colin would have noticed that two of the cats had jumped on the wolf's hindquarters and were attempting to hamstring it with their rear claws. The otter ran around its legs, trying to trip it up. Flash! The black cat crawled forward to the wolf's neck and started trying to scratch at its throat. Flash! A gray tabby cat streaked out from around the corner and, without even pausing in her run, assessed the situation and also leaped on the wolf's back. Flash! The wolf was still coming. It was almost on top of Colin. Flash! 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 Arg! The werewolf tackled Colin, swiped its claws across his face, and bit down hard on his arm. Ratsbane gave up on the throat, went straight for the eyes. Big Bad Wolf howled in pain, a sound that seemed too horrible to come from a human or wolf throat. The wolf gave one mighty shake, and all three cats went flying into the walls. It spun and cornered Ratsbane, looming over him. Woof! Padfoot and Mooney ran out from around the corner and growled in rage at the wolf that had dared attack their cub. They slammed into him hard, and the corridor was soon a blur of teeth and claws. Greyback was bigger and stronger than they were, but with two of them, and a lot more sanity besides, they wrestled him to the ground and held him down, and then stupefy! 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 Professor McGonagall had untransformed and started casting stunners as fast as she could. Unable to run, Fenrir Greyback was lying limp on the floor of the corridor when the Aurors arrived. Back in the Hufflepuff corridor, Elizabeth Smith, the one prefect still standing, cautiously stepped out of the common room and surveyed the scene. A small army of defenders, including a dog and even another werewolf, had fought Greyback's pack in the corridor. The floor was slick with blood, and gravely injured wolves were lying everywhere, hastily tied up by the remaining group of Aurors. Cedric, Gabriel, and Ellen had all been bitten in that awful fight, and she herself felt grateful to be alive. Then, as another part of the scene caught her eye, she screamed even louder than when the wolves had broken into the dorm. Auror Eric Williamson, the defense professor, was lying on the floor in a pool of blood with his throat ripped out. Chapter 78. By morning, part of the Hogwarts infirmary looked like a veterinary hospital, filled with two cats, an otter, a dog, and one fully tamed werewolf waiting for the morning. From the start, Padfoot had come over with a stern warning to Ratsbane and Fisher: stay animals until sunup to stop wolf disease, a warning that Professor McGonagall repeated to them. She herself had had to untransform to stop Greyback, so she would have to accept any scars she got from the fight. None of the Animagi had been bitten, but they had all been scratched up, and the cursed wounds would heal much better if they weren't allowed to fester in human form under the full moon. If they waited till morning to untransform, the scars might even fade completely. The same couldn't be said for Colin Creevey, Cedric Diggory, Gabriel Truman, and Ellen Towler. They had been infected. Cedric and Colin had Greyback's telltale scars on their faces. The only reason they were still at Hogwarts and not at St. Mungo's was that Madame Pomfrey had stocked up on silver and Diddney poultices just in case. Gabriel and Ellen were so distraught they had to be force-fed dreamless sleep potion overnight. Cedric seemed resolute, but he was hard to read. Young Colin was in the highest spirits. Though traumatized by the attack itself, as a Muggle-born, he was not familiar enough with the prejudice against werewolves for it to really unsettle him. The Aurors had come and taken the werewolves to a secure ward of St. Mungo's where they would be kept overnight and identified and treated in the morning. Thanks to the violent curses the defenders had used, 2 of the werewolves were dead at the scene, and 2 more might not live through the night. Also, Greyback had lost an eye and his pride thanks to Ratsbane. They also took Professor Williamson's body away. The one consolation to his death was that he was a widower whose wife had died in the war and who had left no close family behind, but he would greatly be missed by the Auror Corps, not to mention that it would be that much harder to get a teacher next year. Ratsbane was growing increasingly uncomfortable by Mrs. Norris's behavior throughout the night. She had followed him to the infirmary and stayed close by his cat bed. She kept trying to rub up against him and meowed frequently at him. She also had an odd scent about her, and most suspicious of all, the whole display made Padfoot smirk. Harry was thus very glad when he was given the all-clear to untransform behind a curtain so that no one would see. When he did, Mrs. Norris's lamp-like eyes bugged out comically, and she hissed and ran out of the infirmary like a bat out of hell. "Oh, it's good to be out of that fur," he said softly as he stretched. "For a minute there, I think I forgot what species I was for a bit." Hermione was shaking the cramps out of her now lengthened limbs and rubbing her smooth skin. "I've never been transformed that long. You've done that for weeks before. I don't know how you managed it." "I was 5. It was different then." "All right, you too." To their surprise, it was not Madame Pomfrey but Professor McGonagall who came around the curtain. "Muffliato," she cast. "Officially, I am tending to the animal patients here in the infirmary, and you were never here. You're very lucky that you weren't injured much worse, and that I have enough experience with healing to help your current problems. I still don't know how I'm going to explain to Madame Pomfrey what a river otter was doing in the castle." Hermione blushed. "Now, I would like you to tell me exactly why you were fighting a vicious werewolf 10 times your size whilst in animal form." The 2 of them gave her a brief summary of their movements, going out to the Ollery to send the howlers, coming back to the castle, and having the bad luck to run into Colin just as he was set upon by Greyback. At that point, it was just a matter of trying to save their housemate. "Very well," McGonagall conceded. "That was still very reckless of you, even if you were trying to protect Mr. Creevey. 20 points to Gryffindor for the trick with the howlers. That was very clever and very helpful to us. And 2 detentions for each of you. Officially, they are for sneaking out to the Ollery, but it's more accurately 1 for disobeying my orders and 1 for engaging in such a dangerous fight. Also, we will be discussing this with your parents when they arrive." Harry and Hermione exchanged uncomfortable looks. Sunrise was early this time of year. It wasn't yet 5 o'clock, and most of the patients were still asleep, as their parents would be. "You aren't going to wake them up now for this, are you?" Harry asked. Things were bad enough without them being awakened early. "Not this minute, Mr. Potter, but we'll need to contact all of the victims' families before they learn about the attack from the morning paper." Both Harry and Hermione suppressed a gasp. "What did you expect? The Aurors were in and out of here all night, and I think we all know how leaky the Ministry is." "You should contact Cousin Andy then," Hermione said. "The Wisengamot meets in 3 days, and she'll need to be able to respond as soon as possible." McGonagall nodded, though she was privately annoyed that politics needed to be considered so urgently at a time like this. "How are Sirius and Remus?" Harry asked. "In worse shape than you when they were brought in. They were both bitten, but of course your godfather was in animal form, so he'll make a full recovery. I'll let you speak to them once I have you cleaned up enough so you don't look suspicious, since I'm sure I won't be able to stop you," McGonagall added in exasperation. There was some shuffling around to make it appear that Sirius and Remus had been in the hospital wing the whole time, and Harry and Hermione had just come to visit. Both men were pretty heavily bandaged up. Unlike Harry, who had been able to get on Greyback's back, where it was relatively safe, they had both gone tooth to tooth and claw to claw, and Remus was also in his post-full moon fatigue. His eyes fluttered open when they nudged him. "Cubs." He groaned softly. "Hey, Remus," Harry said. "I'm at Hogwarts?" Harry nodded. "I was hoping it was a dream. Are you okay? We're you?" "We're fine," Harry whispered. "Just a few scratches, and we were in animal form, remember?" Oh, I remember." He groaned as it came back to him. "Yeah, so do I," Sirius grunted from the next bed. "The owls, that was you too?" They nodded. "And fighting bloody Greyback?" "That was an accident," Harry insisted. "We ran into him on our way back." "Really? You two just have all the luck, don't you?" Harry and Hermione could agree to that. "Still, Harry," Remus said, "what you did last night, you scratched Fenrir Greyback's eye out. And we caught him, we finally caught him." Tears formed in his eyes. "Decades of terror, and no one's been able to lay a claw on him like that. I'm proud of you, cub, but you're insane. Honestly, what were you thinking?" "We should have expected it, Remus," Sirius told him. "He's as much James as James ever was. And here I was hoping you'd got your mother's sensibility." The werewolf sighed. "But she probably would have done the same thing." He settled back in the bed. "How many students?" "4," Hermione said. "Including Diggory's son." Remus groaned again. "This isn't going to end well. I hate to admit it, but it might have been a lot worse without Harry's and Hermione's intervention," McGonagall said from behind them. "Had we been caught by surprise, the Hufflepuff dorms might have been overwhelmed. I still don't understand how those animals got in." "We do," Sirius said, and he explained about the tunnel from Hogsmeade that had been broken into and the path up the roofs into the bell towers for good measure. McGonagall lowered her head in shame. "2 gaps in our defenses. What will Albus say?" It was a question that would go unanswered for a while, since the headmaster was still in Switzerland, but there was no doubt this would reflect poorly on the school, especially after the Chamber of Secrets fiasco. The holes in the security certainly left something to be desired, even when they'd eliminated all of the obvious threats. There would be a lot of damage control to do, and Harry decided it would need to start with the 4 unfortunate students here in the hospital wing. He knew he didn't have long before the parents arrived, so he needed to make this quick. He pulled a chair over to sit in front of them and said, "Hey, you guys awake?" "Kinda hard to sleep after last night, Potter," Gabriel Truman said ruefully. "I heard the news. I'm sorry. I tried to help. I alerted the Aurors, and Hermione and I sent the owls. I wish we could have done more." "Didn't do much good, did it?" Truman said, and he turned away in silence. Ellen Towler looked near catatonic. "Hey, he did what he could," Colin piped up. Truman didn't respond. "Potter," Cedric said weakly. Harry froze. Cedric was the real wild card in this. "Yeah, Diggory? You said you found a place for Demelza to go to school?" "Oh, right, Long River in America. Don't worry, I'll write them and see if they can make 2 extra spots. I think they'll be fine with it, especially now that we got Greyback, so it won't happen again. I'll see if they'll take your brother too, Colin." "Potter," Cedric interrupted again. "Yeah. Thank you. How is it that you don't see things the way the rest of the magical world does?" Harry smiled weakly. Well, it helps that I already have a friend who's a werewolf, but honestly, Muggles learnt a long time ago that that kind of prejudice never solves anything. Well, you're a good wizard, Potter, he replied. Strange but good. Thanks. The group was able to rest quietly after that. There was no news and there wasn't much to say after an ordeal like that. Professor Sprout came into the infirmary at 6 to try to comfort her students and, once visiting hours began, fend off any less than respectful visitors. But most of her Hufflepuffs had heard the full story from her last night and regarded the prefects as heroes for defending their set like true badgers. Colin's position wouldn't be quite as good. Even by Gryffindor standards, he would be regarded as a foolish Muggle-born who had wandered into trouble without thinking. As for Harry and Hermione, no one had seen them since last night, and Professor McGonagall had been very vague in what she'd told the other Gryffindors, so everyone was sure to be worried for news. At 6:30, Professor McGonagall called Harry and Hermione away from the hospital wing and led them to her office. They had a bad feeling about how this bit was going to go. Harry! Hermione! Emma Granger cried when she saw them. She ran over and grabbed them both in a hug. Oh, thank God you're all right. Also, you're grounded. Dan Granger was more restrained than his wife, but he also was near tears as he hugged his children. I don't know how you two keep managing to get in so much trouble. And fighting that werewolf yourselves? We were only trying to help from a distance, Dad, Hermione said. We were just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Even so, you're only 13 and 14. You're too young to be going up against things that can eat you, possessed teachers and giant snakes notwithstanding. We're sorry, Dad, Mom, Harry said, downcast. I guess we both got carried away when we saw Colin. I think carried away is an understatement, young man, Emma said, struggling to maintain her composure. You both could have been killed. We've had enough of this worry for one lifetime. We're glad you're all right, Dan said. And we're proud of you for protecting your friend, even if we disapprove of how you went about it. I think we'd appreciate a complete story, though. Harry took a deep breath and began to explain. Not long after the Grangers arrived through the flue in the headmaster's office, Amos and Lucille Diggory came in the front gates of the castle. They were rushed up to the hospital wing by Professor Flitwick, and upon entering the infirmary, they saw 4 students lined up on beds, nursing bite wounds. Sirius Black and Remus Lupin were also there, along with several Aurors. Lucille immediately ran to her son's bedside in tears. Amos followed her, but he stopped when Remus caught his eye. You! He flew into a rage and lifted the bruised and dazed Remus from his bed by his collar so he could get his hands around his throat. This is your fault, werewolf. You and your damn secret passage. Dad, stop. The ward fell silent when Cedric spoke. Amos loosened his hands from around Remus's neck, which narrowly saved him from a punch in the face courtesy of Sirius. It's not his fault, Cedric insisted. He was on our side and he saved my life. He's the one who pulled Greyback off of me. Blame Dumbledore if you want for the security, but not him. Amos almost lost his feet, and he stumbled over to Cedric's bed, saying, "Oh, my boy, my poor boy. All those letters, I had no idea." "Ha," Cedric said, but his father didn't hear him. "I only though you were trying to be your own Mange." Translation: Teenage rebellion Cedric's brain helpfully provided, but it was only at a subconscious level as Amos continued. "If I'd known they'd got to you like this, I would have But what Amos would have done he didn't find out because something happened then that no one had ever seen before. Smack! Pomona Sprout slapped Amos Diggory. Hard. Shame on you, Amos. She scolded him like he was an errant first year. They'd got to Cedric? I've never felt so insulted on behalf of a student, and by his own father. Your son organized the prefects to defend the Hufflepuff dorms. I saw him on the front lines of that battle, fighting the beasts like a true badger. If you think he wanted this in any way, you're so blinded by your own prejudice that I wish I could still give you detention. Amos was taken aback a second time. In fact, he wasn't blinded by prejudice. He was blinded by grief and thus not thinking at all rationally. His son, a werewolf, he could barely process it. But that slap had knocked some sense into him. "Oh dear," he said, sitting by his son's bedside. "I'm so sorry, Cedric. I never wanted any of this to happen. I've only been trying to help you and the rest of Magical Britain. And then what happened last night?" "It'll be okay, Dad," Cedric tried to assure him. "We can work it out." "Oh, of course," his father said eagerly. "You were right about one thing. It is a lot easier for people to live full lives with this illness than it used to be. And I'm sure we can make some arrangements for schooling for next year." Cedric knew he probably shouldn't do it. It would be most un-Hufflepuff to kick his father while he was down. And yet, the way the man had been for the past few weeks, all those letters they'd got to you. Well, maybe Cedric was turning into a bit of a rebellious teenager because he spoke up again and said, "No, Dad." Amos stopped short. "What?" he said in confusion. "You've already made your point clear," his son told him. "I don't need to come back to Hogwarts next year." Professor Sprout, Colin Creevey, and Cedric's parents looked at him in horror. "But that's policies can be changed, son. What about your NEWTS?" Amos said. "Harry Potter said that he found another school that would accept werewolves. I can go to the Long River School of Arcana in America instead of Hogwarts next year. There's no need for you to become a hypocrite on my account." Amos Diggory almost always had something to say, but now he was struck speechless. "AM America?" His wife stammered. "It's in New Orleans, Mom," Cedric told her gently. "Or near there. It sounds like a nice place, very diverse, and it has a great program in world magic." And you'd go there," she asked. "You'd leave home for another country?" "No more than I do here. I'd still be home for holidays." You do know we could work something out here?" "I'm sure you could, Mum, but Dad's made his position clear, and I've made mine clear to him over the past few weeks. Dad, I told you before that I respect what you're trying to do, even if I don't agree. But I think you should have the courage to hold to your convictions, or you should take a step back and objectively reassess them to see if you're wrong." "Son, I'm sorry. We can certainly change things for me." Cedric cut him off. "That's what you were going to say, wasn't it? Or that's at least what you meant." "No, Dad, that's the point. I don't want you to change your opinion just because it's me who's affected now. I can make my own way. If you really wanted to change your position, either on the bill or on Hogwarts, then you'd go down to Hogsmeade and apologize to little Demelza Robbins first, because she's been hurt a lot more than I have." That left Amos gaping even more than before. Probably wouldn't be unfair to say that Amos was the type of parent who was so proud of his son that he never really listened to him. That is, until they stopped discussing and finally put their feet down. And outright refusing his father's help, especially for something as important as his schooling, certainly counted as that. "All right, Cedric," Amos said, unable to answer anything else. "I'll try to go back and take an objective look from the beginning." "Thanks, Dad." That's all I wanted you to do from the start." There was a lot of gossip going around Hogwarts by the time breakfast came. Everyone had heard at least some of the sounds of battle last night, but only the Hufflepuffs knew any of the details. Before they set their classmates straight, the rumors ranged from all of Slytherin House being turned into a werewolf army to Greyback being ritually dismembered house elves on the floor of the Great Hall, although most of them were less far-fetched. Luna Lovegood insisted that Greyback had secretly taken over the castle as a fortress against the Rotfong conspiracy, and that he was spreading a new strain of lycanthropy that she called umbragitis until Harry pulled her aside and told her that he had heard eyewitness accounts that disproved that. Professor McGonagall broke the real story over breakfast, just before the newspaper came. "I regret to inform you that shortly after moonrise last night, a pack of 13 werewolves led by Fenrir Greyback successfully entered Hogwarts through 2 unforeseen weaknesses in the wards and forced entry into the Hufflepuff dorms. One of these weaknesses has already been fixed, and the other is being investigated. All of the werewolves were subdued and captured or killed by the combined forces of the staff, Aurors, Hit Wizards, and the 6 Hufflepuff prefects, who fought to defend the rest of their house." No need to bring up Harry's and Hermione's imitable behavior just now. For the heroic acts of these prefects, I award Hufflepuff 300 points. There was some scattered cheering, but the hall remained mostly silent because they knew bad news was coming. Unfortunately, for students were bitten by the werewolves. They are currently confined to the hospital wing, and their long-term plans have not yet been decided. It is also with deep sadness that I must report that Professor Williamson was killed in the attack. That drew more gasps of horror from the majority of the school who hadn't heard that part yet. Professor Williamson's remaining classes will be handled on a rotation basis as per standard procedure for when a professor is killed or incapacitated. A standard procedure that only existed because of the curse on the defense position. All classes today are cancelled in recognition of this tragedy. Professor Flitwick hopped up and made an addition of his own. The dueling club tournament will still take place during the last week of term under my supervision, in honor of the hard work that Professor Williamson put into the club. As an Auror, Williamson always had cared more for the club than the class. Harry and Hermione were subdued as they ate breakfast. While Professor McGonagall hadn't mentioned their part in the affair, Elizabeth Smith and the other Gryffindors put 2 and 2 together soon enough. A lot of people complimented them on their clever trick of sending howlers to the battle scene, including Fred and George, who looked just a little too excited about it. Officially, the names of the students who had been bitten were not being released, but Elizabeth Smith had that covered as well. Many of the older girls despaired over Cedric in particular, since he was gifted and handsome, and now, in their estimation, both his complexion and his prospects had been ruined. Harry and Hermione to some extent was offended on Cedric's behalf at such shallowness, but he restrained himself from commenting in the already tense environment. Dan and Emma were still in the castle in a private room. Harry and Hermione needed to keep up the appearance of not being as involved as they were, so there was no public reason for their parents to be there, but there was still business to take care of, or so Professor McGonagall had told them, and when they reached the private room after breakfast, they received another surprise. "Professor Dumbledore?" They gasped. "I thought you were in Switzerland," Hermione added. "I was," the old wizard said solemnly. "However, I was most disturbed when I saw this morning's Daily Prophet," Dumbledore said. He held up a copy for them to see. "Horror at Hogwarts. Greyback's pack attacks. 4 students bitten. 1 teacher dead. Greyback captured by McGonagall Aurors. I am deeply sorry that I was not here to help defend the castle," he said, "and that we missed those weaknesses in the wards. We could have saved all this trouble. Instead, our enemies scored a very lucky victory, even if it was mostly foiled. The Grangers weren't quite sure what to say to that. 3 men were dead, including the 2 werewolves, and 4 children were effectively disabled. It was pretty devastating attack as it was. "What happened in Africa, Professor?" Hermione said at last. "Kinaninjis overthrew the Burundian ministry by means as yet unknown to us. This unknown means, more so than the scope of the violence, scared the ICW into approving an international intervention in the conflict. Some operatives are already en route. If only all of our problems could be solved that quickly." "Will that affect us here?" Emma asked with concern. "You personally?" "Probably not. Now that Greyback has been captured, the British ministry will probably be called upon to send a few Aurors and hit wizards, but France will be leading the operation. However, I will also be joining the expeditionary force. I will be here for the Wisengamot meeting on Saturday to contain the damage here, but after that I can guarantee little. Again, I wish I could keep a more active role here. We understand how important this conflict is, Dumbledore, but isn't there someone else who can do that job?" asked Dan. "That is what I hope to establish on the ground in Rwanda, Mr. Granger, but these things do take time to set up." Ahem. The group looked up and saw that Professor McGonagall had re-entered the room. Another monocled witch was by her side. "Albus, Madame Bones has just arrived and wishes to speak with Mr. Potter at once." The Grangers exchanged troubled glances and wondered what this could be about. Had Harry been found out? But Dumbledore seemed untroubled. "Ah, do come in, Amelia," he said lightly. "I'm afraid I'm a little out of the loop. Could you tell me what the situation is?" The director of the DMLE bristled. "The werewolves are secured, Chief Warlock, no thanks to you," she said. "We'll be discussing your part in this later. We're still trying to identify some of them. A 3rd werewolf died at St. Mungo's this morning. The rest are expected to live, although 2 of them may be permanently disabled, besides Greyback's missing eye." Harry felt himself turn red and hoped Bones wouldn't notice. Also, one Jerry Lyles attempted to harm himself when he came to his senses this morning. He's under suicide watch now. "Goodness," Emma said. "It sounds like they took some pretty heavy hits in return for what they did," Dan added. "Indeed, Mr. Granger. However, I am here because I need to talk to your son. You may remain present if you wish." That made the Grangers much more nervous. They couldn't imagine what this could be about if it wasn't Harry being found out for an animagus. They looked to Dumbledore for help, but he seemed equally surprised. How Harry could have been found out they couldn't imagine. It should have been too dark and the action too fast for anyone to get a clear view of the white lightning bolt on Ratsbane's head. Unless, a thought struck Harry. "Madam Bones, does this have anything to do with Colin Creevy's camera?" he asked. "No. Why should it?" she said. "Well, he had it with him last night. He might have got a picture of Hermione and me running around. He could practically feel the rest of his family growing tense beside him." "Ah, no," Madame Bones said. "As far as I'm concerned, that's an internal Hogwarts matter, Mr. Potter." However, behind her, the rest of the group saw Professor McGonagall's eyes grow wide, and she quietly slipped out of the room. "No, I'm here because of some of the things we learnt from the werewolves in interrogation this morning." You are," Harry said in confusion. "Upon interrogating the werewolves, we learnt that 2 of them were registered as regular users of Wolfsbane potion, who had been radicalized over the issues of the Werewolf Protection Act in the Wisengamot and the Hogwarts Board's anti-werewolf position." "Oh God," Harry gasped. They got some of it, didn't they? I'm not surprised, Dumbledore interrupted. Madame Bones stared at him. I should think the only way that many werewolves could have made that climb to the bell towers was if they had been dosed with some amount of wolfsbane potion. A truly audacious plan, he mused. It required at least 3 things to go right, dangerously overcomplicated, but they pulled it off. Be that as it may, Chief Warlock, our chief concern is this. One of the werewolves, who surprisingly turned out to be one Artemis Crouch, testified that she had learnt the way onto the grounds from you, Mr. Potter, during one of your visits to Hogsmeade. The Grangers gasped. Harry's heart leapt into his throat, and the bottom seemed to drop out of his stomach at the same time. She thought he had told them, possibly had radical werewolf sympathies himself. His advocacy over the past year, his friendship with Remus, even his miraculous rescue of de Melzoal could be twisted against him under that kind of attitude. Harry, what happened? His father said in horror. I didn't mean to. You didn't mean to? Madame Bones said harshly. I didn't know, I only told Cho. I didn't know anyone else was there. Cho. Madame Bones said. You told her? Emma demanded. We were on a date. She wanted to know about my family. I showed her the Shrieking Shack, and I told her it was where Remus used to go for the full moon. I told her there was a secret passage from the basement of the Shrieking Shack to under the Whomping Willow. I swear I didn't think it would hurt anyone. I didn't think anyone could get through the wards. Harry was in tears by now. That's all I said about it, ma'am, I swear. Harry, I thought we raised you better than that, Emma said. I know we'd rather not have to keep secrets, but you know there's very good reasons we have to. I'm so sorry, Mum. I was trying to be careful. I didn't tell her anything bigger than that. I wouldn't. With all the stuff about Remus being out, I didn't think it would matter. Emma's voice was cold. Well, it obviously did. You need to consult us or one of the teachers who knows about it before you do something like that again. Mrs. Granger, Dumbledore interrupted. And Madame Bones. I believe Harry is right. Revealing these secrets should not have made a difference. Indeed, Greyback might have figured them out on his own. The knowledge of them should not have made the school vulnerable. If it is anyone's, the fault is mine for not realizing that the werewolves could dig directly in the tunnel beforehand to bypass the wards. I assure you I have always found Harry to show appropriate discretion. Well, Dan said. The most damaging outcome was averted, but he was still very unhappy with the situation. Just the same, we want both you and Hermione to consult an adult before you reveal any more secrets. Is that understood? Yes, Dad, they both said. I see, Madame Bones spoke up again. If that's all it was, then I suppose we don't have a problem, although I may ask you to testify to the fact formally, Mr. Potter. In the meantime, I would like to speak with this Cho person about the events in question. Cho Chang, Harry offered, but I don't think she'd tell. I bet anything that Werewolf was eavesdropping. I will investigate that as well. All right, I think I have what I need for now. I'll be in contact. She left the room, leaving Harry, and to a lesser extent his family, choking back tears. Even with Dumbledore's defense, he knew how poorly this whole episode would reflect on him personally, and on everything he had been working for over the past year. Sensing his distress, Dumbledore patted him on the shoulder, saying, I do not blame you, Harry, he assured him. It's only natural that you would want to reach out and be honest with those who are close to you. And I do believe you were being sufficiently careful. In a rare occurrence, he gave a sharp look to Dan and Emma. I will help you to contain the political damage last night caused. Harry sniffed once, wiped his eyes, collected himself, and said, "Thank you, Professor. It's the least I can do under the circumstances. You acted most bravely last night, albeit foolishly, as you have no doubt heard, the mark of a true lion growing up. Good day. So you ran to the Ollery and mailed a bunch of howlers to Sirius to use in the fight?" Ron said. Harry and Hermione were explaining what really happened last night to Ron and Neville, since they were the only two students who knew they were animagi. "Yeah, that's right," Harry confirmed. "And then," Neville said, "you just happened to run into Greyback on the way back and fought him?" "Well, tried to fight him," Harry said. "That's wicked," Ron said. "Yeah, not so great when you're in the middle of it. And it would have been nice if Mrs. Norris had helped instead of just sitting there." "Yeah, what was that with Mrs. Norris last night?" Hermione asked. Harry started to turn red, to the others' confusion. "Come on, mate, what happened?" Ron asked. "Harry, is something wrong?" Hermione asked. "It's fine," he said quickly. "It's just the way she was acting this morning." He sighed. He could tell from the way they were looking at him that he wasn't going to get out of this. "I think Mrs. Norris was coming on to me," he whispered. Hermione's eyebrows vanished into her hairline. "You mean she was in heat?" she said, then clapped her hand over her mouth. Ron laughed uproariously at Harry's expense, while Neville turned almost as red as Harry himself. Harry was not amused, nor Hermione very much, but Ron couldn't get enough of it. "Oh, Merlin can't breathe," she gasped. "Wish I could tell Fred and George. That's about the most horrifying thing, you and Mrs. Norris." "I know. Honestly, she's old enough to be my mother, and then some. She's almost 7. Ron, Neville, and Hermione all looked at him weirdly. "Sorry, got a little too feline there. Plus she's always after the troublemakers, and I get in more trouble than anyone around here." "That's just wrong." Neville grinned. "Yeah, doesn't she have any standards?" "Well, cats are polyamorous and non-discriminatory, so her standards aren't pretty low. Hey, wait a minute." Ron laughed so hard he fell over again, and even Hermione giggled. "Fine, laugh it up," Harry said. "At least you lot can't tell anybody else. I'm gonna take a walk." "Harry, mate, I didn't mean anything by it," Neville said. "No, it's fine, Neville. It's not about that. I just need some time to myself." He looked Hermione in the eye. "Really?" he insisted, and she nodded her understanding. At that, Harry left, and Ron soon broke away to do his own thing, leaving Hermione and Neville to talk to each other. "That was really brilliant with the howlers, Hermione," he said. "Thank you, Neville," she replied with a small smile. "I didn't actually think of that at first. My first thought was just to recruit owls like Harry wanted to recruit Cat, but I wasn't sure how. I only got the howler idea when I talked to Hedwig and tried to picture how to get the others to follow. It was still brilliant. I wish I could think on my feet like that." "You're pretty good at that, though," she assured him. "You've been doing really well in the dash," she cut off abruptly and lowered her gaze. "In the dueling club." Neville sat in an awkward silence for a minute, then he slowly reached out and touched Hermione's hand. "I'm glad you weren't hurt last night," he said shyly. "Thanks. I just wish I could have done more." "Hermione, you did more than most people ever could. I'm sure about that. Even if you got in trouble for it, I think it was great." She smiled shyly back at him. "You're a good friend, Neville," she said. She stood up and hugged him. He went stiff for a moment and then somewhat awkwardly patted her on the back. Her face tinged pink when they broke apart. "Oh, goodness," she said, remembering the current situation. "Exams are only a week and a half away. I'm behind revising after last night, too. Mind giving me a hand with herbology?" Sure, I'd love to. Thanks. Let's go." They gathered their things and walked together to the library. The hospital wing was quiet that day. The victims of last night's attack had few visitors outside of their parents, even when Madame Pomfrey allowed it. Even most of their friends stayed away. The stigma and unfounded fear around lycanthropy were so strong that they suddenly found themselves very alone, even with people they thought were very close to them. Colin Creevey had never really thought werewolves were that bad, and still didn't, for that matter. He had seen the attitudes towards patients with AIDS in the Muggle world and was well schooled enough to know most of those fears were unfounded. Lycanthropy wasn't nearly as bad as AIDS, but he had never really noticed until today that the attitudes of wizards towards werewolves were, if anything, even worse. It really hit home for Colin when Cedric Diggory's girlfriend came in and tearfully broke up with him, saying she couldn't be with a monster. No, those weren't her exact words, but it was clearly implied. That was quite a shock. Though he was 3 years ahead of him, Colin knew Cedric was one of the most popular boys in school, and now he seemed to be persona non grata. Ellen Towler was even worse off. She'd been injured much worse than the others. She had lost a lot of blood and would probably suffer a permanent impairment of movement in her wand arm, and there were deep gouges where the werewolf that attacked her had bit her on her face. But the physical scars weren't the worst. Her boyfriend came in during a lull in the visits, knelt down by her bedside, whispered something to her and walked out. Colin learnt from Ellen's incoherent sobs afterwards to a female friend who was still loyal that he'd told her he still loved her, but his parents would disown him if he stayed with a werewolf and couldn't make that choice. Madame Pomfrey screened the visitors a little more carefully after that. Gabriel Truman had no girlfriend, but his only friend who bothered to visit told him how most of his other friends didn't want anything to do with him. Colin was devastated when he saw how the other 3 victims were faring. It looked like his social life was over. His parents, of course, were supportive when they came in, though they gave him a good, long scolding for putting himself in such danger. Dennis said he didn't mind at all, but then, Dennis still thought a dragon would make an awesome pet. They were relieved when they learnt that Harry Potter was willing to help them. The Grangers had been very supportive of them last year when Colin was petrified, and it was good to hear they were still behind them. The rest of his family had stepped out for lunch a few minutes ago when he heard an unexpected voice by his bedside. "Hey, Colin, how are you feeling?" He rolled over and saw a flash of red hair. "Ginny." "Hi." "Hi, I'll be okay, I guess. You're here?" Yeah. You're not scared of me?" To his surprise, Ginny giggled. It was an uncomfortable giggle, but it was one of the few bits of laughter that had been heard in the hospital wing all morning. "Colin, I was possessed by you-know-who and attacked you with a giant snake," she said. "I still think you should have been scared of me, but you never were. That wasn't your fault, though. And well, your bat bogey hex scares me a little." She giggled and he smiled weakly. "But thanks for coming just the same. The other 3 aren't doing so well in the friends department." "Then their friends are being stupid," Ginny said. "Harry's right. The prejudice against werewolves is silly. You're not a monster any more than I am. And Mr. Lupin isn't either. McGonagall said he was fighting with the teachers. It's only ones like Greyback, and at least they finally caught him." Colin smiled fully. "Thanks, Ginny. At least you're still my friend." "Hello, Miss Weasley," Professor McGonagall said from behind them. Ginny spun around to face her, but she said, "I don't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to give you your photos, Mr. Creevy. They've finished developing. Oh, great. Thanks, Professor, Colin said. You're quite welcome. Oh, and Miss Weasley, 5 points to Gryffindor. What was that about? Ginny asked as she walked away. I used my camera flash to try to fight that werewolf, Colin explained. It didn't really work, but Professor McGonagall offered to develop the photos while I was in here. That was nice of her. Yeah, especially since I really shouldn't have been doing it anyway. I'm glad I could get him developed. If I'm really lucky, maybe I can sell them to the Prophet or something. He took the photos out of the envelope and took a look. The first one showed the pack of werewolves running across the grass towards the castle. The second showed them trying to get over the wall to the greenhouses. The next several were of the fight in the corridor outside the Hufflepuff common room, with werewolves and wizards clashing in silence with spells flying, and later owls dropping howlers to help. That looks brutal, Ginny said. Wasn't that scary being down there? Yeah, but that wasn't the worst, he said as he kept watching the moving pictures. The last sequence was an increasingly terrifying series of shots of an enraged werewolf wincing under the camera flash and charging the camera, then being set upon, amazingly, by 3 cats. He frowned at the image. "Huh," he said. "What?" "The cat in front," he pointed at an all-black cat sitting on the werewolf's back. "The one who's going for the eyes. I could have sworn that cat had white markings last night." "Huh. Well, it was dark." "And you were terrified," Ginny said. "Maybe you just didn't get a good look." "Yeah, probably." Chapter 79. Ah, so you finally caught that werewolf terrorist, I see, Mr. Fudge. Now, would you care to explain how he and a dozen of his closest friends managed to get into your magical school? If you're reading The Prophet, Mr. Prime Minister, I think the account in there covers it pretty well. Well, at least you caught him. I do hoping something like this isn't going to happen again. We lost some good people of ours, too, this past year. Of course it won't. Greyback was the worst werewolf in all of Europe. There's no one else out there with the muscle to do it again. That's good to hear, then. Thank you for informing me, Mr. Fudge. Not a problem. Oh, and while I'm here, now that we have Greyback, we should be able to go ahead with the Triwizard Tournament, just a school competition, you see, nothing to worry about, but we'll probably be importing some large creatures for it. I'll send you a full list once it's finalized. If that'll be all. Actually, while you're here, Mr. Fudge, were you going to inform me about the Quidditch World Cup? I'd really like to iron out how you're planning to hide a giant stadium with 10 times your native population camping out for 2 months. I do hope you're not going to do something like, oh, I don't know, rent out one of our people's farms and then wipe the owner's memory of half the summer afterwards. You've been talking to Mr. Barnett again, haven't you, Mr. Major? Come on, Remus, you promised. Tonks said. That was before this whole mess, Remus protested. I don't care. You made a promise and you'd better keep it. If you were still in the hospital, I'd let you off the hook, but you're out, so you have to take me out for drinks. I haven't able to celebrate making full aura yet. Dora, do you realize how it's going to look a werewolf taking an aura out on a date? After what just happened? But that's just it. Everyone knows what happened from The Prophet. It'll be a hero werewolf taking an aura out on a date? What could be better for the cause? It's not like Madame Bones is gonna fire me. She likes me and she's short a man with Mad Eye retiring. Remus rose to his feet. Like it or not, she did have a point. Even with more people against him, He had a rare opportunity when more people than usual were with him for helping to catch Greyback. To be honest, he felt like he needed the chance to celebrate that himself. And as he was worried for Tonks's career for associating with him, he'd never really made the connection that Amelia Bones was not easily swayed by political winds like that. "Well, it is a Friday night," he said, "and I don't have anything better to do. Shall we go, then?" He awkwardly offered her his arm. Tonks looked him up and down. "You call that asking me out?" she said in disbelief. Remus stood there, frozen. "When was the last time you went on a date, Wolfie?" He thought for a moment. "I'm sure it was when James and Lily were still alive. Morgana's knickers, Demelza was right. I do need to save you before your heart turns gross and hairy." She grabbed him roughly by the arm and pulled him along. "Come on, I know a Muggle pub that sells only the best German brands. Less pressure there." Remus was suddenly relieved. He hadn't even thought about the possibility, with both of them being half-bloods, of going on a date in the Muggle world. He really had been out of the game for too long. He caught up with her pace and went along willingly. The Wizengamot meeting that Saturday was an unmitigated disaster. Everyone knew it going in. Things had been bad after the previous crises during the last 2 years, but this was a riot. Today would be the trial of Fenrir Greyback. The trouble began just by the witnesses entering the hall. After the attack on Hogwarts, even with some people praising Remus, a lot of the population of magical Britain didn't want to see a werewolf in public who wasn't in chains. This was a problem because Remus Lupin, Demelza Robbins, and all 4 victims of the Hogwarts attack potentially needed to be present to testify. The 6 werewolves were escorted into the Wizengamot Hall by Aurors and seated in a special section under heavy guard. Dumbledore's position was not a popular one either. Without yet addressing what would happen next year, he had insisted at the emergency board meeting on Friday that Cedric, Gabriel, Ellen, and Colin be allowed to stay at Hogwarts through their exams. That had succeeded only because of a loophole in the rules. Since there were no more full moons before the end of term, they had never actually transformed into werewolves and wouldn't until after they went home. Under the antiquated rules, that meant that, technically, there was no absolute proof that they were werewolves yet, and so they could stay. "Order!" He called to the assembly. "Order! Order!" It took him some time to calm down the angry crowd and begin the meeting. "I hereby call the May session of the 392nd Wizengamot to order. I want to ask all guests to remain quiet and civil because we have a very full agenda today. Now, before we begin business, I would like to recognize a fallen member of the ministry who gave his life in the line of duty in order to protect the children under his care. Or Eric Williamson, in the course of his assignment as Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts School, was alerted to the intrusion of a pack of 13 transformed werewolves led by the notorious terrorist Fenrir Greyback into the school. Aura Williamson immediately ran to the scene and was one of the first to arrive to engage the werewolves. During the course of the battle, he was fatally mauled by the werewolf known as Lycaon. In recognition of his actions, and in accordance with a petition submitted this morning with the signatures of a majority of the Wizengamot, Eric Williamson is hereby awarded the Order of Merlin, First Class. At this time, I would like to ask for a moment of silence in Aura Williamson's memory. Dumbledore paused for longer than was strictly necessary and made the audience sit tight to further calm them down. "Thank you." After the initial housekeeping items, the secretary's report, treasurer's report, and so on, the real work began. "The first order of business falls to Madame Bones of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement," Dumbledore said. Amelia Bones stood and addressed the assembly. "Chief Warlock," she began, I preface this item with a summary of the results of the DMLE's investigation of the events of Tuesday night. As most of the assembly know, on that night, which was the night of the full moon, our investigation shows that Hogwarts School was attacked by a pack of 13 werewolves led by Fenrir Greyback. The attack was facilitated by 2 breaches in the castle's wards and the use of 14 doses, 2 full courses of illegally acquired wolfsbane potion. The Hogwarts staff was alerted to the intrusion by the timely action of 3 students, including our own Lord Potter. Lord Potter also informed Lord Black, who was stationed in Hogsmeade that night in his capacity as a hit wizard, via a private communication channel. The Hogwarts staff and the Hogsmeade patrol engaged the werewolves shortly after they breached one of the students' dormitories. In the course of the ensuing battle, 4 students were bitten and 2 others were injured. Also, Auror Eric Williamson was killed and several of the other defenders were also injured. 3 of the werewolves were killed in the fight, and 4 others remain in treatment in a secure ward of St. Mungo's Hospital. The remaining 6 the Ministry has recommended to bring to trial today. As such, I move that we adjourn to the Council of Magical Law to hold the trials. The motion carried without objection, and Madame Bones took the chair as magistrate and ordered the first prisoner brought in, who was, of course, Greyback himself. The hope was that by getting the biggest fish out of the way first, the angry crowd in the gallery would be placated and start to clear out. Fenrir Greyback was not merely in shackles, as Sirius had been at his trial. He was in a straitjacket, and he wore a muzzle on his face. To the Grangers, the Creevies, and other Muggleborns in the audience, he looked disturbingly like Hannibal Lecter, if Hannibal Lecter had been a lot hairier and wore an eye patch. Even in human form, Greyback's teeth and claws were dangerous, not infectious, but leaving cursed scars, and the Aurors had been forced to restrain him when he began lashing out at anyone who got too close. Harry couldn't help but feel a twinge of pride when he saw the state Greyback was in. He'd been taught to use violence only as a last resort, but Greyback was a very bad man, and Harry had definitely helped cut him down to size. His right eye was gone, covered by an eye patch that revealed fresh scars around the edges. He also walked with a limp thanks to the number Sirius had done on his arse. When he reached the defendant's chair in the center of the chamber, the straitjacket was undone, though his hands were not freed so that he could be chained down. Only then was the muzzle removed from his face. The assembly jeered like a gathering at the Colosseum when the werewolf was let in, but Madame Bones quieted them at once. No matter how hated Greyback was, she was determined that this trial be carried out properly and with due decorum. "Fenrir Greyback," she said when he was in place with a mere hint of glee on her face, "you are hereby charged with 19 counts of deliberate infection of individuals to lycanthropy, 8 counts of attempted infection of individuals with lycanthropy, 7 counts of conspiracy to infect individuals with lycanthropy, 5 counts of murder in the first degree, 14 counts of murder in the second degree, 2 counts of conspiracy to commit murder, 21 counts of accessory to murder, 1 count of terrorism, 3 counts of terroristic threats, 4 counts of stalking and harassment, 3 counts of simple assault, 6 counts of hate crimes, 2 counts of resisting arrest, 1 count of escaping ministry custody, 1 count of being a public nuisance, 9 counts of illegal squatting, 1 count of criminal trespass, 1 count of breaking and entering, and 1 count of treason against the ministry. Of course, these were only the charges that they had enough evidence to bring to trial that had occurred within the British Isles. "Mr. Greyback, how do you plead?" Greyback fixed Madame Bones with his one good eye, that piercing blue inside a ring of black, and spat in her direction. "I refuse to recognize the legitimacy of this corrupt and oppressive organization," he shouted. Madame Bones sighed. "A plea of not guilty will be entered in the record," she said, as was required. Mr. Greyback, will you consent to testify under veritaserum? I do not require it. I have nothing to hide. Let the record show that the defendant has refused veritaserum, she grumbled. Mr. Greyback, will you consent to testify under an affirmation of truthfulness? That was rare, but this would be a lot faster if she could get him to spout off his political screed, which would no doubt contain enough of a confession to lock him up for good. Oh, I'll tell you the truth, he yelled. I'll tell all you effing cowards the truth. Let the record show that the defendant has consented to an affirmation of truthfulness, Bones said, but Greyback shouted over her. You all think we're monsters, that werewolves are vicious beasts to be confined. Just look what we do. How many people have I infected? It's more than 19, I'll tell you that. But now I'll tell you who the real monsters are. Look in the mirror. You are the ones who turn us out of your so-called civilized society. You are the ones who deny us the means to support ourselves, forcing us into the worst jobs or no jobs at all. Is it any wonder we become thieves? You are the ones who deny us an education. Is it any wonder that we behave, as you say, like animals? You reduce us to the intellectual state of animals. Is it any wonder that when we are denied any form of political voice through nonviolent action, when public pleas and letters are dismissed as self-serving and dangerous, when our voting bloc is non-existent and without allies, when the very fact of our gathering in numbers is treated with suspicion and prohibited, that we resort to violence to increase our numbers and power? No. We're building an army because it's the only thing we can do. And the more you tighten the noose, the more of us you turn against you. Now, I know what you're thinking. You think I failed. I only infected 4 of your kids at Hogwarts, and they're sure as hell not gonna join me. Well, you're wrong. I didn't get the army I wanted, but biting the Diggory boy alone was worth it. Getting 3 other kids and killing that Auror were just gravy on the main course. Now you can't ignore the problem anymore. Now you can't sweep it under the rug. Now you either have to abandon your oppression or prove for all to see that you're every bit as much cruel and heartless animals as I am. And you are. You are. Greyback drew the words out with a sneer. You think you're all so perfect and noble and enlightened? You're all out. For blood today just as much as I am too. Look at you turned out in droves hoping for a good old-fashioned witch burning. How many of you are wishing you still had the death penalty? How many of you wish it really was burning at the stake? How many of you think it would be a great show? No, when you get right down to it, all you people are more animals than the animals are. Nature may be red in tooth and claw, but at least she has a reason for it. I kill to get justice for my brethren. You kill just for the entertainment value. So go ahead. Do your worst. Greyback fell silent. You could hear a pin drop in the Wisengamot hall. More than a few people looked genuinely disturbed by the werewolf's words, although a greater number were indignant, unwilling to listen to any criticism from so savage a creature. Finally, it was Amos Diggory who stood up to make a proposal. Madam Bones, in the interest of time, I move that we accept this testimony as a confession to the 19 counts of deliberate infection and 1 count of accessory to murder and drop the rest of the charges. That should be sufficient to meet our goal of getting the defendant confined permanently. That proposal was by no means universally accepted, since a fair number of people really were out for blood, but a solid majority of the Wisengamot approved it, in part because Diggory proposed it. Fenrir Greyback, Bones ruled, you are hereby found guilty of 19 counts of deliberate infection with lycanthropy and 1 count of accessory to murder. As a result of your lack of repentance, you will be given a maximum sentence for each count, to be served consecutively. I sentence you to 220 years in Azkaban with possibility of parole after 110. She cracked her wand to seal the verdict. Even if werewolves lived as long as the average wizard, which they generally didn't, Greyback would never get out of there alive. The other 5 trials went almost as quickly. 2 the defendants confessed in political speeches like Greyback did, while the other 3 simply plead guilty, although this was after being advised that Greyback could be brought back in to testify against them. After the last trial, the most public bit of business was done for the day, and many of the guests thankfully left. The Council of Magical Law adjourned, and Dumbledore took the podium again. There were a few minor housekeeping-type legislative issues for the Wisengamot before they took up the main issue, the 2 bills pertaining to werewolves. By manipulating a few rules, they were able to take up both at once, since they were on related topics, and the issue was de facto between the 2 bills much more than it was between either of them and the status quo. In this case, the first motion fell to Minister Fudge, with his toad-faced senior Undersecretary Umbridge whispering in his ear. "Chief Warlock," he said, "I would like to reintroduce Amendment 5 to the Werewolf Protection Act, making deliberate infection with lycanthropy a capital crime." That generated a surprising amount of controversy. Like Muggle Britain, Magical Britain no longer practiced the death penalty. Technically, escaping from Azkaban was punishable by the Dementor's Kiss, but so far as anyone knew, no one had ever escaped from Azkaban. Also, crimes against humanity were punishable by being thrown through the Veil of Death in the Department of Mysteries, a law that was specifically written with Voldemort in mind, in the unlikely event that they ever caught him alive. In this case, though, there was not a consensus. Some people wanted to throw the book at the werewolves, while others had heeded Greyback's words and were determined to prove that they were the better people. A ruse to drum up sympathy. On the proponents shouted of the latter sentiment. Like the rest of his speech, "We've had enough of these sympathizers already. It is completely unnecessary. Wasn't one of the reasons we abolished the death penalty that Azkaban was considered a better deterrent than execution? Yes, we know where you stand, Denbright. You've been advocating for years to remove the Dementors from Azkaban. Your argument is a bit counterproductive, don't you think?" It was an odd debate, with the normal power blocks breaking up and members taking opposite sides seemingly at random. Those for the death penalty had the stronger emotional arguments, while those against could make long arguments about it being excessive and not in line with international standards. The main point for Harry, though, was that, after an inquiring look to Remus, who shook his head no, he conveyed to Cousin Andy that he wanted to oppose the amendment. Sirius noticed the same look and also agreed. Remus later explained his concern that the Ministry would be too quick to condemn a werewolf whose motive was unclear, and at least being sent to Azkaban, as Sirius pointed out, could be reversed. Unfortunately, on this matter, the emotional arguments won the day, and the death penalty was added to both bills. "Don't worry, that one's not that big a deal," Cousin Ted whispered to them. "You can't win them all." The amendment did turn out to be a minor matter, as he predicted, because the big controversy came when Lucius Malfoy came out swinging against Harry. "Chief Warlock," he spoke, "these amendments are all well and good, but I think we must ask ourselves why we are still considering Lord Black's Lycanthropy Regulation and Management Act at all. This bill comes from both Lord Black and the office of Lord Potter, both associates of an admitted werewolf." "I object, Lord Malfoy," Sirius said at once. "We've already been over this. We proposed this bill in part because Mr. Lupin is our friend, but that does not mean we sympathize with the likes of Greyback and his ilk. We sure haven't skimped on the enforcement provisions in our bill, you know." "That's very touching, Lord Black, but there is new evidence that has come to light that casts doubt upon the trustworthiness of the co-sponsors of this bill." "No," Sirius and Harry whispered at the same time. They could see it coming even before he said it. Madame Bones's summary of the attack at Hogwarts, in the interest of brevity, I'm sure left out one important detail, namely that the investigation into the attack at Hogwarts revealed that the werewolves learned how to get into the castle from none other than Lord Potter himself. The uproar was even greater than it had been at Greyback's trial. The remaining crowd in the hall was on its feet at once, and curses were hurled at Harry, mostly verbal, but he was forced to the ground as one spell of unknown intent sailed over his head. Then there were several flashes of red light, and the crowd quieted down again. When he looked up, Harry saw the Aurors taking down everyone who had drawn their wands. Mad-Eye Moody in particular was casting with a speed and accuracy he had never seen before, sometimes at people he couldn't even see with wands in their hands. "I will have order in this assembly," Dumbledore roared. "One more outburst like that, and I will clear the hall." This cowed the crowd even more than the Aurors did. Many of them had never seen the great wizard truly angry. Harry was on his feet as soon as it was clear. "Lord Malfoy, that's not the whole story, and you know it," he called. "Harry, stop," his family hissed. "You heard what he said." "Don't, Harry," Ted replied sternly. "You'll only make it worse. Let them handle it." Harry looked where he was pointing and saw Madame Bones rising to her feet. He also saw Andy physically holding back a rabid-looking Sirius. "Madame Bones?" Dumbledore recognized. "Chief Warlock, in the interest of judicial accuracy, I feel I need to clarify the results of our investigation," Bones said. "One of the werewolves in our custody, an Artemis Crouch, testified under Veritaserum that she learnt the information that allowed Greyback's pack to enter Hogwarts by eavesdropping on a private conversation of Lord Potter's. Lord Potter himself never knew that anyone was listening in. As soon as Miss Crouch is recovered, you can hear it for yourselves at her trial." "And yet, shouldn't we be concerned that Lord Potter was giving out such dangerous secrets at all?" Malfoy pressed. "I will contest that myself, Lord Malfoy," Dumbledore said. "By any reasonable standards, these were not dangerous secrets. They were hardly secrets at all, certainly not ones that we were still actively trying to keep. Hogwarts was breached because of an oversight on the part of the school staff, not Mr. Potter's actions. Had these oversights not occurred, Greyback would not have been able to enter, even with the information he possessed." Lucius Malfoy smiled condescendingly at that. He knew full well the actual results of the DMLE investigation. Any organization leaked plenty under the pressure of enough galleons. That particular gambit hadn't worked, but like any good chess player, he had planned in advance to use it to his advantage. Now, he moved to play his trump card, to mix his metaphors. "That's an interesting story, Chief Warlock," he said, "although I'm afraid we're not all as sanguine about Lord Potter's discretion as you are. But more importantly, I do believe you're forgetting something. You are the headmaster of Hogwarts. The security of the school was your responsibility. And even that is not the full story." Lord Malfoy turned to the rest of the crowd. "The Chief Warlock not only committed these oversights that allowed werewolves to slip into Hogwarts and attack our children, but he has also been disingenuous about the case of Remus Lupin, who attended the school in the 1970s. The Chief Warlock claims that no harm came to any students as a result of a werewolf attending the school. He seems to have forgotten the incident in which his own current potions master, Severus Snape, who is here as my guest today, was nearly bitten by Mr. Lupin in his transformed state and made a very narrow escape." The uproar began anew, including some calls for Remus to be arrested on the spot. Harry's heart sank, and Sirius looked horrified. This would be much more damaging, especially where the school was concerned. They looked over and saw Snape in the audience, looking smug. Harry and his family didn't know what to do. Even if it didn't affect the bill that much, it could completely derail their hopes of keeping Hogwarts open to werewolves. To Sirius, however, something seemed wrong. Why was Snevellis doing this? He knew Sirius knew the real story as well as he did, except that it would discredit him, one of the co-sponsors of their bill, and Harry was already on thin ice. That could ruin the whole game, but what choice did he have? Remus could go to Azkaban if he stayed silent. He looked across the hall to his friend, who sat there silently shaking his head. He was perfectly ready to sacrifice himself for the cause. Sirius looked to his godchildren. They made no indication at all. Nor did Dumbledore when he looked back to the podium. "I'm sorry, Moony," he thought. He stood up and called, "I protest this slander on my friend's character, Lord Malfoy. If Mr. Snape were telling the whole story, you would know that that incident was entirely my fault." The crowd gasped again. "I goaded Mr. Snape to go to the Shrieking Shack during the full moon as a prank. It was a foolish and dangerous idea, and for that, I apologize. However, Mr. Lupin knew nothing about the incident until after the fact and was entirely blameless." "A likely story," Lord Malfoy said. "You would risk your reputation in this chamber for your friend, Lord Black? It doesn't seem very believable." "Yes, I would, Lord Malfoy," Sirius said icily. "And it's the truth. Snape knows." "Do you deny it, Snape?" Sirius demanded. "You only got close to Remus because I tricked you into it, and you were saved by the timely actions of James Potter. Admit it. Admit it, or I'll demand a formal subpoena." Lucius Malfoy turned to Snape. "This is true, Severus?" he said so that one could practically hear his nose sticking up in the air. Snape put on a heavy scowl and said, "It was Lord Black who pressured me to pursue Mr. Lupin that night. To my knowledge, Mr. Lupin was unaware." "Well then," Malfoy continued haughtily, "I think perhaps pressing charges against Lord Black might be in order." Harry and Hermione shuddered again. This day was getting worse and worse. Their bill might be dead for all they knew, and now Sirius could get in actual trouble with the law. Sirius himself actually wasn't so concerned. Since the incident had happened so long ago and he had just apologized unprompted, he would probably get off on time served. Severus Snape, however, smirked to himself at Black's predicament. Contrary to popular belief, Severus Snape was usually a rational man. Sure, he had his moments. When the younger Potter first started school, for example, he was strongly inclined to dislike him on account of his father, but Harry had shown him that he had a lot of Lily in him, and Severus quickly came to accept that. More recently, when Potter and his family had essentially forced him to teach better, he was forced to admit that it worked. Teaching still tried his patience to no end, but when he actually made an effort, he found that he was better at it, and when he became better at it, he found it more tolerable, and, to his genuine astonishment, the average marks in his classes had improved. Moreover, Snape didn't actually hate werewolves either. He feared them. It was petty, and he rationalized it away as mere prudence to the point that he refused to admit it even to himself, but he feared them because of his personal experience, and he would really rather not have them inside Hogwarts again. With Potter finding another school that would take them, it was no great loss to them, or so he told himself. And Snape didn't even dislike Lupin in particular because he was a werewolf. He disliked him because he was a marauder. The same went for James Potter long ago, though their history had been slightly different. But he hated Sirius Black. There was a certain cold, Slytherin calculation in many what looked like his emotional responses, such as his admitted pro-Slytherin bias in his teaching, but this was none of that. This was pure emotional reaction. He hated Sirius Black for trying to kill him back in 6th year. He hated that he had forced James Potter to save his life. He hated that he couldn't even tell Lily why he was so angry and, dare he say, scared all of a sudden in his mind, the last thing that would have had any chance of getting her and Potter to split up. He'd been angry when Black was found innocent and released from Azkaban because he knew he was really guilty, just not of the crime he was charged with. And so, when he saw the opportunity, Snape made this plan. It had been a while since he took the initiative like this, but he thought it was a good one. He would reveal the incident in 6th year to the world. Albus would frown at him, of course, but he would never fire him. And when it was done, either the idea of werewolves in Hogwarts would be discredited, or Black would be forced to confess his crimes and would lose much of his credibility. If he was lucky, both. In a perfect world, he wouldn't have to go through Lucius Malfoy to do it, but the enemy of his enemy was his ally, and it would make his job that much easier if the Dark Lord returned, as Albus feared, so he made do. He thought little of Harry Potter glaring daggers at him. "Do we really need to go into ancient history now?" asked Lord Bletchley. "This crime Mr. Snape claims was nearly 20 years ago. I think we have more pressing matters. I'm sure the DMLE will be happy to investigate the incident at its convenience," Lord Smith added. "And while they're at it, there's still the matter of Mr. Lupin. Accidental exposure is still a crime." "Is it?" said Elphia's Doge. "I think you will find that negligence is the relevant crime. If Mr. Lupin was acting on good faith that his location was secure, he is not responsible. I think we've seen that any sort of security when it comes to werewolves is no more than wishful thinking," Tiberius Ogden replied. "I agree with Lord Smith. Mr. Lupin should be investigated." "Mr. Lupin saved my son's life," Amos Diggory said, effectively stopping the conversation. He looked much quieter and more subdued than he had before. "While transformed. I haven't properly thanked him for that, and I do, Mr. Lupin. Lord Doge is right. I will not stand in the way of justice. If Mr. Lupin was acting on good faith, he is not responsible." That got the angry cries for justice to calm down, although Madame Bones did stand up and inform the assembly that the DMLE will investigate as it sees fit. That was not the result either Malfoy or Snape was hoping for. They were expecting people to want to deal with Black right away, not get on with the legislating. Quickly, Lord Malfoy tried to get on track again. "Ladies and gentlemen, why do we need to wait any longer? The Lords Black and Potter's bill still sits before us even though serious doubts have been cast on its sponsors. I move that we take it to a vote now and get it out of the way so that we can finish working out the only reasonable proposal." "I second that," said Lord Not at once, and it looked like a solid majority of the Wisengamot was on their side from the nods of agreement. To Sirius and Harry and his family, it looked like their LMRA was about to go down in flames, but it was then that David Monroe from International Cooperation stood up. "I object, Chief Warlock. Lords Black and Potter are not the only supporters of this bill," he snapped in his gruff voice. "Their personal issues aside, the ideas it contains are fundamentally good ones, drawn up with the help of the DMLE and several of our other key members. Now, in light of the tragedy at Hogwarts this week, I do think we need to reassess the content of our bill, so I move that we set the whole issue aside until next month to give all parties time to draw up amendments." "I second the motion," his father, Lord Solomon Monroe, said at once. "Have we not already delayed enough, Lord Monroe?" "Mr. Monroe," Malfoy said, "the time to update the law is now, before another incident like this one can happen. The Minister and Mr. Diggory already have a perfectly acceptable alternative." That got a lot of nods from both around the Wisengamot and the audience. It looked like it was all over, but then Amos Diggory stood and said, "I support a delay." All eyes turned to him in surprise. He had been one of the staunchest advocates for his own bill, but no one really knew what would happen to him now that his son had been bitten. "After this week, I'm not convinced we have the bill we need either. I support Mr. Monroe's motion to set it aside till next month so that it can be revised." Umbridge looked furious. Her staunchest ally was falling away. From the new wave of murmurs around the hall, it sounded like he was taking quite a few people with him. She hurriedly whispered in the minister's ear, and he repeated what she said. "Mr. Diggory, we are all truly sorry for your hardship here at the ministry. It must be very difficult for you, and we would all understand if you feel the need to take an extended leave of absence. I'm sure we can find someone suitable to take over your office on a temporary basis." Of course, Fudge thought, Dolores had experience in that department and would make a good choice, and then she could legislate directly. But more importantly, even if Diggory refused, it would still make people question his competence. "I think that is not relevant to the current discussion, Minister," Diggory responded testily. "I stand by my position." "Perfectionism gets us nowhere," said Lord Knott. "The most important thing to do for national security is to act now." "Actually, I must also agree with Mr. Monroe," said Lord Bletchley, to the surprise of many. Malfoy, normally an ally, gave him a look that seemed to say, "Et tu, brute?" "For a different reason, however," Bletchley clarified. "In all this discussion, we seem to have forgotten that the werewolves gained access to Hogwarts using the wolfsbane potion. Wolfsbane, which is supposed to be so tightly regulated by the Ministry in order to prevent just such a disaster from happening. If we are going to revise these bills, I think we should carefully consider whether we're going to continue the production of wolfsbane potion at all." That set off yet another round of arguing. "It's a no-brainer after this week. It'll only set up a black market. It'll still be available overseas. How many more attacks is it going to take? Wolfsbane is the one thing lets werewolves lead productive lives. Why are we even considering keeping it up?" And yet, at the end of the day, long day, it was past supper by the time it was over. The wolfsbane had the desired effect. The bills were set aside until next month so that they could be revised. Harry's head was spinning as he walked out of the ministry building. Things had gone every which way so many times today that he could barely make sense of it, and their position definitely looked weaker than it had before. He'd need all week just to settle back in at school. But he knew one thing: they had 1 month to find an acceptable way to keep up the production of wolfsbane potion. Chapter 80. "Well, Dumbledore, the werewolves are out of our hair now. I don't see why there should be any more reason to worry about the tournament. You have the power to overrule me if you wish, Cornelius, but I warn you I have heard far more troubling rumors than those of werewolves. All the other players are on board, Albus. I suggest you get to it quickly, or else have Minerva talk to them if you're going to be away again." Harry and Cho were locked in an epic battle in the last Quidditch game of the year. A win for Gryffindor today would net them the Quidditch Cup. If Ravenclaw won, because of the way the points had worked out, the cup would go to Slytherin, at least with as poorly as the Ravenclaw chasers were playing today. Harry was having a good time for a change. It was a welcome break from all the politicking. This was especially a treat for Harry and Hermione because Alicia was out sick, so Hermione got to play her first game. And she could definitely play. She wasn't as good as Alicia, but she still wowed the school by zooming around the pitch with a skill and athleticism that few had expected from the bookish girl. Harry took the opportunity to play the protective brother role in this game. He made a point of dive-bombing the Ravenclaw chasers a couple of times when they tried to interfere with Hermione's plays. Hermione was not amused. "I can take care of myself, she said. "Yeah, but I have a faster broom," Harry pointed out. That was a big advantage, as he quickly found out, and not just for disrupting the other team. Cho had learnt with Malfoy that it was no use trying to outfly a firebolt. Instead, she decided to mark Harry closely, cutting across his path frequently and preventing him from using his broom's speed. Once, then twice, she stopped him from grabbing the snitch, though both times she failed to get it herself. She was a challenge to play against, that was for sure. The third time he spotted it, however, he got up above her, and he had a clear path. Cho didn't stand a chance against the firebolt's unfettered acceleration. The crowd erupted in cheers when Harry caught the snitch. Hufflepuff would deservedly receive the House Cup for the year, but Gryffindor was pleased to sweep the Quidditch Cup for the third year in a row. Oliver Wood was especially glad. It was his last year, and the professional recruiters were out today, taking a close look at him. He'd been even more manic than usual before this match, doing everything he could to make sure they won the cup. Hermione was praised by her teammates and house alike. There was always a lot of pressure being a rookie player, but she'd made good. Neville was especially eager to compliment her on her flying skills, for which she warmly thanked him, and several of the upper years gave her a hearty, "Great flying, Granger." Who would have thought it? "Good game, Miss Chong," Harry said pleasantly when he shook Cho's hand afterwards. "Yes, excellent flying," she agreed. "But you're going to have to pay me back for that, don't you, Mr. Potter?" "Well, it's a good thing there's still one more Hogsmeade visit next week, isn't it?" He kept up the banter. "Yes, I suppose it is." Harry was ready for his date bright and early on the following Saturday morning. Exams had just ended, and everyone would be out and about today. It was a hot, sunny day, and Cho looked prettier than ever in a short summer dress. They decided to take advantage of the nice weather and walk to the village. "Well, it's been some year, huh?" Cho said, trying to make conversation. "Some 3 years, more like," Harry answered. "I've been having crazy stuff happen around me from the start." "Wow, yeah, I guess you have." She hesitated a minute before voicing the concern that had been troubling her. "So, we haven't really had a chance to talk properly since the full moon." Harry went stiff in what Cho didn't recognize was a very feline reaction, but it lasted only a moment before he forced himself to relax. "I guess not," he said. "Harry, I'm sorry about the whole Shrieking Shack thing," she said suddenly. "It's fine, Cho." "No, I was pushing you to tell me your secrets." "No, Cho. It was my choice. It was my own fault for not being more careful. And besides, Dumbledore's right, they weren't really that secret anyway. Still, if there are things you're not comfortable telling me, then I'll hold them back, but honestly, I was doing that already. I only told you the ones I was comfortable with." He almost said the ones I trusted you with, but he stopped himself. "Oh. Well, I appreciate your faith in me," she said sincerely. "So you didn't get in any trouble for it?" "No. Mom and Dad were mad at first, but they understood once they calmed down. The Ollery bit, though." "But that really helped them," Cho protested. "That's what Elizabeth Smith said." "I know, but my parents are big believers in basing punishment on how bad the risk-reward analysis looked at the time." She gave him a quizzical look. "Basically, we had no reason to think that trick would help much at the time, so we should have done the safe thing and gone back to the tower." Cho continued to give Harry a funny look. "Your parents do know you're Gryffindors, right?" she asked. "Cho," he said indignantly. "They adopted me, didn't they?" Of course, he realized at once, she didn't understand the full history behind that decision, how they had literally made it in 24 hours after he showed up scared and alone on their doorstep, how Dumbledore had warned them correctly that Voldemort was still out there and itching for vengeance, how that day had also been their first introduction into the world of magic. She only knew the abridged and bastardized version Rita Skeeter had reported in the Daily Prophet 2 years ago, and for whatever reason, Harry didn't feel comfortable tell her more just yet. Even so, she seemed to understand enough of his meaning. "I'm sorry," she said. "I didn't mean it was just a bad joke." "Oh, it's all right," Harry said, feeling embarrassed. "Of course it was a joke. How could it not be? He was just touchy about his family by nature." They pushed the incident aside and walked through the village. Practically the whole school was out here today who were old enough. They passed Cedric in the street, and he and Harry waved to each other. Harry was glad to see Cedric looking better. He knew the 5th year was on his way to yet another meeting with the Robbins family, Sirius, and Remus. They'd met as often as they could since that night. "What do you think will happen to him next year?" Cho asked. "I don't know," Harry answered. "The rumor is his father's taken an extended leave from work and they're not sure if he's coming back. Same with the Board of Governors. Maybe he'll come around, maybe he won't, or maybe he'll just quit. I hope he comes around though, I know Remus's father did." "You think they'd let him come back to Hogwarts, though?" she said. She didn't look fond of the idea. "Why not? It's perfectly safe." "Is it? I thought after what happened, I mean, they'd still need to use the Shrieking Shack, won't they?" Harry thought he saw what she was driving at. "Probably, but we know the Shrieking Shack is secure," he said. The Shrieking Shack was never breached. And the tunnel was an easy fix. And besides, with the Wolfsbane potion, they might be able to come up with some other options. Cho's face definitely darkened at that remark. "So," she said, "you still think the Ministry should distribute Wolfsbane potion?" Harry stopped and turned to face her. He took a deep breath to slow down and stop this from turning into a shouting match. "Yes," he said. "Wolfsbane potion is the best thing to happen to werewolves in the past 100 years. Before it was invented, the biggest reason a werewolf couldn't hold a job in either the magical or muggle world was because they were laid up for several days every full moon. With Wolfsbane, they only have to miss one day. That's why we're even talking about job restrictions now. And that's not even getting into the long-term improvement in health." "I understand that, Harry, but you know that Greyback used Wolfsbane to attack the school. That's no reason to keep it away from the others, you know, the ones we're sure about. Most werewolves just want to live normal lives." "But Greyback got Wolfsbane from werewolves who were cleared to use it," she reminded him. "Yes, but that just means that we need better enforcement, do more to make sure it doesn't get out of the hands of those whom we trust with it. That's why I think we should have a clinic give the potion to them on site so they can't take it somewhere else. But people don't want that many werewolves in one place." Cho considered that, but ultimately dismissed it. "There's other problems to that, though. Making Wolfsbane in bulk, at one location, would make it a bigger target for thieves, wouldn't it?" I guess you're right," Harry admitted. "But still, there are places with wards strong enough to keep out thieves. It shouldn't be that difficult. Can you really stop werewolves from misusing it?" she said. She held up a hand to stop his response. "I know most of them are good, but it only takes one mistake to have something bad happen again. Unless they take an unbreakable vow not to misuse it, I don't think it's a good idea." Harry gave her an interested stare. "Astoria Greengrass said the same thing a few weeks ago," he said. It's a tempting idea, but honestly, the whole unbreakable vow thing makes me a bit nervous. Well, if you don't want to do that, I don't know what else you can do, Cho said testily. Harry deflated under her gaze and sighed. That's the problem we've been having all year. Oh, come on, we're supposed to be enjoying today. Let's not worry about it for a while. Cho was a little jolted at the sudden change in subject, but she didn't complain as Harry led her down the street, hand in hand. They had got a late start that morning, even more so with taking the time to walk to the village. So they skipped Madame Pudafoots and just wandered and browsed the shops until lunch. Harry was reminded how small the magical world was. There just weren't that many options for a date in a tiny village of 2,000. But they found things to do until they decided it was time to go to the Three Broomsticks. As on their previous Hogsmeade trips, they ran into Neville Longbottom as he finished his occlumency lesson with Maxwell Barnett. He was looking surprisingly good these days. The now daily exercise was really paying off, and the occlumency combined with his new wand had improved his coursework dramatically. "Hey, Neville," Harry said. "How's it going?" "Great," he replied. "Mr. Barnett says my occlumency is almost ready to qualify." "It's true." Maxwell Barnett came up behind him. "If Mr. Longbottom spends the week after term ends in intensive training, I think he'll be ready." "That's good," Harry answered, hiding his discomfort at the reason they had asked Neville to learn it in the first place. "Neville, if you're ready in time for the next Wisengamot meeting, I think Hermione and I would like to meet with you afterwards." Neville's eyebrows rose as he, too, remembered what they had told him of the reason for this whole exercise. "All right, Harry. I'll try to be ready then." "I think that's very achievable," Barnett said. "And now, Lord Potter, if you'll excuse me, I have a meeting with Prime Minister Major." He leaned down and whispered conspiratorially. "You didn't hear it from me, but he's making Minister Fudge revise some of his poorly laid plans for the World Cup." Harry smiled. "Sounds like Minister Fudge, all right. Good day, Mr. Barnett." He stared after the man for a minute as he left before snapping out of it. "Anyway, I'll see you later, Nevada. Come on, Cho, let's find a table." He kissed her as he showed her to her seat, and she blushed prettily even if he seemed a little distracted that time. They enjoyed a pleasant lunch and talked about nothing in particular whilst carefully avoiding revisiting their discussion from that morning. The afternoon looked to be more of the same. Some people had decided to swim in the large pond that lay at the far end of the village from the Shrieking Shack, but Harry, given his feline tendencies, wasn't much of a swimmer, and in any case they hadn't prepared for that. So instead, they walked around the perimeter to watch the antics of the swimmers. It was while they were walking in silence that Cho got to thinking about something else. The past 2 weeks since the full moon had made her think a lot about her relationship with the boy who lived. No, Harry. He certainly acted a lot more like Harry than the boy who lived. He wasn't at all what she'd expected nor thought she wanted, but she found it oddly charming. Merlin, he was complicated, though. There was the boy who lived, the hero who was the subject of books, albeit inaccurate ones, and who did flashy deeds of daring, albeit reluctantly. Then there was Harry, the ordinary boy who was very kind and courteous and open about most things and just wanted to get along, the boy he wanted to be, she was sure. And then there was also Lord Potter, who was formal, secretive, and politically minded out of necessity. She could tell that mantle was forced upon him. It fit him less comfortably than either of the other two, but it was there. But Cho wasn't so worried about whether she could navigate the intricacies of Harry's life. The thing she was really noticing was the development of their relationship, or rather, the lack thereof. Their dates had been very nice, of course. Harry was a true gentleman. But they hadn't really been more than that, and this latest one seemed almost perfunctory at times. That was understandable. Harry had a lot of other things on his mind, but still, it highlighted what she had been feeling lately. Finally, when they reached the most remote corner of the pond, she turned to her date and said, "Harry, can I ask you a question and get an honest answer?" Harry cocked an eyebrow a fraction. That could be a dangerous question, depending on what she asked. Still, he couldn't think how she could know any of his really big secrets to dig into those. He decided to take a chance and took a page out of Dumbledore's book. "If you ask me, I won't lie to you, Cho. Do you see this going anywhere? A small part of Harry's brain felt a touch of relief that she hadn't asked something more sensitive. The larger part was thinking, "Oh God, this isn't going to end well." He kept a calm outward appearance while he silently racked his brain, trying to make sense of his feelings about her. Merlin's beard, was it this hard for girls? He waited about as long as he dared, and he finally said, "No, not really." He braced himself for the waterworks, but to his surprise, Cho merely looked a little wistful and seemed to sigh with relief. "I was thinking the same thing. I really do like you, Harry. It's just that I think we'd both be better off finding someone we're more compatible with." "I understand, really, but, I hope this wasn't about the secrets, though," he responded. "No, it wasn't that," she said quickly. "I understand why you have to do it, and I think I could get used to it. I wasn't worried about that. It's not about the wolfsbane thing for your, is it?" "No, of course not. We don't have to agree on everything. I just feel like we never really had the spark." "Yeah, that's it." Cho smiled a little. "I am glad we tried this, Harry. I enjoyed it, and you were really kind to me the whole time." She didn't mention how much she enjoyed having most of the girls in school being jealous of her. If she were honest with herself, maybe she enjoyed it a little too much. She didn't think Harry would appreciate that bit. "Thanks. I enjoyed it too," he said awkwardly. "So we're still friends, then?" "Of course." She stood on her toes and kissed him on the cheek this time. "You're a good wizard, Harry Potter. I can tell you'll make a lucky witch very happy someday. I wish you luck." Yeah. Same to you, Cho, except flip the witch and wizard part." She giggled and walked away with a smile. Sirius Black. Harry had grabbed Hermione when he got back to the castle and pulled her in for an important conversation with their godfather. "Hey there, Harry. How'd the date go?" Sirius said with a grin when he appeared in the mirror. "Ha," he said, not expecting this shift of gears. "Oh yeah. About that. We, decided to end it." "Oh no." Sirius gasped. "Are you okay, Cub?" "It's fine. There wasn't any trouble. We just both decided it wasn't going anywhere, and we'd be better off seeing other people. You don't have to put on a brave face for us, Cub." "No, really. That's what happened." "It's true," Hermione confirmed. "I saw them both afterwards. They're fine." "Are you serious?" Sirius said. "No, you're serious," Harry shot back. They heard Remus laugh from off the side of the mirror. "Yes, but none of my breakups ever went that well," Sirius protested. "That's because you're you, Padfoot." Remus pulled the edge of the mirror so he could be seen in it. "Or James's either. Remember that time he dated Marlene McKinnon in 5th year?" Sirius grinned at Harry and Hermione. On the second date, she hexed him until he admitted he was still in love with Lily. "Don't listen to him." "Honestly, Harry, I think you handled the whole thing very well, especially for your age," Remus cut in again. "The best kind of breakup is one where you both still want to be friends afterwards." Actually, I think the only like that I remember was you and Mary MacDonald, Mooney, Sirius said. James and I never had a chance, and when Lily tried to date, it got ugly between the boy and James, and then it got 3 times as ugly between her and James. And of course, the rat never dated anyone. So what you're saying is that Harry has once again succeeded in beating your low standards, Remus said. You watch your mouth unless you want me to bring my cousin into this, he shot back. Remus backed down. Anyway, Cub, what did you want to talk about if it wasn't your date? Sirius continued. Harry had to think for a minute to switch gears back to what he originally wanted to discuss. The wolfsbane potion, Hermione reminded him. Yes. We were trying to figure out how we could make it more available safely, right? We were, Remus said grimly. But after Greyback, I don't know if we can. I'm not sure if we can even keep up the regular production at this point. We know, Hermione explained. But the problem is that people don't trust werewolves not to misuse it. A couple of people even suggested we make them take unbreakable vows not to misuse it in order to get it. Remus frowned. I'd probably take that vow, he said. I know a lot of other werewolves would too. But it's not a good solution. It's one more piece of oppression, and a heavy one, not to mention risky. That's what I said more or less, Harry agreed. But I got to thinking. When we had Mr. Barnett teach us a clemency, he signed a cursed contract not to reveal our secrets. How did that work? The cursed contract? Sirius asked. It's a contract that, well, curses you if you break it. It's sort of like a less powerful form of the unbreakable vow. It can't kill you or do serious injury, but it can make you sick or unlucky or mark you so it's easy for people to see that you broke it, of course. He saw what Harry was driving at. You think if we had werewolves sign a cursed contract not to willingly let anyone else take the wolfsbane potion or use it to attack anyone, it'll be easy to spot the ones who break it and blacklist them or arrest them. Exactly, Harry said. It's so obvious, I don't know why we didn't think of it before. Probably because cursed contracts are so rare. Most contracts in the magical world are like Muggle contracts, financial penalties, and the like. Actual binding magical contracts are almost as rare as unbreakable vows. That could work in principle, Remus agreed. But we have another problem. After last month, even with the contracts, I'm not so sure the Ministry wants to continued production of wolfsbane at all. That was a mood killer. They weren't sure they could even keep the werewolves who were already taking wolfsbane supplied, let alone adding more. Hermione was growing really unhappy with the whole thing, maybe even more than Harry. If only the Ministry were willing to make wolfsbane more available. If only they or anyone was willing to subsidize it. Wait a minute. If you want something done right, do it yourself, she whispered. She started to calculate. The others all stared at her. Serious, Remus, she asked. How much would it cost to hire a potions master who was licensed to make wolfsbane? Sirius and Remus turned and looked at each other in surprise. A potions master? Remus said. A good one, probably 1,500 galleons a year, less if they were part-time. Good. And how much would it cost to provide security to a warded healer's clinic for 1 week each month? Sirius blew out a breath. That's a bit complicated, kitten, he said. Let's see, hire some off-duty aurors, round the clock for 1 week. 100 galleons a month should be more than enough. Great. And excuse me, Sirius, but how much gold do you have in your vault at Gringotts? About 400,000 galleons. Hermione, are you saying I should build a clinic to make wolfsbane? No. Not a clinic. I'm saying you should start a charitable foundation to make and distribute wolfsbane. I mean, I know it's a lot to ask. No, I'm listening. I've got more than I could ever spend, and it would make my whole family roll over in their graves. What are you thinking? Okay, then, I'm thinking you start a foundation to support werewolves. Set aside maybe 100,000 galleons as seed capital. Use it to build the clinic, pay for some good wards, and hire the management, the potions master, and the security, and to cover publicity and whatever other overhead you need. Then invest the rest and use the profits to pay for the potion itself. Conservatively, you could probably supply wolfsbane to 12 or 2 werewolves free of charge. Now, it's not that many, but... Harry jumped in, finally catching on. But you could say that all Hogwarts students who need it will get it automatically. And then extend it to as many other children as you can. Hermione, you're a genius. He grabbed his sister and hugged her until she got annoyed and pushed him away. Sirius and Remus were awestruck and again wondered why they hadn't thought of this themselves. Of course, while there were a handful of charities in the magical world, an actual foundation was a little too muggle to catch on. Hermione, do you really think that would work? Remus said hopefully. If you can get permission to hire the potions master, she said. The maths works out fine. It's just a matter of whether Sirius is willing to sink 1/4 of his wealth into a scheme that the ministry might try to shut down. I'll do it, Sirius said without hesitation. Padfoot, Remus started. No, Moony, I don't want to hear it. Your family my real family, and my family's worth more than that. And besides, it's not just about you. It's about Cedric Diggory, Colin Creevey, Demelza Robbins, and any other kids who need it. Remus smiled briefly, but then he turned back to Hermione with another question. You were right though, Hermione, 10 or 20 werewolves are only a start. How do we expand from there? Or could we? It was Harry who answered. Well, it's a charity, isn't it? Ask for donations. I wonder how much Mum and Dad would let me put in. I doubt 1/4 of what you have, Hermione warned him. You might be able to convince them of 10,000 galleons if you explain the political significance of it. But the really hard part would be getting other wealthy families in on it. You might be able to get Neville's Grand to match your donation, and I'm sure the Monroes will chip in, but it'll be a long way to go if we eventually want to cover all werewolves in Britain. Remus's eyes grew even wider. Do you really think we could do that? He asked. He had never dared to think that far ahead. Why not? It'd be just like the NHS in the Muggle world. Well, we have years to work that out, Sirius said. I'll contact Cousin Andy and our solicitor and see what we can do to get started. You two are brilliant, you know. We try, Harry said with a smile. Sirius laughed. Love you, Cubs, he said. Remus echoed him. Love you too, Harry and Hermione said in unison. Mirror off. In the inland, highland regions of the Mexican state of Veracruz, hidden away from the world and forgotten by the Muggles, stood an Aztec pyramid. Unlike most such pyramids that now lay in ruins or were made to look like ruins, this one was clearly still in use. It was painted with red and blue trim, and its steps ran a dingy red-brown with mostly animal blood. It was this pyramid that Barty Crouch Jr. found himself climbing alone, seeking an audience with the one within. It was not the grandest of pyramids, even for the Americas, only about 100 feet high. The top tier was a building about the size of a house from the outside, but magically expanded to a small but lavish palace on the inside. Barty entered into the main hall of this palace, and there at the other end, on a gilded throne surrounded by attendants, sat a witch who was feared throughout Mexico. She was tall, even sitting, and her face, both in the blackness of her hair and eyes and the expression she wore, could have made a Mesoamerican Bellatrix Lestrange, though perhaps a few years older. She wore a large headdress of green quetzal feathers. Her chest was covered with only a shawl dyed with indigo, but she wore an elaborate gold collar set with precious stones on top of it. Her skirt was more modern but was still plain white and knee-length in the Aztec style. In their travels in Mexico, Barty had learnt that this witch's name was Metli Ocelotl, but to anyone who didn't have a death wish, she was known as the High Priestess, La Pantera de Veracruz, or, in English, the Jaguar. Barty approached the throne as close as the attendants would allow and bowed low. It galled him bowing to anyone but his master, but he needed to get on this witch's good side if she had one. He waited to be spoken to in the traditional submissive mode. "Well," the witch said sharply. "You've come to me, wizard. Who are you, and why are you here?" Her accent was thick, and her voice was deeper than Bellatrix's, but it came through with the same icy clarity. Merlin help us all if the two ever meet, he thought. He suspected she already knew who he was, or he would never have been allowed to enter the pyramid, but he dutifully answered, "My name is Bartimaeus Crouch Jr., High Priestess. I am a servant of Lord Voldemort, heir of Salazar Slytherin, who vanquished death itself. Spare me the grandstanding, Crouch." "That's for the masses," La Pantera interrupted. "I know who your boss is. Now, what's your business here?" Barty was indignant. How dare she talk to him like that? How dare she speak of his master like that? But he reminded himself that this woman was far more powerful than he, and the one whose help they required. Calming himself, he summarized the problem. "My master cheated death, but at a cost. His soul remains tied to the earth, but his body was destroyed. Using alchemy, we have bound his soul to a homunculus, but he still seeks the most effective way to return to his full power. For that, my master seeks your assistance, High Priestess." La Pantera raised her chin slightly, setting her feathered headdress twitching. "A resurrection, then?" she said. "Interesting. It's been a while since a stranger asked me to play Karandra." She flashed a ghastly grin, and Barty shuddered as he mentally translated the words and noticed the for the magical world double entendre. He really didn't want to think about precisely what she meant by that. She rose from the throne then and stepped towards him. She was even taller than Bellatrix, he noticed, and she may have had a bit more of a square jaw and less of those prominent black family cheekbones, but the crazed look in her eye was, if anything, even scarier. It was more controlled. She looked him in the eye, and he felt the familiar tingle of legitimacy. Deciding some discretion was necessary, he shut her out of his mind and hoped she wouldn't take offense. "Not bad," she said, "especially for one so young." She walked around him, disturbingly close, but the harsh gazes of the guards warned him to stay still. Of course, La Pantera could probably kill him faster than he could get a spell off anyway if her reputation was true. "I heard a lot about your Voldemort the last time he got really big. He was making good progress and then, defeated by an infant. TSK. How embarrassing." Was she trying to egg Barty on into lashing out? Well, it wasn't going to work. He was a damn good actor. If Hogwarts had allowed stage plays, his life might have been very different. He kept his cool for now, but the Dark Lord would be hearing about this later. "And how does your master intend to pay for this job, should I deign to take it?" she asked. "I have access to several thousand European galleons. More if we can shake down some other Death Eaters." La Pantera mentally made the conversion to doubloons. Changing currencies in the magical world was even more complicated than in the Muggle one, but it happened that it was about 3 doubloons to the galleon at the moment. "It's a start," she said. "We'll be discussing full terms later. For now, if Voldemort will come here and submit to scanning and explain his methods, then I will see what I can do for him, for a sum of 15 galleons. Barty fought to keep his expression neutral. 15 galleons was a steep price for a mere consultation, but then La Pantera could charge him anything she wanted and he would have to pay it. "Then we have a deal, High Priestess," he said. Then he slowly reached into his robes and withdrew his money pouch, counted out 15 galleons and handed them over. "A pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Crouch," La Pantera said, still with a tone of condescension. "Bring you Master here when he is available. I can call him now if you like, High Priestess." "Good. It'll save time. But not here on the top step if you don't want to be mincemeat." Yes, this woman was every bit as dangerous as the Dark Lord. Barty half turned and looked for a sign from the guards as to whether turning his back would offend. He saw no protest, but he thought better of it and stayed half-turned, keeping one eye on the witch as he walked back out of the palace and onto the top step of the pyramid. He pulled back his left sleeve and touched his wand to his dark mark. Branded with a protean charm. La Pantera recognized the magic at once. "Classy. I should try that sometime." There was a loud gong and a flash that surrounded the pyramid, and suddenly they heard a flurry of cursing from below. Amicus and Alecto were lying on the ground at the foot of the staircase, rubbing their heads, their apparition having bounced off the wards. A small, tinny voice would be the Dark Lord shouting at them for their incompetence. Barty turned to his host and saw La Pantera grinning like a cat. That had obviously been planned. Amicus and Alecto climbed the pyramid, Alecto carrying their master in her arms. "Bow," Barty hissed. The other 2 Death Eaters managed an awkward bow. "So you rouch." Amicus started and then abruptly cut off when Barty stamped on his foot. Merlin, were these 2 lumps the best they had to work with? However, he couldn't stop the Dark Lord himself from speaking first when he came face to face with La Pantera, as he seemed to think he was entitled to do. Barty didn't disagree with that, but it wouldn't help the powerful witch's attitude. "Lady Pantera," Voldemort said, "it is a pleasure to meet you. Your power and ruthlessness are legendary." La Pantera looked down at the homunculus like the ugly, mutilated baby he looked like. "Lord Voldemort. Such unusual circumstances for us to meet, aren't they? I understand that you are in need of some assistance." Her lips twisted into another wicked grin, clearly taking pleasure in having such a feared wizard at her mercy. Yes, far too much of Bellatrix for Barty's liking. But La Pantera did a job well when she was paid appropriately. She was a stickler for quality. She drew a wicked obsidian knife from a sheath on her belt that appeared to have a handle made from the knuckle bone of a dragon, and she began casting diagnostic spells with it. The Death Eaters were surprised but did their best to hide it. A while later, after running a number of magical scans that even Voldemort didn't recognize, she began to question him about how he'd got into that state. "A magical protection of loved," Voldemort spat the word. "When I killed the boy's mother. It causes any offensive magic I cast on him to reflect back upon me." Barty's eyes widened. The Dark Lord had never told him or the others this part of the story. La Pantera, however, laughed. "A protection of love?" she said. "El amor? Huitzilopochtli, how did you let yourself get maneuvered into that old trap? What do they teach you people in England?" That was too much for Amicus Caro. He stormed up to La Pantera, yelling, "Hey, don't talk to the Dark Lord like Arj." Thud! The black knife appeared in La Pantera's hand faster than he could blink, and he was hurled across the room and into the wall before it vanished again. "Call off your attack dog if you want him in one piece, Voldemort," she said. "Do not interfere, any of you," Voldemort ordered. "Some degree of leeway is warranted here. It was a foolish oversight on my part, I admit. A secondary goal would be to nullify that protection." "Noted. Elamore, ha." She repeated. "So your own killing curse bounced back at you and killed you then?" "It was rather more dramatic than that. I believe that was a feedback effect in my wand." "Ah, so blown to bits then?" La Pantera was certainly gifted enough in magic to figure out that riddle. "So how did you survive?" "Naturally, I had taken precautions. I made Horcruxes." La Pantera narrowed her eyes at him. "Horcruxes? Plural? How many?" "5. Cinco. Cinco Horcruxes? Estes loco." She went off on a rant that Barty quickly realized was laced with both Spanish and Aztec swear words, then cast several more diagnostic charms that Voldemort only vaguely understood as having to do with the soul. "You're lucky you're still sane, Voldemort," she told him. "1 Horcrux is sufficient if it's adequately protected. Maybe 2 if you're especially paranoid. Whatever possessed you to make 5 of them?" "Surely you know," Voldemort sneered, "which have been a lot more impressive if he weighed more than 8 pounds 6 ounces. 7 is the most magically powerful number." "Ugh. Europeans white wizards thinking you have the best numerology in the world. You seem to have forgotten that the most magical number is 8 in Asia and 4 in the Americas, and none of those makes cutting your soul into that many bits a good idea." "I did not come here to be lectured like an errant student, Lady Pantera," Voldemort snapped. "I came here to seek your help returning to power. My Horcruxes are my own business." "Fine. It's your funeral as long as I get paid. Let's take a look at this homunculus then." Thence followed an explanation of how they had made the homunculus body, a tale that La Pantera actually was impressed with. "Snake venom," she said. "I wouldn't have thought of that. It looks like you do have a few good tricks then." "I am not paying you for commentary," Voldemort said. "Apparently not." "Muggos," she muttered under her breath. "They talk so grand and then they're so impatient." "Well," she spoke up again, "you've certainly complicated things with all of your changes to the rituals. I'll have to design a new ritual to make all the parts mesh together correctly." Barty's eyebrows shot up under his hair. He knew this which was skilled and powerful, but she was talking about inventing rituals like arithmancers talked about designing ordinary spells. He may have doubted when people said she could go toe-to-toe with the Dark Lord in his prime, but now he wasn't so sure. "You can do it, then?" Voldemort said. "Do I look like a novice acolyte?" "Of course I can do it. I'll need a couple of weeks, though, and a commission. I'll order my servants to arrange accommodations for you elsewhere in the complex. At a fair nightly rate, of course. You may go." It wasn't phrased as an order, by the guards made clear it was. They led them out of the pyramid and to a smaller outbuilding in its shadow. Once there, Barty summoned Winky and, giving her a good hard nudge with his toe out of frustration, ordered her to get them settled in. "A most disagreeable woman," Voldemort mused in front of the fireplace. "But if she can make good on her word, then our search has paid off. Soon we will have our revenge." When you lead the pack, every mistake has a cost, and someone always wants your place. What was your favorite moment from this part? Did anything surprise you or hit harder than expected? Drop your thoughts in the comments, we read every one. White Squirrel's storytelling masterfully blends emotional depth with thrilling action, and you haven't seen anything yet. If you're loving this journey, give the video a like, share it with your fellow fanfic lovers, and subscribe for more. Every Grimoire Guardian helps us grow this magical library. Magic may shape the world, but it's loyalty, courage, and heart that shape the wizard.